Welcome to another exciting, explosive night with yours truly, the College Genesis. Welcome. Now, folks, when you come into the chat room, hit that like button, like, share, subscribe. Announcements made. I think I found a way how you could donate to me if you want to use an Apple Pay. I think I figured that out, right? But the thing is, I think it requires me to give my phone number. I don't want to give my phone out just to anybody. So I got to find a way how to give my phone number out to certain people, And so, uh, matter of fact, let's say if I do give my phone number out, right? If they saw shenanigans, I could actually track people down. Let's see. I could track people down with this app I got. So location. Let's see. Where is this at? Where is this at? It's a locator, address locator. Let's see, locator. Let's see if I look at. I got that app now. Make sure locator. Locator. You know, okay, okay, okay. Let's see. It was an app. I know I downloaded this. That locate use phone number to locate friend app. I say use phone number, use friend's phone, use phone number to locate some locate to finder. Use phone finder to locate. Use phone. Okay, let's see what that is. It's called uh we found them and what's it? Find cell phone location. Real time locator tracks real history button on how to locate a phone. Track phone 1 minute. Can you find someone? I know. Can you get contact? Okay. Or message phone finder number. Okay, app game. Well, I'm gonna figure that out. So I'll have a phone finder. That means I can locate you if you try some trolling shit. I could just locate you. Oh, I see you're at such and such. Yeah, and I'll see since just right there. I know where you're at. And I'll come get you. You know. But something, folks, man, we got a good show for you tonight. We got a good show as always. Am I batting 1,000 here? Every time we do a show, it just goes off to other dimensions, stuff that be saying here and everything like that. Got a really good show for you tonight. I got a lot of fun tonight, a lot of laughs, a lot of serious topics and everything. Now, folks, when you got a topic like Black America splitting up and introducing A.A.G.T.O.W, right? It's going down tonight. I have a whole lot to say. You want to hear what A.A.G.T.O.W means. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, grab some peanuts and popcorn, some soda, what else can we drink? Chocolate milk, orange juice, apple juice, whatever you want to drink tonight when that's on you. But I'm kind of feeling I didn't get any snacks myself tonight, right? I didn't get any snacks because I don't know why. I just not in the mood for snacks tonight. But however, I do got some chocolate cake in my refrigerator that I could munch on later. Whatnot, some double chocolate cake my sister made and whatnot. She made that a couple of weeks ago, but it's in my freezer. It's frozen. I might just heat that up and eat that. But I snack tonight. It shows the show gives me the munchies. Always in the mood for snacks every time I do the show. Not food, but snacks. But folks, we have a good show tonight. Just like last night, a lot of good stuff came out of the thing. Let me tell you something about what I'll talk about as far as immigrants and stuff like that. This is what I want to say. Something I can't get everything out, right? Because everybody talking over me and stuff like that. The people who founded America was settlers. A settler goes to a land, right? He sees nothing there. He says, I want to settle here. I want to convince other people that we should build a civilization and make a permanent settlement. This is our home. He's not immigrating into an existing system. So the early people who colonized America were not immigrants. Immigration implies assimilation and adjusting to a new society and adapting and assimilating and becoming. That's not what happened in the early days of America. They simply saw another race of people. They tried their best to live in peace with these Native Americans, whatever like that, and it just didn't work out. Two different ways of seeing the world. It was a clash of culture and civilization, and the Anglo-Saxons prevailed. They built this civilization, right, based on what they believe civilization was. Their concept of civilization were, you know. Well, okay. Say they were migrants, right? You're migrants, like you are, Elvis. You're a migrant, right? The difference is, they migrated someplace that was basically open and barren, no civilization, no nothing. They established a civilization here, so you got to give them credit for that. Now, when people say immigrants built the country, right? Immigrants are the people who said, you know something, I didn't get on this early rush. I wasn't part of the initial phase of this country, right? But now that I hear that America has a Statue of Liberty up, they got big, tall buildings. They talk about the American dream. I want to leave my little shanty town in Italy and wherever. You don't see a lot of French people. Italy, Spain, Portugal, Germany. I want to leave my little hovel in Europe or not, Russia and all these other places to seek the American dream. To do so, I have to learn the language. I have to speak English, right? See, the early settlers established English as the lingua franca of this land. They were not immigrating here. If they were immigrating here, they would have basically immigrated to Native American culture and adopted their language and ways. That's not what happened. So when people say immigrants built the country, this country was 300, 400 years old before immigrants started arriving here. Before that time, only people in this country were black people, African Americans, and Anglo-Saxon whites. And you had some Spanish in Mississippi and Florida, and you had some French in Louisiana. That's it. And you had some Germans, I believe, in like places like Baltimore and places like that. You had German enclaves or whatnot, and I think you had French enclaves in Maryland too. That was not that was it. And eventually, those people learned English, and they became part of the greater Anglo-Saxon Christian Protestant culture. So when people come over here, oh, immigrants, this is a land of immigrants. It's a lie. It's not a land of immigrants. It's not. The original settlers and the people who brought Africans here in the 1600s and the Europeans that came from Western Europe, particularly England, is what built this country, established it. Everybody else came hundreds of years later, right? After the country was already defined and established, Oh, here we go here. They were people here. So what? So what? There were people here. Boo-hoo! The Native Americans here. So what? So in other words, basically, did the Native Americans build anything in this country? No. So what the hell do we got to give them respect for? They never built anything. Is there any road that you drive on was built by Native Americans? No. Any bridges built? No. Did they establish any commerce, trade, money, industries? No. So what the hell do we got to remember them for? I'm so sick of the sob story about indigenous people. Blah, blah, blah. Get the fuck out of here. There will be colonizing. Yeah. So what? What's wrong with colonization? What's wrong with conquering and building and colonizing? I wish God my ancestors would colonize somebody and conquer and build something. Maybe we can inherit something besides misery and shit like that. No, I'm not ridiculous. I'm just telling the truth. This is why I say the topic of tonight you're going to like. This is an explosive topic. Black America is splitting up. The stupid black people that want to sit here and do nothing for the next 300-400 years, y'all got to be on your own. The African Americans, A.A.G.T.O.W means African Americans going their own way, if you haven't guessed it. That means those of us who know our history, we know we came from Africa, we know about the Mafia, the transatlantic slave trade, right? It said many black Americans are native. You got to get the fuck out of here. You're out of here. You're not going to talk in my chat room. You are permanently banned. You know, get the fuck out of here. How about that, true pilgrim? You're blocked and banned. This is what I think of you. When I say African Americans going their own way, I'm going to do everything I can to erase you, motherfucker, you stupid word Native American bullshit. And so the bottom line is this: those who don't know their own history and culture, you are not welcome on this fucking platform. We could debate anything else. But when you start talking about we're native to this land and whatnot, no, this is not the place for you. You will get blocked immediately. And you saw what I just did with this guy. You know, so anybody else out there think they're gonna feel themselves coming here talking about some Native American? Hey, I know I should have kept him around for a little while. You know what I said? Just said, like I said last night, to all you Aboriginals listening, right? I shouldn't have blocked them. I should have fucking kept them on. I want to ask them this, right? When the white man came to America, if he saw, if you say you was here before the white man, right? What did the friggin' white man? Yeah. So what, Brody? You're here in the United States, right? If you really feel that, right? Oh, there's a stop. You would leave the United States right there. You're sitting here enjoying the. That's why I say I can't stand these hypocrites. That's why we don't get no place, right? Oh, this was colonized by that. Why don't you fucking understand why the fucking the black man has in 400 years hasn't built anything similar for the black race? He built the country for the white race. You know, because you too stupid to think that you need something for the black race. You know, I can't go on. I got a show I'm doing. If you can't build nothing for the black race, so don't go blame other people because they smart and they build shit, you know. But back to this Native American shit, right? I said all the thing for they started a pan-Caucasian fucking country. I'm not in love with white supremacy. I'm just saying this is reality. Reality is you live in this fucking white supremacist country. You know, I'm the only one saying it's time for us to go our own and build a nation. But you talking about I love white supremacy. I'm trying to get the fuck out of this shit, you know? So don't come in here with your fucking talking outside your mouth. I'm sick and tired of it, you know? Oh, you fucking America loving niggas. I hate you. Well, fuck the native culture. Respect what? You know? Native Americans participated in slavery too. You don't understand that? Native Americans were also slave catchers, slave hunters, and they were very vicious slave owners. They were participating in the slave system too. Some of the biggest plantations were fucking Indian territory. It was in Indian territory where they held Africans as captive and brutalized them. Don't tell me about no fucking Native American. They can go to fucking hell for all I care. We gotta respect the Native American. Why? The fuck we do respect for? We are Africans, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't believe nobody in black people have Native American blood. You know, I don't believe that. Everybody believes a stupid myth. You know, a Native American will fucking put your ass in fucking chains if they could. You ain't no Native American. You fucking all you people just want to self. That's what I said. Us African Americans who are proud of our heritage, right? Who don't think we need to claim white or Native American, those of us gonna have to go our own way. All you fucking, we got a little bit of this, we don't really this, we got this. Get the fuck out of here, you know? You self-hating Negroes and whatnot, you know? I gotta be a little something else. Let me tell you what it is, folks. The reason why black people talk about the Native Americans is because the white man basically saw Native people, they saw their humanity. They thought the Native Americans were beautiful, right? They even married them, right? Black people were always jealous of that. You know, they always jealous of the relationship the white man had with the Native American, particularly black women, because white men found Native American women attractive. So that's why black women get weaves in their hair so they can think they can pass for a Native American. I don't know what Brewer's talking about. So bottom line is this. I would like to know what the native black people think, right? The white man came over here, saw some black natives, and said, and red natives, he said, okay, you red natives can go over there. We're gonna give you all full rights and everything, but you black indigenous jigaboo natives, but y'all better get on the cotton plant, start picking some tobacco and cotton. You know, really. So the white man came while you was already here. You know, someone was already here, Colin. The white man, fuck the natives. You know, when the white man came here, he saw black natives, indigenous, as you call yourself, right? So he took all the black indigenous natives, said, you jigaboos are going on the plantation. And he left the red natives with the straight hair and long hair and those features they like alone. So how did you gain? You said you taught the white man English or not. You were speaking English when the white man got here. You was already speaking English. Like I said, this is what you're up against, right? And I said, I'm not going to play games with this no more. If you come in my chat room talking stuff, you are going to be blocked. Just a word of warning. But the acronym is African Americans going their own way. That means those of us who recognize our ancestry. Okay, this is what I want to say. If you can't identify with 4 Jameses, okay, 5 Jameses, you can't identify with Rick James, James Earl Jones, James Baldwin. Who else? Another James. James Baldwin. I had it all picked out in my head. I should have wrote it down. Yeah. Let me see. James Earl Jones. I said Rick James, James Earl Jones, James Evans from Good Times, whatnot. If those aren't your type of men that was in your family, you ain't one of us, you know. Oh, we got look, fuck all that little FBA got a little white. I'm sick of that shit, you know. So what does that mean? That we got a little bit of devil in us, whatnot, you know? I don't claim that shit, you know. I'm sick of it. Those of us who are proud to be black and whatnot, that's who I want to build with, you know. We don't give a fuck about no white ancestry and whatnot, you know. Those of us who are proud to be black, you know, we're what's going to save this race. We got to get together. Those of us who are proud to be black, proud to say, call ourselves African American, right? They're proud to freaking come out and say, I am descendant of the Africans who were brought here in captivity and whatnot, you know? And my ancestors were from Africa and whatnot. That's it. I'm not no foundational black American. I'm not no descendant of slaves. I'm a descendant of Africans torn from the continent when I'm a prisoner of America. Those of us got to get together. We hold our ancestors are rooting for us. Our ancestors rejoice when we identify with them. Those FBA ADOS are throwing their ancestors under the bus to get next to the white man. When you say you're ADOS FBA, all it means is you're willing to throw away your heritage and whatnot. Look, our heritage, what happened to us in America was forged in blood. That's a blood oath, a blood debt. You can't forgive that. What these motherfuckers did to our ancestors, right? Our ancestors counted on one day their souls will rest in peace, you know? But when I see freaking ADOS FBA, they just threw their hands up. You're on your knees. Yeah, that's right. James Brown. Yeah, James Brown, James Earl Jones. That's what. Glad you said. That's what exactly was. James Earl Jones, James Browns. I would say James Evans. You know, James Baldwin. You know, if you ain't Rick James, if you ain't from that line of thinking, you ain't me. I'm sorry. You know, I'm the pride of African Americans. These are African American men. You know. These are the men I love. These are the men I admire. You know, these are like my fathers, my uncles. I'm proud of my heritage, you know. Shout out to Africans who sold us for beer. They didn't sell us for beer. It was much more complicated than that, fool, you know. And also, Africans were victims of slavery, too. And I hate that when FBA tries to say, oh, Africans sold it. No, they didn't. Look, the whole world, the financial system, right? All the might of the West was dependent on the supply of black bodies. It was going to happen no matter what. Eventually, well, what you call hold on. Eventually, if the Africans decided they weren't going to sell people for slavery, right? Because the trade-off was you sell your enemies, and the Europeans will leave you alone. They were forced into that shit, you know. But Africans sold us. No, they were coerced. I don't see that as the same thing. Africans were forced to sell slavery, but people don't talk about all the African tribes and kingdoms who fought against the slave trade and fought against the white man. Oh, that's all omitted in history, you know, which were the majority actually. Majority of Africans did not participate in the slave trade, you know, and not willingly. And those who did did not do that, did not take that life. They were forced to. They had no choice, you know. The slave trade was caused by European expansionism, mercantilism, and capitalism, and the European global banking system hegemony. Africa was a simple victim of slavery. But the problem was Africans let Europeans in, and they invited Europeans in. Their mistake was they invited Europeans in because the first contact of Europeans, they were not selling slaves, right? They were doing legitimate trade in gold, ivory, excuse me, gold, ivory, and stuff like that for like 200 years. And then the demand for human slaves grew as the West expanded into the New World. Slavery happened by accident. It was like Africans were sitting on the coast. Hey, man, Mr. White Man, I got some human bodies for you. Stop that shit, you know? I'm going to always give my people, my ancestors, some grace. Yeah, that's what not being a race trader is all about. The race traders will equate whatever. And don't get me wrong, there were some Africans who were wrong in the slave trade, and they got punished. You know, nobody came out clean in that shit. Because 1 minute you're trading slaves, and the next minute you're on the slave ship your damn self. So don't act like Africans are sitting there just selling slaves and whatnot. You know, no. Most likely, I would say 9 times out of 10, those who are involved with slavery, around slavery, end up being captured themselves. They turned West African coast into the most dangerous place on the planet. You know, there was no rest, no refuge. People hunted each other like animals. That's the Europeans who did that because the demand for slaves was so great. It altered Africa forever. And the evidence of that is the African American in America. You don't have a group of people that end up being the strongest black people outside of Africa and whatnot, unless there was something real like this, especially the United States, right? The United States banking system, its shipping system, its insurance system, everything was built around slavery, you know, the slave industry, you know. It's called traitors, bro. A viable ant can't even understand how to spell. It's called traitors. Traitor. Not traitors, you know. And I like how people use Africans collectively, like all Africans were doing the same thing. Like you didn't have different African groups. We're not some four, so there's no nuance. All Africans, you know, like Africans is one fucking ethnic group participating in slavery. No, those people are saying no, hell, fucking no. And there was some people that was willing to do the bidding of the white man, you know, like anything else. And we could condemn those people when we learned about who it was. But just to make a blanket statement, everybody from the African continent, you know, you sold us. Motherfucker, I'm sick of it. And that's only because these fucking FBA people just want to hate the African roots. They hate looking in the mirror. When they look in the mirror, they hate what they fucking see. And when they see Africans, whatnot, it reminds them what they fucking really are. You're not a fucking Native American. You are an African. Your race is an African race. I don't know what you mean. Majority of warlord Muslim will destroy anything. I don't know if anybody ain't being destroyed. I'm not being destroyed, you know. But the thing is, I don't intend to ever be weak. If you're gonna be weak and whatnot, yeah, people will test you and destroy you. But yeah, so the topic of tonight is Black America splitting up. And I thought about this because I'm saying to myself, and I'm looking at these ADOS FBA people, not just them. I'm looking at the degenerate black culture, just the culture of degeneracy. I'm just so sick of it, The black people just don't want to pull themselves up, don't want to do nothing with their life and everything like that. And they want to sit around fucking waiting on a reparations check, whatever like that. That's all they do. They want to sit there and have like 5 babies out of wedlock, and they want to do all stuff like this. They will sit around, act violent all the time. You can't bring them on a cruise ship. You can't be nothing because they don't know how to act in fucking public. You know what I'm saying? They always acting up in public. They're always fighting and whatnot. I'm like, it's time for those of us who are decent black people who made it, right? Somehow, I noticed this, right? I was showing video images of my family, family union, not really a family union, but it was a cookout, 4th of July cookout in 2007. Everybody's like, God damn, Carl, you got a beautiful family. That's my family in Long Island. That's my little cousin Jerome's house. He got a mansion, nice neighborhood. He has waterfront property. He has a pier in the backyard. That's living the life. You see our family out there with the pool? We made it. So therefore, I don't come from black trash. And I know I have a second sense when I'm dealing with black trash and niggas. I really am. I could tell by your philosophy, the way you think, what you react to, what's important to you, and stuff like that. And just by the way you behave, are you somebody I want to be around? And to be honest, I just like being around my family. Because my family, we're just educated, we're successful. This is the only type of black people I want to be around. And we know our history. My family in New York, that's my family in New York. They always go in the Smithsonian African American Museum or they travel the world. They travel to Europe. I'm trying to get them to go to Africa. They said they want to go to Africa. They're learning more. They want to go to Africa. I mean, you watch. Before it's long, I'm gonna have my whole family going to places like Liberia, Ghana, and South Africa. That's the next stage. Because my family in New York, they got money. They travel all the time. They're always in Greenland, Iceland. They're always in Europe. They're always in Paris. They always travel the world. They're in Cancun, whatever like that. They're all over the damn world. They're in Asia, but they haven't gone to Africa yet because Africa is not really ready, but it's getting there, So what I'm saying is we're not ignorant people, right? My family in New York, they're a perfect example I'm talking about. The family in New York, all they do is stick with each other. No outsiders. Because every time we bring outsiders in our family, most likely they're ignorant, stupid, holding you back, troublemakers, whatever like that. So I think just Black America, to be honest with you, I think we're just splitting up because there's too many toxic black people in our fucking culture. That's where the freaking term black fatigue really came from. It came from black people feeling they're just tired of the fucking black people that just can't get their shit together. Every time you look around, they're on fucking TV, on the internet, acting stupid, saying dumb things. And it's like we're fucking fatigued. And so those of us who know our culture, know our history, love our culture, and love ourselves, right? We have to get together. The self-hating black people who want to believe they're Aboriginal American, who want to believe that they're foundational American, whatever the fuck that means, whatnot, we got to cut these people off. Really. African Americans go in their own way. When I say African American, I mean people who realize that, that was accurate. We're African Americans. We're descendant of the Africans that were brought here in the transatlantic slave trade. And we're Americans because this is a nationality we are in. We're not no descendants of American descendants of slaves, and we're not no foundational Black American. How the hell are you gonna rename yourself after somebody like Tariq Nasheed? Are you fucking on crack? So we gotta let these people go where they are. And the bottom line is, when you look at the people who follow Tariq and all these other people, they're nothing but they're lowlifes. I know the people. The people that hang around people like Sonetta and all these other people. Like, I don't want to be around these people. A person be, yo, you got to collab. I'm not collabing with fucking trash. And I'm not saying I'm bougie and better than that, but I'm better, definitely better than people who are nothing but black trash, ghetto ass trash. And I'm sick and tired of ghetto ass culture dominating the narrative in Black America. Really, ghetto ass culture, right? And the FBA, ADOS, fucking the Pretendians, the Moors, all that comes from the fucking ghetto, out of prison, shit, you know. But those who are African Americans who somehow got education, maintain families and whatnot, know your history, know your heritage and whatnot, we gotta say, look, we're not gonna let these motherfuckers get online all day. We're not African. We're not African. Let them go their own way. Let us who believe that we know the truth, that we're African Americans and we're proud of that heritage and whatnot. We know the who created the Harlem Renaissance and all stuff like that. We inherit all the great things that we did from the Negro Leagues to the Harlem Renaissance, all stuff like that. The Civil Rights Movement. We inherit all that shit, you know? The Marcus Garvey, the UNIA. That's what we inherit, right? Let's take all our inheritance and everything like that with us, you know? Trust me, there's no fucking FBA exhibit at the Smithsonian African American Museum. Yeah. If you feel sizable swap, your people are useless, then what do you do? I don't know. I have no idea, Broody. I don't give a shit. You know? All I know is I'm sick and tired of a sizable portion of our community pulling the rest of us down. I'm only really get the black people that love themselves, know their heritage, know their history, right? That want to do right. People that raise their families, do everything, work hard, get better jobs, get better education, that want to travel and do all the normal things that civilized people do. That's the Black America, the African American community I want to be part of. You know? So Ubuntu, I don't know what you're talking about Ubuntu for, you know. You have not proven yourself out, Birdie. You can't show me no example, a successful model of Ubuntu, you know. It's just something you guys, that's another thing, the Ubuntu people, you know. Ubuntu, call Ubuntu. Well, it's all been the same freaking thing, whether it's Ubuntu, whether it's this. It's all about Negroes just talking shit and never producing nothing, you know, anything. You know, I'm sick and tired of talking, you know, sick and tired of talking, you know, nonsense and everything. I saw this one video. I'm gonna play later. It's it's Liberian lady crying. She's talking about, oh, oh, international community, come rescue us. And everybody in the comment section, international had nothing to do with no damn Liberia. That's the whole thing. When you got countries like Liberia, see, back during the time of the coup, even Charles Taylor, there was so many Liberians that thought that all they had to do was go to the international and start crying, and it worked because they'll get an audience. Oh yeah, that guy's a bad guy, and the moves start there. Next thing you know, you got one coup after another, right? But now things are different. You know, you can be if your government you're going through hardship right now in Liberia. That's the growing pains of you guys destroying the country after 45 years of destruction. So yeah, you're gonna go through. You're gonna suffer more. And like I said, if you're a Liberian living in Liberia, yeah, get prepared. You're gonna suffer more. It's ain't we ain't there yet. We haven't gotten out of the woods yet. This is what losing 45 years of progress looks like. So if they got to bulldoze, what they talk about, they complain about is some their shanty towns and their useless businesses that's not paying taxes, not doing nothing, being bulldozed out for progress. And the slums that they like, they were, oh yeah, living in a slum is not a fucking human right. But the international community, no, you live in a country. The government of Liberia is the authority in that country. Yeah, some people really some people, just like we have in America, some people have not gotten to the point that Donald Trump got elected. He's the actual leader of the country. He's the head of state. You know, there's not a damn thing oh well, the UN, international bodies. When people really think they're going to usurp the laws of a particular country when things don't go your way. That just happens all over the world because someone put out this thing years ago that you do not have to obey the laws of your country. Because we're going to create this new world order where power is going to be checked through an international criminal court and all kind of stuff like that. You don't have to obey your local leaders and whatnot because we got the Hague and all this stuff like that. That fell flat, didn't it? I don't know what Brewery's talking about. I don't know what Brewery's talking about. Where does Brewery ever be talking about? I don't understand them. I need an interpreter. When Brewery gets up here, I need an interpreter. I really do. I need somebody to interpret Brewery. But Black America splitting up is a good thing. Really. It's a good, and you know how you split up, folks? What we people who are African Americans going our own way, going, well, A.A.G.T.O.W. African American, their own way, their own way. What we have to do is start forming our own private social clubs and stuff like that, meet and greets and everything like that, where we screen people and everything like that. Start building a community like that again. This idea of an open community, everybody just come, hey, and you inviting everybody down, and you get these stupid riffraffs up whatnot. Like I said, just like what you notice how you don't see a lot of them on my platform because they know they're not welcome here. I look at some of these shows and the dumb motherfuckers that be in the chat room commenting, stuff like that. They know they're not to come. They know better not to come on my show because that shows me that they know what they're doing. There's a certain amount of black people who 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 do not like intelligence. They want every black person being stupid and ignorant because that's what they feel comfortable in. When you got people talking highly intelligent stuff and whatnot, they try to disrupt that. That's why they come in the chat room, saying ignorant shit to try to throw the conversations off. That's what you have. You have people out there. Do you think they want to be talking about things like what we could be doing to invest in our community and stuff like that, intelligent stuff? No. You think you want to be talking about things, that education and real history and stuff like that? Of course not. But they want us to be talking about what's the news, the latest movie, and the sports or some stupid shit they talk about, or what some rapper said, whatever like that, or some street beef, whatever like that. That's what the conversation will divulge into. Just dumb nigga shit. And the thing about the dumb nigga in the community, right? He knows how to browbeat and bully his way into the community. Like, oh shit, like damn man, we just spent an hour speaking dumb nigga. It was waste a whole hour. Some dumb nigga talk about dumb nigga shit. Like goddamn. That's what dumb niggas do. They always bring the conversation to their level, to that dumb nigga level. Let's see what these guys are talking about. My favorite chocolate covered coons. Hold up, folks.
Yeah,
Now,
he just logged in.
I've been to East Africa before. A bunch of countries. West Africa, a bunch of countries. Now, with all due respect, even in Ghana, my nigga, I see a whole bunch of bullshit. So don't try to come up here and tell me that, oh, now I want to come to the Sahel. Nigga, I never thought about going to Burkina Faso until people talked about it. So now I'm going to go.
No, Senegal is a part of the Sahel too. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, why would you want to go over there?
Wait. I didn't know that. I had no clue, my bad. I'm going to go there too.
I told you what the demographics was. You knew. Stop the cap. This man capping, man. Hey, Jonathan, stop trying to be around people you said that is savages. Like,
that was just a little cap of our group on Afrosphere and whatnot. I guess Flex Up and Jonathan are having a debate. I gave you a little sample of the fun festivities we be having and whatnot. I get on there and whatnot. They're like, first thing, St. James, like, here's the worst scumbag right here, colleges. Goddamn, I just got here. I took time off my show to come in here, and I get called a scumbag. Goddamn, man, I can't win for losing, man. I try. Lord knows I try, And what people just, I don't get it, Maruti says, Kyle, read my last statement. Look, Rudy, I don't understand what you be saying. You be talking in riddles. Somebody talks in riddles. I don't like when people talk in riddles. I like when people ask me straight up what they don't be asking me like guess this and guess that and whatnot, I don't have time. I gotta run a show. I can't be listening to things people talking in riddles, Oh no, I don't introduce you like knack means. I never called you a scumbag, If I get on the chat and I'll say, oh, here we got the worst scumbag in the world, Kyle Genesis. I'm like, God damn, man. Say James when I got damn. What did I say, man? Haven't talked to the guy in a week and I'm a scumbag, man. Jeez. Can't win for losing, man. I tell you, man. You cannot win for losing. The love I get. The love, man. The love I get. I had this one girl one time like, Kala, God's gonna strike you down, Kala. When that you an evil man. I know that was Block Talk Radio days. Kala, man, I couldn't sleep last night. What you were saying on your show last night, Kala. Why are you here? Go away. That one chick was like, well, she called on my show, right? Block Talk Radio. And she was like, what are you talking about? I said, excuse me. I've seen the chick before. She's one of those, it was like Beyonce versus Sierra controversy going on all the time. She's like, well, Beyonce, Sierra, blah, blah, blah. She was on a Bayhive. I said, I don't give a fuck about Beyonce. How about that? But what are you talking about? I said, I'm talking about geopolitics, politics, and stuff like that. I go, this is my show, my platform. Well, why are you talking about politics? Whatnot, So what else should we be talking about? I should be about Jay-Z and Beyonce. That's more interesting. No, I'm not going to be talking about Jay-Z and Beyonce. She said, just go away. Go away. Shut your show down. I said, no, I can't go away. What are you here for? Nobody listens to you. Then every day, my show kept growing, right? Because I have these other people. When I first got on Block Talk Radio, I think the only listener I had was Mufasa. He was like a 21-year-old kid. He was just a kid back then. 21-year-old kid, Mufasa. I had Chef Rob and this guy named Thomas. I had like 3 listeners, right? I used to talk for hours with 3 listeners, right? And people would come in and, boy, you're such a fucking loser. Nobody listened. I was like, and I was almost shaking, like ready to give it up. So I come in there one night, I had nobody in the chat room. Suddenly I was like, you goddamn loser, Colin, whatnot. I told you was a loser, you bum, whatnot. This one guy, Mike, who was a white guy, was a white Italian guy. Like, you are a fucking loser. Look at you, man. You ain't got nobody listen to you. When a couple weeks later, my audience started growing. I mean, really did. It was like a miracle, right? It's a miracle when you turn on Blog Talk Radio, whatnot, in like 5 minutes, your chat room's full. Everybody's ready to engage and everything like that. The chat room's moving so fast, you can't keep up or not, My switchboard was fucking full of people trying to get on and whatnot. Sometimes people just call, just say "fuck you" and "fuck you" N-word, and everything like that. You get a few of those and whatnot, but some people want to call in live with his base. I had a funny blog. I had Sarge used to call on my show and whatnot. Sarge was funny. Now Sarge was fucking what's that? Officer Tatum before there was Officer Tatum, one of the black conservative guys. Actually, Sarge was older. He was actually a Vietnam veteran. He used to call me. He used to have battles on that show. Me and Sarge used to go at it. We used to get battle, man. Because at the time, I was basically pro-Obama. Sarge was like, he's a usurper, Marxist communist. I said, what the fuck is a Marxist? What do you say? A cultural Marxist, he used to call him. And I said, I don't know what the fuck that means. Now I see, okay, maybe he had a point, But who else? We had my guy Black Achievement. What's up, Black Achievement? I said I was gonna have Black Achievement on. I spoke to him not too long ago on Facebook. Black Achievement, what's up, man? That's my brother, man. Now, Black Achievement was a good brother, man. He used to give it to me, man. We used to have some battles. I'm gonna find some of these Block Talk shows I used to do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna find these Block Talk radios, play some clips from there. They were so fun back in the days, right? Black Achievement used to call in and whatnot, because I'll be honest with you, right? There was this thing I was involved with, the Kemetic pipeline and whatnot. It didn't quite work out. Now, you would think people were like, okay, Colin, you did your best, whatever like that. But I get it. Some people invested in it, money was lost and everything like that. I don't know what happened to Big Black. I don't know what's going on with Big Black, man. Big Black, if you're out there calling, he hasn't been back yet. Big Black has not been back yet since I got back on, I haven't seen him on Dynasty Show either. I hope he's all right. I hope he's in good health and everything. Somebody know what Big Black is. Tell him to call me. Forgot all about him, man. But Black Achievement, right? And one time I was sitting in the debate, he go, Colin, man, just tell me, what about the Kemetic pipeline? Then my boy Thomas goes, oh my God, Colin, he just got you, man. I was sitting there going off on him, blah, blah, blah. But I was like, see, then but Black Achievement, right? He was like, man, there's nothing in Africa. But then he was a real educated dude. He was a lawyer, right? He was a software lawyer in DC, Yeah, he's a software engineer lawyer, right? And I think he got a contract in Ghana or something like that. But somebody was doing something about it. Then he was like, okay, Colin, I see what you say. There is something going on in Africa. He had no idea the Africans even knew how to read and write. That's how ignorant he was, He said, man, you always talk this Pan-African stuff, black national stuff, whatnot, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I changed his opinion. Now he does travel to the continent, right? Before he was like, man, there ain't nothing in Africa. I'm sick of you talking about Africa every night and whatnot, And he was like, Colin, man, what happened to what about the Kemetic? What's up with the Kemetic pipeline? I said, man, why are you going to pull the Kemetic pipeline card on me? I'll explain to you, man. Things didn't quite work out, blah, 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 blah. Every time I be on a roll when somebody always pull out the Kemetic pipeline card, I'm like, I had nothing to do with that, but you introduced it on your platform. Yeah, I did. I take responsibility for that, but I wasn't running it, it didn't work out, it was a good idea. It didn't work out. Now, what the Kemetic pipeline was doing, everybody's doing anyway. It was about, Kemetic pipeline was about, before there was PayPal and all stuff like that. I think PayPal was out. I think it was. It was about money transfer and how this guy named Devon Bell said that we're going to go post-dollar world where all money is going to be electronically traded. And that was way before everybody got into crypto. We were the first people to start talking about crypto trading and trading on crypto and all stuff like that, Oh, no, I didn't pull a Dr. Umar. That wasn't my project, right? I still believe in the Kemetic pipeline. But the bottom line is this. The guy that was running it wasn't really that truthful. I think I believed in him, whatever like that. He had a good idea. He had a good idea. The Black Wall Street we did, whatnot, everything on paper was good. But the bottom line is this, he was not a Pan-Africanist. I was. I said, if you're going to do the Kemetic pipeline, stuff like that, and have this gold crypto bank, whatnot, crypto, Bitcoin bank, whatever like that, you need to be on the African. And at that time, that was around 2011, right? I formed a group called the Association of African Americans of Liberia with this in mind that we're going to have major African American businesses come in and need a place in Africa to do business, right? So we talked to some Liberians and whatnot. They were like open for the Onyx Stock Exchange, us to build the Onyx Stock Exchange, and also having our a monetary system through electronic currency. That would have worked because he showed me it worked. It did work, you know, whatever. Jeffrey, I don't have no idea who created it, but we had people that were in Bitcoin way back in 2009, 2010. I still wasn't get. I just still get. I see. The thing is, man, call me a coon, right? Even though we're all doing this, right? It wasn't until I saw white people doing it that I thought I started taking it serious. Because everybody that was doing it back then were black. Like this is gonna. I said, man, this is gonna be some more nigga shit. We're gonna be the alternative to the dollar and all that. I was like, yeah, whatever. You know. It wasn't until I started seeing white businessmen on Wall Street Journal I talk about that, I started taking it seriously. I should have took it more seriously back then, you know. But all I seen was brothers talking about Bitcoin, you know. It was brothers that were into Bitcoin first. There's one brother of ours, I forgot his name. He passed away, you know, of lupus. You know, I forgot his name. He was one of Holt's brothers, right? He was out of Brooklyn. This guy, all this dude talked about was Bitcoin and whatnot. He was the first person that had Bitcoin. He was like the only black person we knew that had Bitcoin. When he already had like money tied up in Bitcoin. He was telling how much money he was making. I said, I still, even to this day, I still, like my sister has massive crypto and stuff like that. She makes a ton of money. I still have not gotten into crypto or stuff like that. I want somebody to sit down and lock me in a room for like a day, explain to me for A and Z what is crypto, how do I make money, boom, 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 like that, so I can get involved, so I get hooked. Because the people I know that's involved with, they're just, all they do is talk about crypto, right? So it must be something to it. And another thing is this AI stuff, right? I got to learn AI. You know, I have to learn AI if I want to build this platform and everything bigger. And I say like there's a lot of stuff I could do. AI says it could help me do, you know, with the ChatGPT. If I want to do this, blah, 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 blah. They say yeah, AI can help you do everything you just said, you know, like 20 different things, you know. I was like, oh, okay. But one day I got to sit down when I got the time to, sit down and basically go over and learn what the fuck is AI and whatnot, you know, because everybody's AI is going to create millionaires. How? How the fuck? You know, I want to know. I want to see it. I want to witness it with my own eyes. I want to see somebody become a millionaire off AI and then tell me about it, right? That's the whole thing. I want to see somebody become a millionaire off crypto and Bitcoin, you know? Yeah, people making money, you know, no doubt. When people with the blockchain, they're making money, but I have not seen, only people I ever see get rich and everything is these white boys, you know? So how they know how to make the real money. Just like when black people say, oh, yeah, the weed dispensary is going to make a lot of people money. That hasn't happened, right? You got people that got weed dispensaries and go broke when you can't sell it, you know? But the white people get into the weed business when they make the fucking money. I don't understand the logic in all this, you know? You know? College, does the person reference Mufasa have a Kiswahili name? No. You know, he just calls himself Mufasa because of the movie fucking Lion King, Brody. It's nothing that deep. Mufasa goes to Nigeria, you know. It ain't that deep. I remember he used to be called A.N. back in the days, back when he first, Mufasa started listening to me. He was like 21, 22 years old. He was a kid, you know. And he was one of my first listeners, you know, listened to me faithfully over the years, you know. And then I met David Hitt, you know, on Blog Talk Radio, several other people. Had this guy named Panky. We used to call him Panky. I think Panky passed away. Because I went to his face, because he used to always harass me on Facebook, right? You know, oh, Colin this, blah, blah. You know, ever since that nigga got some money, that nigga just turned on me he just flipped on me, right? Man, Colin, you a jive talking Pan-African, blah, blah, blah. Y'all niggas need to stop with this. Yo, Pianke was an Egyptian, went to Egypt, all this black power, Hebrew, whatever like that. That nigga got a contract with some white guys, man. I think he made like $500,000, man. his whole outlook changed. He just starts sounding like Jesse Lee Peterson and whatnot. Black people ain't shit, whatnot. They're lazy. There's opportunity in this country, blah, blah, blah. You can do it, whatnot. We don't need all this black power shit, blah, blah, blah. He just completely changed once he got that money. Money will do that to you, bro. Bianchi. I said, wait a minute, Bianchi. First I said, because I have a little thing, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But this nigga start coming at me when I say, you and your harebrained schemes, collar, blah, 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 blah. You know, we better do I'm like, how you coming at me for? You know, because he's like, you're the main one talking all this Pan-African stuff and whatnot, man. He ain't put no money in nobody's pocket, you know. That was Bianchi. He was an old dude, man. So I think he passed away. His last post was, I was arguing at the time, like 2023 on his Facebook, you know, Bianchi Noel. His last thing was 2023. That was 3 years ago. He last posted. So I think he passed, you know. He was an old dude, you know. I think he passed. Because like, those were the fun days. Block Talk Radio was fun. I'm gonna find my old Block Talk Radio channel and start playing some. See if I can find it right now. Let's say let's have some fun tonight, folks. Let's have some fun, you know. Let's have some fun tonight, you know. www.blogtalkradio blog talk radio.com/Colonation. Let's see what we find. Colonation. Let's see what we can find. The webpage is not available. I think Block Talk went out of business. But what happened to all my archives, man? I had a lot of friggin' stuff. Where they deleted everything, man. God damn, that sucks. So Block Talk Radio. See, but what put Block Talk Radio out of business was YouTube. Everybody ditched Block Talk Radio for YouTube, you know, and what else? Streaming services, you know. But yeah, so Black America is splitting up. You know, African Americans going their own way. Those of us who still consider themselves African American, which I do believe is the majority. On the internet may have you fooled, but I think the majority of us still consider ourselves African Americans, right? And we're just gonna have to do our own thing, you know. The bottom line is this: I can't help our Black immigrant brothers and sisters we just gotta do our own thing, right? We just have to close ranks, do our own thing. You know, those of us who carry the legacy of our ancestors' slaves, because everybody comes over here, be honest with you, right? They're like, fuck your ancestors, man. I'm here to get the bag, man. I'm trying to be American. You know, now you got FBA people, race traders, are trying to be American too. Everybody's throwing our ancestors under the bus, right? Those of us who refuse to throw our ancestors on the bus, we are going our own way. African Americans going their own way. We're the keepers, you know, of our history. You know, we're the keepers of our ancestors. You know, we're the keepers of all those things, right? We're not going to sell out, you know, for nickels and dimes and crumbs. You know, we're not going to do that. We're not going to take on another racial identity. I'm an Aboriginal, Kala. I'm an Aboriginal. This guy came in here earlier tonight talking about he's a fucking Aboriginal. He got blocked immediately. I'm not going to play that shit. Not on my platform, you know. You come in here, so some of us are native to America. Yeah, right. I like to say it like this. Like I said, I'll say it more times, right? I just imagine this scenario. White man showed up to America, right? There's all kinds of people here, native people, black natives, indigenous. That's what they say. They were black natives, right? So the white man said, you know something, all you natives that look like a jigaboo that fit this idea, step forward, right? So he grabbed a bunch of Negroes, you know, with kinky hair, big lips, big asses, you know, a long white ass chin, you know, and nappy hair. He said, all y'all jigaboos, you know what I'm saying, that Aboriginal jigaboos, y'all coming on the plantation to pick me some cotton, you know, and rice and everything like that. All y'all red native Aboriginals, y'all go over there, being on a reservation and whatnot, you know. But y'all black Negroes, the one that resemble the people from Africa, whatnot, that hated and despise African race, you know, because they really, that's what it's all about. They really, the only way they could justify slavery is the fact that white people's innate hatred of the black phenotype. When they looked at the black man, like Thomas said, all he could think of is his rightful place as being a slave in bondage. He can't think of the black man doing anything else but being a slave. He says natural. This idea that black people are naturally fit for a life of misery and bondage. That's something that was only unique to America. The Portuguese never said that in Portugal, in those Portuguese colonies. The Spanish never said that. Not even the Dutch ever said that. Only this Anglo-Saxon, the white Anglo-English people, there's something about these people, this American culture that everybody loves. That's why I can't embrace America at all. They said, based on just by what you look like, nothing else, you deserve to be in chains, a chain around your neck. That's something unique to America and Black America. So when people come here from other countries, Black people, right, they don't understand that. They'll understand there's always going to be apprehension among Black Americans, African Americans, towards America because of that reality. Where somebody growing up in Africa probably doesn't even understand the racial dynamics of this country. They don't understand that, you know? So they get along accordingly. But those of us who understand that, we got to keep, you know, we do our thing in America. I mean, we get along with people, whatever like that. But we know we can't lose ourselves in America. We know that. We understand how dangerous this country is. It's always going to be for Black people, right? And then when you hear stuff like, I thought about this today, man. I don't know how I'm going to say this right. Now, those of us who are A.A.G.T.O.W, right? And FBA, I guess we got a lot in common, right? We're both saying the same things in many ways. FBA and A.A.G.T.O.W are saying the same thing. We want to survive, right? Ultimately, the A.A.G.T.O.W, I would hope, the future is a nation of our own. But the FBA, this is their home. That's it. They don't want to know anything else besides America. Now, what's triggering is the peace, like even in this deep South, right? Black and white people, every time Black people feel like they were happy, things were all good and whatnot, then they will hear that some Black boy, 15 years old, was found hung, and that would shatter the peace and everything. Just like when the trauma Black people go through when there's a police shooting and then the police is cleared by the courts. So, and that traumatizes Black people to the point where it destabilizes the Black community, the Black mind and everything like that. So could it be that in the future, Black people are just going to look at things like George Floyd and say, well, that's, I think, well, this is how a lot of people will say. This is what they'll say. This is not me talking, folks. I'm just pondering and brainstorming the future, how Black people are going to react to police shootings, stuff like that. They're going to say, well, let's look at all the evidence. Before, we never looked at evidence. All we saw was police shoot a Black man. That's all we need to know. We got on the street rioting and whatnot. We realize now police shootings and all that is not going to go away, right? But we want to be comfortable in America. We want to be comfortable in America. We ain't going nowhere. So how do we live in America, be comfortable, and knowing that there's police shootings around, like Tamir Rice? Well, you have Negroes will say to themselves, well, Tamir Rice should have complied. If that nigga wasn't walking around with a gun, he would have been alive. His parents taught him better. Not that if a grown-ass cop just pull up on a 12-year-old boy and gun him down. You have to convince your mind that Tamir Rice did something wrong. You have to convince your mind that Philando Castile did something wrong. You have to basically convince yourself that Stanley Crutcher, who got brains blown out right there on camera in Oklahoma, he did something wrong. You got to say Eric Gardner, man, should have had a job. He should have been out there selling cigarettes. What not? It's his fault. He's dead. That's what we're coming to. That's what the ADOS FBA want. PK says, what alternative did Pan offer to Black Americans? Nothing other than there would be this in Africa. DK, that's a real good question. And I would like to have an intelligent conversation with you about that. I don't know the answer to that, bro. This is deep. This is some heavy shit we're talking about here. This is some very heavy shit, you know? I ain't letting Pan-Africans off the hook. Trust me, man. You know, if I let Pan-Africans off the hook, man, black people gonna have my neck, you know? I ain't sticking my neck out for nobody, you know? Epstein paid him millions, but he got taken out just like that. Then line, love and hate. That's the best of paying millions. I don't know anything about Epstein. I don't know anything about that. Is that your latest conspiracy theory, whatever like that? I don't know nothing about Epstein Island. Know nothing about that. All you need to know is I wasn't there. But that's what you have to do. Already, that nigga that got shot in California, well, that nigga shouldn't be holding a gun, man. What the hell is he doing shooting out a gun? I mean, I agree with, you know. But some people have not got the memo yet, right? There's this clown on TikTok. I'll play the video, right? Yeah, ICE is coming for us or whatnot. Remember that brother that got shot out there? And I'm like, no. And like I said, the A.A.G.T.O.W and even the FBAs are like, nah, we ain't doing that, you know. When this clown, Paul Birdsong came out talking about we're gonna hunt down ICE or not, both the A.A.G.T.O.W and the FBA united and said, nigga, if you don't sit your fucking non-black ass down talking about your, the bottom line is nobody really wants any smoke. We've given up on social justice. If some black people have to get shot by the police once in a while, we'll say, hey, that's a price that we're willing to pay. I know FBA, I can't ever pay that price because I'm constantly thinking about an African. But to the ADOS FBA people, they are perfectly all right with all this shit, you know? They're perfectly all right with it, you know? They're perfectly all right with it. I know DK men are like that, but, you know, but FBA and ADOS, they're perfectly all right with police shootings. That's what they're saying. They're like, who cares about Trayvon Martin? I think it was overrated. We love us some America, you know, as American, you know, as American Negro, you know, Master been good to me, you know, so, well, like I said, you know, I don't know what about the Captain America Negro anymore. But let me put the link in the chat room, folks. I don't know if I did that already, you know. New welcome page. Oh, wow. This is neat. Check this out. We got something new, folks. I don't know, man. I want some answers, you know. I want some ideas, man. I don't know. That's why I said I put these shows up here so I can. You guys are younger than me. You guys got some ideas, you know. What are the alternative? I have no idea. We're in a quagmire. There's not a damn thing. What can we do? You know. You got this peak head stuff and whatnot. These motherfuckers are ready to wait war on us. They got the National Guard. These motherfuckers are ready, man. They got orders, man. You Negroes get out of line. We get out of line. They're going to open fire on us. They don't care, you know. They're not going to lose this country, you know. They're not going to let what happened in 2020 happen again. Not going to happen. So what's the alternative? I don't know. I wish some FBA people would tell me the alternative. I think the FBA people are just gonna say we should just lie down like good dogs and just take our little bones, little treats, and say "earth, earth," you know, and roll over for the white man and whatnot. Be good FBA people, you know. That's what I think, you know. Us African Americans going our own way, man. I think more of us gonna be traveling. Yeah, the FBA has no end game, no end game whatsoever. Fucking ever. At least I got an end game. I said Afghanistan is my end game. You know, I don't know what the FBA end game is. You know, yeah, Pan Africanism is a joke, but Black nationalism is not a joke. You know, Pan Africanism is only a joke because it was hijacked by the likes of fucking Afro's think tank. You know, all these Caribbeans and Africans and all these other people like that from third world countries. You can't have third world country people fucking leading the Pan African movement over us. You know. Yeah. Black nationalism should have been the answer, but like I said, fear, because Black nationalism is a direct confrontation with the white power structure. Pan Africanism isn't. That's why so many Caribbeans gravitate to Pan African, because they can live in comfort in America, even marry white women and whatnot, and still be a Pan Africanist. But when you say woman, black man, black child, here we go. My favorite Caribbean, this is what I'm talking about. That's Kwame. Hey, what's up, Yachty boy?
Carla, what's going on? Why are you always attacking Caribbean?
Because you guys are useless, man. I swear to God.
Henry Sylvester is
Oh
the
man, who's all
pioneer.
these useless people? I don't know. I never heard of them.
Carla, come on.
I have they're all useless.
When we was in charge of Pan-Africanism, it was running smooth.
It went no place. You guys hijacked it.
No.
You bring it down to the third world level.
Carla,
Pan-Africa is associated with the third world right now.
Carla, when Hubert Harrison,
all third worlders, man.
Yeah, and we led the charge in the Harlem Renaissance.
We're from the industrialized world,
Yeah, but Carla, when Dr. Umar, it only got destroyed when Dr. Umar Johnson became the de facto leader.
He tried to freaking follow a Pan-African movement based on fucking people from the islands. That's why he fell.
No, Carla, when you guys had it, you destroyed it.
No, we never had Pan-Africanism.
Tariq Nasheed.
Pan-Africanism was done mostly by Black immigrants,
No, Carla, it was done by you guys. Dr. Umar Johnson,
Kwame
Sanetta,
Kwame Toure, and all these other people like that.
No, it was live and bright.
Man.
The
guy that heads the UNIA out of Atlanta and Queens, whatnot. That guy's a Jamaican, and whatnot. Daradies, whatnot. That guy got landed in Liberia, didn't do a goddamn thing with it.
Carla, thanks to Dr. Umar Johnson,
he
has single-handedly destroyed.
Now you're gonna blame. Hello, now you're gonna put on Dr. Umar. Nice try, man.
He said he's the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, he said, Kwame, you're a clown. You're a freaking straight up clown. You're a straight up fucking clown.
That's what he said. He said he's the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
Okay. Yeah. Some motherfuckers say they saw Elvis last week too.
Carla, when African Americans took over the leadership role for Pan-Africanism,
we never had the leadership role.
Turned it into a joke.
Pan-Africanism basically in America, right? As far as like anything, right? It was always about those of us who, for the most part, most Pan-Africans, right, took an oath of poverty, right? They said, okay, we're gonna be Pan-Africans, right? We gotta give up. Pan-African America is we gotta give up the modern world. We gotta give up running waters. We gotta give up sewers. We gotta deconstruct ourselves to live in the third world. That's how it happened. And so, therefore, the only Pan-Africanists you see.
So what that got to do with Caribbeans?
Because you guys come from that environment.
So what about the figures I named? Hubert Harrison.
Yeah, they come over here and whatnot, but I guarantee you they stayed here, right?
I mean, not everybody.
Yeah, they didn't go back to their country. They stayed here. They lived in the
Yeah,
comfort of America. Look, hold it. Pan African is only as good as you can make it a reality. You can't just be a Pan African and America is your end game. You got to have
no.
a manifestation. Where's it? Where's your nation? Where's your government? Where's your power base? And whatnot. You can't just say we're in America and we're Pan Africans. No, it don't work like that. You know.
Kala, you guys are the figurehead for poor righteous teaching. That
No,
I
no,
mean,
no, no, no,
literally,
no. Hold up. We're
that's
only poor
literally what
right.
the
Hold up. We're only poor right because we want to be next to the Caribbean brothers and sisters.
no. That's the philosophy you
That's it.
guys developed,
No, no,
Kala. We
no.
ain't
It ain't like
developed
that.
poor righteous.
Look, let me tell you how it works, Kwame. I'm a black nationalist, right? The black national is the parent of black achievement, black excellence, black pride, black family, black culture, black religion, black everything like that. And it's also the parent of Pan-Africanism, which has been kidnapped. You know, it's been kidnapped by ignorant black people in America. I'll give you that. And also people from the Caribbean. You got that cabal of ignorant black people in America, right? And the Pan African child, he's walking down the street and whatnot, and they say, "Hey, come on in," right? And he gets hooked on dope and drugs, by the junkie down the street, and that's why he's acting wayward right here now. A tree is known by the fruit it bears. The Pan African kid has bared bad fruit because
Yeah,
he's
but Kala, that's largely due to you guys, not us.
no. You guys are your face of Pan Africanism and whatnot.
No, Dr. Umar Johnson is the face
Umar
of Pan
Johnson
African.
not no face of no damn Pan African, bro.
Kala, when people think of Pan
I
Africanism
am a
today,
I am a black nationalist, right? Black American nationalist, right? African American nationalist.
can you
Right?
name some black nationalists from America?
Well, it's me. There's
Okay,
people like
who
Malik
else?
Zulu Shabazz. There's a bunch of us, black nationalists. We're black. Khalid
Come on,
Muhammad.
Kala. Malik Su. No,
Khalid, yeah,
Khalid Muhammad was a
brothers,
Pan
man.
African. He wasn't a black nationalist.
Khalid was a black man, a black nationalist, right?
No, he was a Pan
No, he
African.
was not a Pan African. Show me anything he did with Africa.
What do you mean? Show you anything?
Well,
Khalid, the man wore red,
a
black,
lot of
and
my
green. He
colleagues
didn't wear.
don't give a fuck about. I had a debate years ago with the new Black Panther Party, right? I was on this Pan African shit, and they straight up told me, "Kala, we're here in America, right? We want to build our nation." I said, "Yeah, we could do that, man, but you always got to have a connection to Africa." They're like, "No, we put a lot of time and effort in this country right here."
Yeah, that's the black nationalist.
Hold on. No. That's what people call Pan African. Well, I'm saying like this.
Khalid, historically speaking,
Most black people in America really don't want nothing to do with Africa. I understand that, right? I'm saying that my yang is black nationalism in America, building institutions, communities, and whatnot, black institutions, and everything like that in the community, right? And then Pan Africanism is just once that's built and we're defining ourselves, right, who we are, then you could extend. Like I said, my Blog Talk Radio, my show always said, if I could
Khalid,
find
how you going to set up black nationalism in America, Khalid? That don't mean no
no black
sense.
nationals already set up. We have black churches, we have institutions. You don't have to have it.
Come on,
You
Khalid.
don't have a nation. You don't have to have a nation. We've been black nationals for 400 years.
What has black nationalism
Black
led African
nationalism.
Americans in
Hold on.
America?
The black nationalism, it starts with the black family. That's the first thing. Black man, black woman, black child, black community, black culture. That's black nationalism,
Okay, besides the people that's Pan African, can you name some black nationalists?
Well, I said everybody. Martin Delaney was a black nationalist.
Khalid, he was a Pan African.
No, he was not a Pan Africanist.
He coined the term Africa for the Africans, Khalid.
Martin Delaney was a black nationalist. He thought that there's some black nationalists who think there's many different facets of black nationalism, right?
Khalid, you know who's a black nationalist?
Some black nationalists believe they can have territory in America. Some black nationalists believe they should just build their black communities in America and just work, whatever, like that, building communities like Gary, Indiana, Detroit, whatever. Some black nationalists believe that we should move to Africa and build a power base, right? There's all different facets of black nationalism, bro. It's not one thing. Martin Delaney felt like he thought that the best place, there was some black nationalists who led the Kansas exodus. So they want territory in the West. You know, there's some black nationalists who said, let's go to Liberia. There's some black nationalists who said, let's go to Dominican Republic. You understand? There's some black nationalists said, let's go to Africa. Let's go here. There was a guy named George Washington Williams. You ever heard of him?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the Congo.
Where did he say he wanted to build a black nation?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know he's famous for.
He said he wanted to go and see if he could build a black nation in the Congo. He was a black nationalist. You know, J.J. Roberts, the first president of Liberia, was a black nationalist. You know, it's not all one side. You could be a black nationalist and build right here in America. You don't have to go to Africa. Pan-Africanism basically hijacked it, like, because this is the problem. When you got Caribbeans and whatnot, they don't understand or respect the integrity of institutions of Black America. They say, oh, whatever, that doesn't matter. But we realize now.
How so, Colin?
Hold up. When we have our own TV shows, our own everything, magazines, like Ebony Magazine is Black nationalism. Understand? That shows a community right there. Ebony Magazine was Black nationalism. The Harlem Renaissance was Black nationalism. You understand?
No, I was Pan-African, Colin.
That was not no Pan-African. There was nothing Pan-African about the Harlem Renaissance.
Colin, majority of the people that was engaged in the Harlem Renaissance was Pan-African. Is W. Du Bois
Pan-African?
Let's go down.
Pan-Africanists. They would not have there's no evidence like that. You look at the Alvin Ailey. So you gonna tell Langston Hughes was a fucking Pan-Africanist?
No, Colin. Let's just deal with the.
Hold on. You gonna say Langston Hughes? You gonna tell me James Baldwin was a Pan-Africanist?
Colin, can I at least name the people, Colin?
Well, what people?
W. Du Bois. Hold on. Let me name some people.
W. Du Bois was not a Pan-Africanist, bro.
Okay, W. Du Bois.
He was not part of the Harlem Renaissance.
Yes, he was.
He was not.
Okay, Colin.
W.E.B. Du Bois. If you know anything about history, right? He basically, the Harlem community opposed him. Why? Because the Harlem community saw him as an enemy of Garvey. Even that lasted all the way to the 70s. They hated Du Bois because they felt like he was behind the demise of Garvey.
Colin, was Hubert Harrison a Pan-African?
I don't know. I never heard of him.
Oh, so you don't know. So you don't really know much about the Harlem.
I do know a lot of people, but if I don't know him, he must not have been important. You know,
Colin, he was very important.
I don't know.
If you don't know him, I don't know. Was Arthur Schomburg and J.A. Rogers Pan-African?
Hold up. Did he invent something?
Colin, he was a main scholar.
Hold up. Have you ever heard?
Do you know who A. Philip Randall? That was his student.
You know who Max Robinson is?
No.
Okay, they're like that. You know some people. I know some people, right? So ain't no big deal. I think if you don't know who Max,
but Colin, I'm naming the head honcho, not the little fishers.
Hold up, Max Robinson started. Was one of the ones that founded SNCC.
Come on, Colin. SNCC ain't. Come on, Colin. Why you talking about no SNCC, man?
That's what Stokely Carmichael is part of.
Yeah, but Colin, SNCC wasn't that
Max Robinson was the uncle of Julian Bond.
Colin, we talking about Arthur Schomburg got his institution.
Bond was the uncle of Julian Bond. You know who Julian Bond was?
Yeah, but Colin, you comparing SNCC to Schomburg Institute? Come on.
That's what's important to you. Yeah, SNCC was out there. A student nonviolent coordinating committee was out there with our people. That's what I mean. They weren't in some museum where like that. They were out there on the front lines taking it to the cracker. You know, that's what I mean. You know.
Yeah, Colin, you like Philly Yardy said, Colin just make up ish. One person do or say something, and you blame 15 million Caribbean folks, Colin.
Well, it's not 15 million.
It's 22 million. It's actually 22 million.
Ain't no 22 million Caribbeans here in America.
Look, even Police, I have to admit it, but Dr. Umar is definitely the face of Pan. Colin, you see what Simply just wrote?
There's no damn. Look, he is the face of Pan. Yeah,
exactly, Colin. Right? So come on.
There's 22 million Caribbeans in this country. Are you fucking on crack?
No, not in this country. It's 22 million Caribbeans in the islands.
Yeah. So the bottom, what does they got to do with us? They got.
Colin, you mentioned Caribbeans.
No,
I just came up here to defend Caribbeans.
I know you do. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, I'm saying African Americans going their own way. I think it's time for the Caribbeans to separate from us. It's time for the FBA people to separate from us.
Oh,
Anybody?
so you want delineation too?
Yeah.
Okay, Colin.
I
So
want these. I want all anybody who's not African American, not like me, and whatnot, who believe like me, who honor our ancestors, and want to get someplace, whatnot, to get the hell out of here. Now, then after that, then we could figure out a Pan-African strategy. But we got way too many people in our business, right? The FBA people, like I said, you know what they're gonna do, right? There's gonna be more police shootings, but the FBA people have already decided that they don't give a shit. You see the way they acted on the fucking cruise ships?
so you think those people on the cruise ship is FBA, Colin?
Yeah, they're all FBA, that's the FBA mentality,
Oh
In
man.
order for you to be FBA, you gotta be completely unconscious about everything that goes on around you.
But Colin, you say it sound like you want the same thing FBA want. You want to delineate.
Well, I want to delineate. Look, they want to
You,
delineate from
you
fucking.
you think it's superior to
No,
other
no, no. I
black
don't think
people?
that. No, I think that. No, look. This is what I'm saying. Listen to me, young man, Kwame. Let me tell you something, brother, with all my heart. I don't think I'm superior to anybody, right? The FBA, for some reason, do not like Caribbeans and they don't like Africans, right? That's not me, right? But I do recognize, right, that going forward, right, we have people that have infected the NAACP. The NAACP is now because we basically black people have given up on these organs. We don't really care about politics. So in a vacuum, Caribbeans never built their own institutions in this country, right? So
What?
they joined all that. How come the Caribbeans don't have a Caribbean black caucus, whatever?
I mean, Colin, black is a racial category.
No,
It's
no,
not a.
no, no. See, no, but they have their own agenda. How come they didn't say, look, we have our own
Okay,
agenda?
so what is the Caribbean agenda?
My
Go
point I'm
ahead.
trying to make is the Congressional Black Caucus, right? And we elected them. I think they're useless. To tell you the truth, you can have them. Their goal should have been the urban planning of Black America, like we started back in the days of like the 80s. The 80s, Black people had a really agenda. When Michael Dukakis ran in the 80s, we had real leaders at that time. Say what you want about Jesse Jackson. We had real leaders at the time. They had a real plan to uplift. We had the Rainbow Push and all these other people. We had a real plan. Even what we called Jesse Jackson was meeting with Donald Trump. We had a real direct plan to put Black people in business, to work, everything like that. After the 1988 elections, right, and up until the 92 election, the country swung so far to the right. The Democrats abandoned all things about building Black America, right? And then what happened was in the preceding decade, right, they started taking on things like illegal immigration, DACA, and then that immigration emphasis is where Caribbeans saw their opening, right? Because they saw there was nothing getting done with the Black political machine, so they latched on with this so-called immigration debate. So Caribbeans are they're not Black anymore. They're basically immigrants now. That's what and it got to be, they still join things like Congressional Black Caucus, right?
Wait, Colin. Where? So you had 260 years to build up Black America.
Oh no, we did not have
Wait,
two.
wait, 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 Kyle,
We
you
did not
spoke
have,
fast.
hold on.
At least let me.
Black America only started building like post World War II. What are you talking about?
Okay, Kyle.
And
Whatever you say.
also, what we build in America, we still ahead of everybody else. We got all the millionaires and billionaires.
I mean, yeah, but that's due to proximity.
The thing is,
That's due to proximity.
Hold on, what you understand is we're going up against fucking white America. You guys are small fry. We ain't competing with us, right? We're going up against white America.
The diaspora is going up against the U.S. Army, NATO. You're just going against your local police.
How are they?
Your local municipal police departments. Come on, Colin.
Check that. Hold up. You said the diaspora is going against U.S. NATO. Okay,
NATO, the CIA.
Okay,
and different
can you
organizations.
explain where in the world?
Okay, for instance, the CIA was actively involved in my country politics, and they funded the Shower Posse, gave them drugs, guns.
So you saying the CIA controls your government?
They have Colin, come on, they have openly admitted that they assassinated Patrice Lumumba
So
and other figures. Colin,
so
let's not play that.
so what I'm saying, what does Patrice Lumumba have to do with your island?
I'm making reference, but I just gave a reference to Jamaica. I just broke down, and you can look this up. The CIA funded the Shower Posse to topple Edgar Siaga, who was more.
So in other
Hold
words,
on, hold on. Let
basically,
me land. Let me land. They was openly against Edgar Siaga, who was more found to communism in Russia and Cuba. So they got involved in our politics. Of
so
armed
you
the
saying
shower. Hold on, armed
the
the
problem
shower
is your government.
posse.
You
Hold on,
saying
Carla. They armed the shower posse with guns and drugs. That was their way of funneling them into America. They helped them. Now they help them with drugs, guns, and help them come
so?
to America.
Let me ask you a question. So you say it's a problem with your government?
It's not. No. It's a problem with your government involved in other people politics. See, Carla, you don't have no resources for them to extract. Other the diaspora do have resources
Yeah, but hold on.
for
Don't you have a
American.
country? Don't you have a government in Jamaica?
Kala, Jamaica population is only 2 million. Kala,
So you say it's a government, huh?
no. It's your government. Your government.
Run to you niggas, booyaka booyaka, run, booyaka booyaka, run to you niggas, booyaka booyaka. Government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government.
That was hilarious.
It's funny because you can play that, but when it's speaking about African Americans, oh, it's the government. They burned
Oh,
down
yeah, wait,
Tulsa. They
hold on,
put us through redlining, and it's the government.
hold on.
Oh
You
my
never hear
God, it's the government.
hold on. Look. Let me tell you something, Kwame. Right back in the days, the government was openly so. Like, there's no right now. There's no laws, segregation laws, or anything like that. Right, going on right now. So the black people who still talk that shit. Right, I'm trying to delineate from. These are the people who can't get together. They won't get together, and all they're gonna do is sit around the government, the government, the government. Well, it's like you guys, the government, CIA, it's FBI, CIA, man. They're like this,
Oh,
man.
wait, let me just correct something I said. Thank you, Philly, y'all. You met Michael Manley. Facts. I met Michael Manley. Siaga was a CIA plan of Syrian and Lebanese descent, but was born in U.S. Yeah, you're right. It was Michael Manley. My correction.
But my
Good
point
luck.
is, I'm trying to make is, I never once basically like I'm saying like this: the government of America is gonna do what the fuck it does. We understand the assignment, right?
So why your people get a pass but we don't get a pass, Colin?
No. Look. I'm
You
saying the
when
fact.
you don't have no resources for them a strike, you don't have no oil, you don't have no precious metals or resources. The diaspora does. We
Well,
have resources. We have things that
hold
the
the
U.S.
problem,
government would extract.
you know the problem is. Look, you can't. You could talk that to somebody else, right? Nigeria has had enough oil wealth to develop the whole entire continent, right? And the country is so corrupt and whatnot, it can't even function. The Congo, that's a shame. That's an embarrassment, And so, what you call Rico said, what resources Jamaican got? Well, I tell you what, they got those the beaches and whatnot and sandals and whatnot. They make a lot of money on those beautiful
We
beaches.
got bauxite, we have copper, we have I can't think of everything on
So in
top.
other words, are you saying the white man comes in there at night while you're not looking and steal from under your earth?
No. Of course, the white man is very cunning. He been studying us for years, so
But
he
how come
know
you
that.
guys haven't studied how to extract bauxite and invest. You guys come together, pull yourself together, right? And people in Black America probably invest too. Form corporations, say we're going to build an aluminum thing, and they get contractor agreement where people are going to purchase your stuff for 20 years, right?
What Kala, you're the one saying that African Americans is the wealthiest black people on
Well,
earth.
hold on.
So why don't you get a conglomerate of?
We're not a hold on, Kwame. We're not a nation. We're not a government. That's what the whole point. Well,
Oh,
hold
come
on. That's the
on.
point of an African is all about. Create a government that speaks for Black America. Right now, we don't have that. We're an American. We can't do that.
So Kala, now America is not your country. I don't get it.
No, hold on. Look. This is what I'm saying.
Isn't
America
America your
is.
first world nation that you
Yeah,
love so
hold on. We're
much?
living here in a first world country, right? We have a first world culture that we created, right? And we adjusted to, right?
How did you create
But
the first world
because we
culture in
lived there,
America?
because the Black people basically built these cities you look in: Pittsburgh, Detroit, Chicago, all built by Black people. You know, New York,
Okay,
all by
Kala.
Black people coming from the South. You know.
I mean, you're gonna take orders of what your boss saying just by
No,
a
we
few
went up
bills.
there. We worked. Also, you have corporations like the McKinsey Group. They're a Black-owned corporation who built like a third of Pittsburgh.
So
We.
what? So why?
My point I'm trying to make is we participate in building in this country. All right, that's that's not. I don't think it's something to be real proud of, but it is what it is. Now, what I'm saying is, okay, we have a first world way of life, right? In order for us to Black people are going to always choose that way of life until there's an equal alternative, right? So as long as we stay in America, guess what? We're just Americans, right? Now, the idea of an African is to build that infrastructure somewhere. Since Africans are giving us a lot of flack, we might have to be building an African somewhere. Anyway, I said this, right? An African don't necessarily have to be a republic or a nation state. It could be a geopolitical entity, something like the Vatican. The Vatican is probably richer and more powerful than most African countries and most countries in the world. The Vatican.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So how does that thing that's not even a country have so much wealth and power and whatnot, without being a recognized republic? But it is. What I'm saying, the African is going to be the same idea. We're going to.
What call it? We as Black people, it's sad to say we suffer from tribalism.
Oh no. That's why I say we A.A.G.T.O.W. We got to do it ourselves, because I know there's a lot of African Americans who think like I do.
Look what y'all did to the Liberians. I didn't even know the native Liberians couldn't even
Okay,
vote
all right.
until
Let's have this conversation, right? Look what we did to the Liberians. We brought fucking modern civilization there. So what else did we do?
Yeah, you also forced them into forced labor
No,
the
that's a
forced
lie.
labor.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Hold on, Colin. Let me
That's a
land
lie.
my plane and you could rebuttal.
That's a lie.
You didn't grant them citizenship until the early 1900s, right?
No, that's a lie.
Okay, we could pull it up.
I don't care what you pull up. I'm the fucking expert on Liberia, bro.
Okay, Colin.
So you got people online putting their own nonsense out there. I'm telling
you signed away land and you signed away land to Firestone.
All right, okay. So let me. Okay, are you done? Let me rebut you right now. Let me start right now. Right. First of all, Liberia is the only constitution in Africa that protected the native indigenous people. You know that? Do you know that
they couldn't vote?
Hold on. No, that's a lie. They could. You understand something? The only people that were voting in there were property owning men that in the government. Women didn't vote. And people, American Liberians that didn't have property didn't vote. So it had nothing to do with people being native. The problem is this: Liberian Constitution says no land in Liberia shall be sold to outsiders and everything like that. Indigenous people were not allowed to sell land and everything like that. Foreigners, right? That's how they got land in all throughout Africa.
So y'all didn't sell land to Firestone, Colin?
Okay, this is what happened. Firestone, they sell land to Firestone. They leased it.
400 years.
Yeah, hold on. But on that land of Firestone, right, it was very limited. If you ever went to Liberia, it was very small, right? They basically said, this is what we're going to do. We're going to grow rubber, right? Rubber was one of the main, for a time period, for 20 years, was the main income of Liberia, right? Liberia supplied the world rubber, right? Firestone built a plantation of rubber, right? And they got 100-year lease. Firestone was the biggest employer of Liberia.
Yeah, they run the country.
Oh no, they were not running the country. It was just an employer, a private sector employer.
Khaled, they had autonomous
No, they did not. No, they
rule
did not.
over
You know,
Khaled, they had their own police.
hold on. I mean, which way? You do not know what you're talking about. No, they did not. It was a concession. You understand what a concession is in Africa? That means you have an agreement and everything in Firestone was supervised by the government. They had their own people walking throughout Firestone, monitoring everything. And also, Tubman created this thing called the PRO, the Public Relations Office. That means they monitor everything that went in the Firestone, everything inside the country. They had that country on lock. You know,
Khaled, can I ask you a question?
Firestone was just
Was Firestone given 1 million acres?
Oh yeah, but that was if you look at Liberia, that was nothing.
Khaled, that's 10% of the
No, that's not
country.
no 10% of the fucking country. If you go to Liberia, man, that's like a little speck in Margribi, and they got some land in Maryland and someplace in Bong, I believe. It's not that much land. Like if you don't understand how big Liberia is, how big Liberia is, well, that's not that a lot of land. You know?
Okay, let me just read this real quick. After 2 years of negotiation, Firestone and Liberia announced one of history's greatest, sweetest deal. Liberia gave Firestone the rights to lease up to 1 million acres, roughly 10% of the country arable land. The cost, 6 cents, hold on, 6 cents an acre. The term 99 years, 6 cents an acre.
You said arable land, right? Arable land, right? That's
1 million.
land.
Don't forget 1 million acres for 6 cents a land, an acre.
The bottom line is this. Hold up. This is what I'm talking about. You don't seem to understand what you're talking about, right? At the time, it's like I said, we got no history, right? Liberia was not a signature or beneficiary of the Rothschild banks, of Wall Street banks. So therefore, in order for you to develop a country, you need a tax base and whatnot. And so Firestone provided that. If Liberia was a European country like South Africa, it would have been got Wall Street banks, capital, and stuff like that would have flowed through it, just like they did in Southeast Asia, like that. There was no Wall Street bank was going to give Liberia loans to develop the country. So Firestone came in and gave a loan to build the Farmington Dam. You go to Farmington River. That was the first electrical dam in West Africa, that part of West Africa, and that gave electricity to Monrovia. Monrovia developed, right? Then a couple of years later, right? 25 years later, right? The biggest investment in Black Africa, based on the Firestone model, was the Bong mines. That was the biggest investment in Black Africa. That was bigger than anything in South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, all that combined. That was the first time a European group negotiated from a position of strength with an African something. It was a 50-50 deal. All the iron ore subtracted out of there. It was 50-50 between the Bong Mining Corporation and the Liberian government. That right there gave Liberia the highest growth rate in the world. Firestone basically.
At what cost? 10% of the land and autonomous for a foreign entity.
Since you don't know, let me play the video, right? Because like I said, you're very, very ignorant, about Liberia. This is a place I'm gonna be in a few weeks. I know the country, bro.
Colin, just admit, man, you dropped the ball in Liberia. You dropped the ball in Liberia.
Hold on. You've never been there. You don't know anybody there. You don't know the country. You haven't studied the country like I have.
Colin, you're biased for the come to Liberia.
You're biased. You go looking for stuff to make your case, and you don't have all.
No, I just Google. Colin, I just researched.
I said, hold up. You Google, right? I was such. Hold on.
Because it don't take a deep dive.
Hold on. No, I don't want to hear that Google shit, right? I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna give you 3 books that you need to go get if you want to study Liberia. The most important book you're gonna read in Liberia is a book called Liberia, America's Africa Friend by R.L. Anderson, published in 1953. That's the #1 book if you really want to know Liberia. Until you read that book, or not, nothing out here like that. You just get a bunch of innuendo and nonsense you get online.
All right, Colin, can I ask one question? How big is Liberia square miles?
It's 43,000 square miles.
43,000 square miles. And how much land did Firestone have?
It was like not, dude. It was not. Yo, it's not that big. I've been to Firestone. It's not that big.
Kyla, 10% of the
I've been
land
to
is
Look,
pretty large
look,
for
I've
one
been, look, yo,
for
bro.
one
I've
corporation.
been through. I've been all through Firestone like 4 or 5 times. It's not that much of a land, you know.
So it's not 1,000,000 acres.
Whatever they said 1,000,000 acres, but you know back then they didn't calculate shit right. They just got a piece of land. They grow rubber farm. It's not that big.
So Kyla, you're telling me first world
And also they had to
a
put
first
all
world
that land.
institution like Firestone.
All that land was under cultivation. You know they had to plant, graft trees for rubber, and it had to took 10 years for Firestone to start seeing a produce of rubber, right?
Yeah, they had their own
So the bottom line is, hold up, do you know anything about investment?
a little bit, Kyla.
No, you don't know anything about investment.
Oh my God.
You know, it takes you invest, and then after a while, it's gonna give
Yeah,
you a
you're gonna
return.
see it depends on what you invested in for you to.
It was like 10 years before Firestone even started having the first drops
Of
of
course, it's gonna take a little
that was
while.
a major investment. That was a
Kyla,
major
with that type of investment, of course, it's gonna be a while before you see an
so the bottom. So what are
ROI.
you complaining about?
No, I'm not complaining.
All
What I
those
said
Liberian,
was America or Liberia dropped the ball in
hold on. You keep
Liberia.
saying that there's America. There was no such people called American Liberians, bro.
Oh, okay, Kyla, the African Americans that
Well,
repatriated to
first of
Liberia.
all, there was no African Americans. There were people that came from America, Caribbean, and other parts of Africa that was in
Kyla,
Liberia, right?
African Americans made up a bulk of the people that
No,
repatriated.
they did
Kyla.
not. The majority of people came from the Caribbean and other parts of Africa.
Oh God. Okay, Kyla.
You know, so you don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead, Ja. Ja, you're not gonna talk. I'm gonna play this video first before we get on. I'm gonna play a video. You maybe can learn something, Elvis. Opening of the Bong Mines, man. It's one of my favorite videos, you know. That's the thing. I'm not going to argue with people from now on. I'm not arguing. I'll debate Elvis, right? Because Elvis knows something. I'm not going to debate anybody anymore about Liberia. You know, until you start reading books instead of shit you saw online, Wiki and Google and whatnot. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. You know, or just raise my fucking blood pressure. People just
Means of transportation.
also, when you talk about Africa, right? Just how disrespectful it is when you try to simplify something that's complex as a fucking country and nation building. You know, you just the American Liberians went over there. It was more fucking nuanced and complicated than that. You know, so when you just reduce it to these people are just over there.
I mean,
Doing
Kyla, you take all the credit for Liberia for
I don't
African
take all the credit for
Americans.
nothing, right?
Yeah,
And also,
now you're trying to switch it and say, oh, it's nuanced.
there were native Liberians
You,
in the government and high positions in the government and
but
fucking.
Kyla, you always take credit
I don't
and
take
say,
credit for
oh,
nothing.
Liberia was built by my ancestors.
I don't take credit for nothing, right? It's like you guys are just fucking jealous, you know. The bottom line is this.
Kyla, you
Because hold on. Your ancestors never went nowhere and built anything, so
yeah, okay, Kyla, that's cool.
right. So I'm serious.
Okay.
You never built
You
anything, so
you dropped the ball in Liberia, socked off everything to Firestone.
discredit what our ancestors did and whatnot.
No,
Your
I'm giving them credit. They built
your
Liberia and they
ancestors
dropped the
did some
ball.
shit. Your
They
ancestors
gave
did
away
some shit.
everything to Firestone.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you say about your ancestors, man? You guys dropped the ball. You got the fucking Chinese running your fucking island.
Yeah, you're right. We dropped the ball too. I'm not disputing that.
This was the video,
But
man.
at least I'm honest.
But police.
I'm honest, Colin.
I got
You
video.
won't admit your ancestors gave away everything to Firestone.
Scattered over the country serve to connect the farthest corner to the capital. Practically all of Liberia is covered by forests. Sometimes huge areas of water can be glimpsed in their interiors, areas formed by the heavy rainfall. For a European,
This may sound astonishing, but in these tropical rainforests, the annual precipitation is 7 times as high as, for example, in Germany. It was from this village, in the heart of the forest, that a German engineer started out in 1957 to find iron ore for the Ruhr district. Together with a Liberian government engineer, he set out to trace an ore deposit, rumors of which had circulated for the past 30 years. Somewhere here there was supposed to be a mountain which consisted mainly of iron ore. But such rumors did not shake the villagers out of their traditional way of life. They continued to harvest their coconuts, cultivate rice, and to build their huts as their forefathers had done many years before. One camera, one geologist's hammer, a compass, a logbook, and a magnifying glass. This was all the 2 engineers took with them. And so, in the middle of the bush, they began investigating the mountain of ore. Old records guided them to the approximate location. The area in which they chose to search is called Bong Range, a range of hills covered with tropical forest. Over 60 miles from the capital, on the St. Paul's River, they came to A.A.G.T.O.W Island, an island approachable only with a small native boat. Then, although the rivers swelled tremendously during the rainy season, their sandbanks and submerged rock made it impossible for larger ships to navigate. Yet, they had to reach this island because here lives a very important man, the district representative.
Now, when he meets a district representative, will you think he's, Kwame, you think he's going to be a American Liberian or a native man? Kwame, answer me. Kwame, are you there?
Honorable Barclay is the son of a king. In the Republic of Liberia, his function is to represent the people of his district. Here we see him together with his chieftains walking through the landing place to meet Dr. Plotsky. He is eager to learn about the new possibilities of being offered to his district. The encounter is ended with the traditional Liberian greeting. Even the ground on which these trees grow contains some iron ore rubble. The iron content indicates to the engineers that the western part of the Bong Range, called Zawe by the natives, most likely forms one large ore deposit. These observations are entered in the logbook. Dr. Kaup is president of the Gewerkschaft Exploration, which has its main offices in Düsseldorf. It is here that plans were elaborated for the further development of this project, and it was here that the decision was made to follow up the further investigation. A larger amount was to be invested in a precise determination of the potentials of this newly discovered deposit in Liberia. The Liberian government, a group of German iron and steel companies, and the well-known Italian Pinseeder Company are partners in this project. 90% of the iron ore needs comes from overseas. The remaining 10% is mined in Germany. Details of the concession agreement can now be discussed with the Liberian government. The first step is preliminary discussions with the director of the mining office in Monrovia, the Honorable Massacor, and then negotiations with Mr. Sherman, the Minister of Finance. The concession agreement provides.
Yeah, what you call it? That was it said Massacoy. That's a Vi guy. He was the head of the Bong Mine operation in Liberia. So much for your theory that fucking native people were left out of the country, Kwame. You know.
I was talking about voting, Carla. I didn't say anything about
Well, okay,
business.
yo, they were voting. They native people. The Massacoy family was the most powerful family in Liberia. They were natives. Have you
I
ever heard of
mean,
the Massacoys?
no, I'm not familiar with them, Carla.
Okay, so you don't really know the country then.
Carla, I give you, you know a lot about
So
Liberia, but you're
I'm trying to
also
tell you, you don't know what you're talking. You think there's what you're trying to do is equate the American Liberians and what happened in Liberia to something like apartheid South. That's not what happened, bro.
so what exactly happened, Carla?
But what happened was you had people. Look, I'll show you a video. The native Liberians, right? The native Liberians, right? It is the same thing they're doing now. It's the same mentality, right? And they beguile people like you because you're a fool, right? They basically are unruly.
Hold on, Carla. Let me just
Hold
read
on,
this.
Liberians
Hold on,
going.
Carla. Let me just read this one thing real quick. Native Liberians was excluded from voting for nearly a century,
That's a
gaining the
lie.
right. Hold on, gaining the rights to. Hold
Whoever wrote
on,
that is a lie. What's the
gaining
source?
the rights to vote in 1946, roughly
Hold on.
99
First
years
of all,
after Liberia
hold on. First
independence
of
in
all, maybe Liberia didn't
1847.
start having general elections
Oh,
until like the 1920s. What are you
oh
talking about?
my! Can I just read this real quick, Carla?
Go ahead.
Following the constitutional referendum, while some property-owning indigenous people could vote by 1951, universal adult suffrage was not fully realized
And it was
until
right. You
after the
hold on,
1980 coup.
hold on.
God damn.
Let me stop you right the fuck there. They got the right to vote before most black people in America got the right to vote. What the fuck are you talking about? Black people in America in the Deep South didn't get the right to vote until 1965. So what the fuck are you talking about? Oh goddamn, Colin! Yo, shut the fuck up. Yo, Kwame, you're so fucking stupid. I don't even like having you on my show anymore. You know, you're about native didn't go. Yeah, okay. If people can't read and write, how they gonna fucking vote? You can't. Voting is not something that you just hand to anybody that can alter the fucking wrong decision. You can put in people in power that's going to destroy the country. When you're a developing country, you can't just have everybody fucking voting. Don't work like that. As people gain more about the country and get learned education, whatnot. In America, the whole idea was we enfranchise people, and you fucking after a while. Okay, let's say black people, right? We didn't get the vote to 1965, and I really be honest with you, I don't think a lot of black people were even ready for the vote. You know, yeah, people can't read and write. You know, when I talk about them fucking voting, you know, somebody got to vote. I wonder what Kwame got to say about the fact that Native Liberians, so everything, got the right to vote for black people in America. So next you're gonna tell me, well, it was a black country. There was no concept of race in Liberia at the time. So why did Native Liberians get the right to vote before black Native Liberian women got the right to vote before black women in America? Do you know that, Kwame?
Yeah, the native Liberians could vote by the 1950s, and by the night.
Hold on. No. The women in Liberia got the vote in the 1920s. What are you talking about?
Okay, Kyla.
So the bottom line, hold on. Black people in America did not fucking get the right to vote fully until 1965. So what's your point?
And the Liberians couldn't vote till 1951. Okay, Kyla, it's a big.
What is your fucking point?
No, my point is, right.
Your point is nothing. Your point is trying to discredit people. Look, the bottom line is this.
No, I give the American Liberians a lot of
They went
credit.
over there against the odds and built the fucking republic that still stands to this day. Your ancestors stayed on that damn island, Jamaica, and didn't build shit. You know?
Kyla, they gave away everything to Firestone, Kyla.
All you gotta do was come to America, you know, and follow behind everything we did. You know, you didn't go no place. And
Right.
those people that went to Liberia were pioneers. They were really exceptional black people. You know.
So these exceptional black people, were they
Yeah, they were exceptional.
Caribbeans?
Look, hold up. They were exceptional black people from America, right? And the bottom line, I love exceptional black people, right? And we're sick and tired.
Kyla, you just mentioned 20 minutes ago that it was Caribbeans too.
Yo,
Now it's back to your
bottom line, the
ancestors.
people who actually built the country. You go to Liberia, you see who built the buildings, the Providence Baptist Church, all the monuments and landmarks and whatnot were built by the black people from America. You can't
Okay,
see
so
nothing.
it was the black people from America that signed those
Hold up.
bad deals with
Hold up.
Firestone. Okay, I got it.
They
It was
established.
it was the black people from America that signed the bad deals with Firestone and excluded
Hold
the
on.
indigenous Liberians from voting.
Hold
Okay, got it.
Hold up. First of all, you say it was a bad deal with Firestone, but the bottom line, Firestone is still there and it's still making money. What are you talking about?
Colin, they call it the sweetest deal in human history, Colin. You gave away acres for 6 cents
Let me
6 cents an acre.
hold up. What's your in Jamaica? What's your fucking deal going on? What do you guys sell bananas? What do you guys even export?
We export sugar, Colin.
Okay, who owns the sugar sales? Mine. Do you own it, or does some foreign corporation own it?
A mixer. It's a mixer,
No, it's
Colin.
all mixture, nothing. You don't own shit. You know. It's like I said. You guys come over here running your goddamn mouth, and you're coming from an island that's fucking an embarrassment. You know.
Colin, can I ask one question though? Why was they excluded from voting?
They were not excluded from voting. That's a lie.
I'm reading
Hold on. If you were a native person, even from the founding, right, that could speak English, right, that could fill out a voter form and speak English, you were able to vote. But if you cannot read and write and fill out a form, how are you going to vote?
So they had to be colonized first to vote.
No, they had to be literate first.
Okay.
Is that too much to ask for?
No. I was just asking why were they excluded?
We want to be fucking away from you fucking third world fucking pieces of shit. You know? The way y'all think. No, I would not got. If it was up to me, fucking, I never would have had Native people voting. You know, even to this day.
Colin, that's crazy to say.
It's the truth, though. You know, these people destroy the fucking country. You know.
But Colin, white people feel the same way about Black Americans.
Well, the bottom line is this: but the difference between white and America, we built institutions in America, and to find out we produce billionaires in America.
Yeah, but you didn't give the native Liberians a chance.
It doesn't matter. We built we have millionaires and billionaires in Black America.
Yeah, but that's due to proximity, Colin. That's
ain't no proximity to white people. The bottom line. So in other words, Madam C.J. Walker, world first female billionaire, she was her proximity with white people.
No, listen what I'm saying.
You said that was proximity to white people, right?
Yeah,
you know, the black
at
man
least let me.
Hold on. They tried to kill this one black man in the 1890s that became a multi-million-dollar, worth $50 million on Wall Street in the 1890s.
Oh, you talking about my Caribbean brother Jeremiah Hamilton?
He was no Caribbean. He was Black American, bro.
Colin, you want to bet on it?
No. He was no damn Caribbean.
Jeremiah Hamilton is from Jamaica, actually.
You know, all you guys want to do is come here, steal Black American heritage. You know?
Anybody, listen. Anybody in the chat could look up Jeremiah G. Hamilton to see where he's from.
There's nothing you could say and whatnot, you know, because the bottom line is this: where's the Caribbean bank in America?
You said where's the Caribbean bank?
Where's your legacy at?
Our legacy is the Schomburg Institution.
Schomburg Institute. The Schomburg guy was from Puerto Rico.
He's an Afro-Caribbean.
He's an Afro-Caribbean. So you guys,
he's an Afro-Caribbean.
This broad thing when it suits you.
Look,
just put it like this: majority of it didn't do shit.
Colin, when you're talking about third worlders, you're talking about the whole Caribbean. You're not just talking about. You're not.
What you guys want to do is this: you guys want to leech on to one or two of you that might do it. I'll be like this: Madam Stephanie St. Clair was from the Virgin Islands. You want to claim her too? Even though the Virgin Islands is part of America, you want to claim her too?
You think the people from the Virgin Islands think they U.S. Do you think
they're U.S. citizens, right?
Yeah. So was Puerto Ricans.
So the bottom line.
But you still gonna call a Puerto Rican a third world or immigrant?
Is American. So yeah. See, like I said, what you guys need to do is start actually creating some shit. and then we give you respect. You know, instead of
Oh,
fucking tether yourself to us and whatnot. You know, go ahead, Ja. Ja,
Hey, can you hear me?
yeah, go ahead, man.
Uh, I was listening there for a while, and I looked up the Langston Hughes thing, and it did say, at least online, he was a Pan-Africanist, went to Africa, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, let's say, but was his work Pan African? Everybody's called themselves a Pan African. Was his work Pan African? What did he do to advance Pan Africanism?
I mean, like I said, he went over there. He met with all kinds of people, travel, and his works are widely read over in Africa and all this type of
Was
stuff.
he trying to change? Oh, this is litmus test. Was it? Do you think his end goal was black people leaving America and settling in Africa, or his goal was to ultimately change America?
Yeah, but that's not Pan-Africanism is not necessarily that you're gonna leave
That's
America.
why that's why the movement's a joke. You know,
No, that's not. Nah, I
because
would.
the bottom line, when you stay in America, you got to deal with the American reality. Pan African never become a reality.
No. Because Pan-Africanism is an ideology,
Yeah, it's
right?
an ideology, but it's not ever becoming a reality. It never has.
I mean, you could make that argument that it won't become a reality,
No,
but
it could, but the bottom line, the people who are doing it, you know, running it, when not, they have no idea. When not, they don't believe in science, they don't believe in industry, they don't believe in capitalism, they don't believe none of stuff like this. They don't mean business. When not, they're not fucking people equipped. They're just people that are emotional. Pan Africa got moved beyond being emotional, and it doesn't have that capability. The crowd that follows the Pan Africans are not the most intelligent among us. They're at least intelligent and least among us. You know.
and I mean, you might have a point with that in the sense that some of the beliefs might be pie in the sky in a sense, but you got to understand what the ideology is.
Well, I know all about the ideology. It all sounds good until, like I said, when you get Negroes together, and it comes down to money and power, right? And then everything changed. You know,
Yeah,
that's the litmus step.
but that's the function of humanity in itself. It generally,
Well, why is white humanity, Asian humanity, and all these other people can put their differences aside and see the bigger picture and build shit, and the black man doesn't? Can't.
the thing is that's not necessarily true. The
Well,
thing,
I look at China right now, Wuhan, all these great cities. When that Chinese economy, man, trillions and trillions of dollars being traded, and I look at the black country. Every last single black country is in fucking dire poverty. You know,
nah, but how did the Chinese do it? The Chinese didn't
I
just
don't know. Well, the bottom line is they did it. You look at Japan. Look at all these
yeah,
countries.
but
Whatnot. You
the,
know,
the function.
South Korea is building a almost completed $50 billion new city, smart city.
Yeah, but Carla, the thing is, right? The reason you asked how they did it is not so that you can just grandstand on that point. The point of asking how is so you can learn and follow the
Yeah,
method.
well, hold on. Africans have been going around the world, man, learning and whatnot. They're living in everybody's country, and they haven't learned shit. You know, they haven't
Nah,
done.
but the thing is, it's not about these things are systems. No one Chinese man did that.
Yeah, but hold on. Why you be telling me African culture? Culture is the basis of all systems and people cohesion together, right? What is it about African culture that falls apart and they can't build it?
No, that is not necessarily culture. It's about it's about laws.
Hold on. Japanese work ethic is culture.
Okay, when I say it's not necessarily culture, I'm not saying culture is 0%. You get what I'm saying? Culture is a factor, but it's not 100% either.
Well, I never
And
said it was. I
it
said
might
it like
not,
this, but it does help.
it might not be even a majority because the reality of it is the same African people that you will look at and say in their countries are backward, quote unquote, right? Will come to America and do great and
I don't know about that. I really don't. I don't believe that anymore either. You know.
follow the rules of this system.
Yeah, look. I really don't see that either because if I was the case, when I go into a bank, whatever like that, and I go for a loan or whatnot, I see more Africans sitting as owner of the bank and manager and whatnot. This I don't see that, you
But
know.
again, all that stuff.
So I don't know. I don't know. Like I just said, anybody look.
You can't
Anybody
make
can
that
come
argument
to America and
because
build
you
something and whatnot,
because
and like this. America has all the most millionaires. You know, there's 130,000 millionaires in Africa, right? There's 2 million black millionaires in America. You know,
right,
so
but all that's
what I'm saying myself, anybody could. The way it tells you, as American infrastructure and system is so developed that people could do that, and Africa doesn't have that, so anybody, but say you come into America and be successful is not a flex because you got the infrastructure.
No, it's not about being a flex. It's about showing an example that the same people come to America and do something different than what
Yeah, but
you
the thing is, look,
look
if
at
you
in that
can do
because
something better, if you can only do it under the white man's guidance, man,
No, that's not true because remember the other day I said in Africa, all the technology is there already. It's the only thing.
They're where, man,
You know,
they're where.
you know the difference over there.
Job, man. We got to be honest, man. Africa is a shithole right now, man.
No,
We got to be honest.
brother. What I'm saying is, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you look at the access they have to certain things, like okay, solar panels, cell
What the hell? The
phones.
solar panels don't build industries, bro.
One second, the internet, right? Automobiles, right? They have access to all this stuff. Roads. The difference is that in America, right, you can drive on a road from New York all the way to California, a paved road. In Africa, the paved road might be it's not as much miles of paved road.
And who fault is that? That's not the Africans' fault?
Yes, it is their fault. But my point of saying that is not that they don't have the technology and all that. It's just that the systems that exist don't allow for it
Are
to
you saying?
get
Are you
down to the
saying?
level.
John, are you saying it's the government?
Yeah, it's the government, it's a state and all that. It's a state,
Okay,
it's a leadership,
so you're
it's the
saying
money
it's the
classes,
government.
all that stuff, huh?
You're saying it's in Africa. The problem is the government, right?
So, Ja,
No,
essentially, you're
it's the
saying that.
government,
Are you, Ja? Essentially, you're saying black people can't govern themselves. They need the white man over them to handle their affairs.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka. Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government.
Like I said, it's always the government, man. We can't. That one thing the black race can't do is massive.
Paula, you cannot build these things by yourself.
Yeah, you need a government.
Do it.
You need a government. Look, that's why I said.
Yes,
Paula,
the reason why America is successful.
We don't need an African. We don't need an
The reason why Japan is successful is because of the state. It's the major factor. It's because of the politics.
Like I said, the
and
government.
By the way, China did not become successful until it opened up to places like the United States and started trading with the United States, and the United States companies started going over there and building these things, and now they can ride.
So it's all about the government, man.
Yeah, it's a major factor. It's a major factor. When Taiwan went to go build out their semiconductor industry, the government of Taiwan poached the guy that started.
So, Ja, we just corrupt, tribalistic, and we can't get it together.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that because my starting point is human beings.
So how everybody just out compete us, economically, technology wise, just everything. And we just gotta blame tribalism. Oh, it's a corrupt government. We just can't get it together. Essentially.
Look, there's tribalism in America.
How?
People don't want to agree with that, but that's the facts. Anywhere in the world
What
you go,
tribalism?
there is tribalism.
I don't know anybody. I have never go to some place. Somebody,
Hala,
what tribe you from? When somebody gets somebody shoot me,
anywhere
you
in
know.
the world you go, there is tribalism. Anywhere in the world you go, there's infighting between people of the same group.
Yeah, but they don't kill. They don't have to kill each other though.
The difference is if you
Where,
kill
wait,
someone,
John. So where's the infighting between the Germanic people and the Latin people in America?
again, everywhere you go, there's infighting. The
Why
infight,
white people not? Why the white men not infighting with each other?
you got white people talking against Jews and talking like the Jews are the devil.
The Jews ain't white. We're talking about Europeans, not people from the Levant or Mesopotamia. We're talking
You
about
have white people talking negative. You didn't even have a Irish president in the United States till Kennedy because people felt negatively about Irish, about Catholics. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
but we're talking about 2026. We're not talking about. I'm talking about today.
2026, you got politics. You got Democrats and Republicans. People talk like the
Yeah,
Democrats.
but that's political. We're talking about tribalism. Like, okay, you're Irish descent. I don't like you. You're Italian descent. You can't be president. Or you see what's going on in Nigeria, where majority of the Yoruba people, they're gonna vote for Tinubu because that's their tribal guy. Or
Happens here too. You have the majority of people they vote for a certain political party. I mean, you might not
yeah,
want
but that's political.
to. Yeah,
People are voting for Tinubu just
you have
because
people
he's
that will vote
Yoruba.
for a Christian.
That's
They won't vote
different,
for a Muslim.
huh?
You have people that will vote for a Christian, won't vote for a Muslim. You have people that
Not
won't vote for.
necessarily. I mean, New York voted Mondami in, and he's a Muslim.
Yeah, but that's New York. That's a state where it's New York City, by the way.
Yeah, New
Where
York City isn't largely populated by Muslims.
no, but it's super diverse. It's a different type of place. You go to another place, and it's not like that in the United States.
But
Go
come
to a
on, we
different
just
state.
gotta admit,
That's not gonna happen. New York's more
we
of a
have to look ourselves in the mirror and say we are corrupt, we're tribalistic, and we have to get it together. We're falling behind economically, technology wise, science wise, everything we're falling behind, and we have to play catch up. And we still have to play catch up with infrastructure and electricity and just modern things that homeless people got in homeless shelter. Come on, we have to catch up.
look, and so the thing is, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that we need to focus on advancement, education, all that type of stuff. But I'm just saying to you at the same time that these things are function. These things aren't easily done in a reality because if for instance, if you look at Korea, South Korea and North Korea, it's the same people, the very same people, nothing different. They split during the 50s, right? The Korean War around that time. The same people, but when you look at the outcomes of both people, it's vastly different. When you go to Korea, high rises everywhere, automobiles, paved roads everywhere, trains, bullet trains, all that. North Korea, you can't even get in there. And they're just saber rattling over nuclear
Yeah,
power, but
yeah,
it's
but
a backward place.
they're militarily advanced.
No, their
No,
military looks good. But in reality, if anyone goes in to fight them, they're going to crumble. Just like when Saddam Hussein, everybody was saying, oh, in the
come
90s,
on, you can't compare Saddam Hussein to no North Korea, man. That's apples to oranges.
just like Iran then. The other day, Israel flies and bombs Iran. America goes and bombs Iran. And they're looked at as, they got nuclear stuff too, right? But
No,
they're
they never had nuclear weapons in Iran compared to
no,
what
but they
North
got
Korea.
nuclear stuff. They're doing nuclear stuff. They're more advanced. Their military is probably ranked higher than even North Korea's military.
Nah, nah.
You see what I'm saying? The
They have
Russian
old.
military.
They had old, outdated
Okay,
uh
you, no,
aircrafts from Russia.
no matter what point I bring up, you're gonna find an excuse, but that's fine.
No, no,
Look at, let's look
I'm
at
trying to
Russia then.
find a common ground. I'm just saying we can't just not admit that we have to address the tribalism, the corruption,
No, but what I need you to
and the failing
no, what I
infrastructure.
need you to admit and to realize is that North Korea and South Korea are the same genetic stock. And
Yeah, but they're
one,
divided politically. They're not divided
and that's my point.
ethnically.
That is my point to you. The politics of the country is what determines the success. That's the main thing that determines your success. It's your politics.
So how long Africa and black countries just gonna fail? And
When we start to change the politics in the country, then you will see that's when the changes will happen. That's the number one thing that affects it. When Taiwan Semi was being built out, the Taiwanese government, I forgot the name of the guy now, but he was working in America. He came to America, went to college in America, worked in big companies in America, Texas Instruments, all these kind of companies. And when they were going to build out their industry, they came to America and they poached people like that from America and told them, hey, we are going to bring you over here and we're going to give you leeway to do what you need to do to help build this industry. And that's what he did. He went over there and he became like the head of their science and research, something or the other, and built Taiwan Semiconductor to where it is now, that all the high-tech chips, not all of it, but a vast majority of it is created and built in China. Not created, but built in China, in Taiwan.
Taiwan.
It's the government that led that. And out of that, they built other industries. When China was building, Dao Xiaoping said, hey, remember, Mao had the Cultural Revolution. He was trying to close off China from the world. He was imprisoning the educated people, telling them, hey, go work on the farm, led to starvation. When Dao took over, Dao said, we're going to open up special economic zones in China. And he allowed companies to come in from America and all this type of stuff and build in these areas, creating jobs and industries and stuff like that. And now they can ride a bit better on their own. But it was built in collaboration with other people. When you try to close yourself off from the world, that's when you're really ticks that leads to that. Because
So
Mao's
how
politics,
long we gonna keep blaming the politics before we change the politics in these black countries? Because we have been blaming, oh, the white man can we have been blaming the white man for every single thing under the sun. When are we gonna look ourselves in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? We can't just put all the blame on the white man, and our leaders are corrupt. Our people are very tribalistic. We have to address these issues. We have to address, you know, us being more scientifically sounded as far as mathematics and science go, for a better outlook, technologically wise, so we could catch up with the modern world. Like, when are we gonna blame ourselves for the failures? We blame the white man for slavery, but our own people sold each other. We blame the white man for colonization, but that's because we got the short end of the stick. We blame the white man for our modern government. The white man gave us all back the keys, say, hey, you guys are independent now. You could draw your own borders, come up with your own government, and protect your own people. We failed with that, and we have a bunch of corrupt leaders pocketing money and running out the country, running out from different countries. At what point we're gonna take the blame off the white man and look ourselves in the mirror and say, "Hey, you're a failure. You have to get it together." Like,
and
when is that gonna happen?
but by the way, in this whole discussion, I've never blamed no white man. I'm not blaming no white man. I'm not blaming. I'm just saying, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, this is what we have to do. If if you want to grow, if you want to advance, there's certain things you got to do. And it's not the function of, it's not one individual. What it will really take, you need the people on the ground to have more power, essentially. You need the people, the vast population of people, to have more of a say in the outcomes of their government. For one, you're going to need rich people, the people with money and power within the society, to realize that the growth of the society, or the education of the society, or anything that's beneficial in the society, benefits them also. Because as people, we can be selfish. We can think that by me hoarding everything and keeping you from getting it, that means I get more. But in reality, if I help you get, we all get more.
But how many
So we're
military
gonna do that.
coups? How many military coups Africa need? Africa has is in the last 100 years. Africa has over 220 military coups.
Mhm. And military coups are a sign of it's a sign that the political process doesn't work. That's what a military coup is. A military coup is when people think that they have no other option for change or for power but a coup. That's so a military coup is not a good sign. When you have a country that has a coup, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, the people say, hey, this leader's corrupt. You
Mhm.
know, he's been doing bad things, and usually it leads to a military coup. But even these military coup hasn't been working because when a military coup happens, it becomes worse. What I'm saying is, black people, we have a problem. We have a severe problem, and it's time for us to look ourselves in the mirror and say, hey, we need help. We gotta help. We gotta help ourselves to get better. We cannot keep going with this. I call it the white man drug, where we take a hit of this drug called blame the white man for everything, so I could feel better about myself and not change shit.
And
That's what going on. That's what's going on in Africa. Oh, the white man took all our resources, so we can't build nothing. So when are you gonna reverse that change and say, "Hey, white man, you can't put your hands on our resources"? We just seen Congo sign a deal to give away damn near all their resources to Donald Trump. He still can't end the war that's going on. So what was the benefit? It's like we haven't learned anything in 400 years of subjugation, imperial rule, and colonization and slavery. We just haven't learned anything. I think it's time for us to look ourselves in the mirror and blame ourselves for these problems that's been
so let me
going
ask
on.
you a question. You have looked yourself in the mirror and done what you're suggesting everybody else,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
We're not.
Now,
listen, what I'm saying,
Look,
let me ask you a
let
Ja.
me
question.
respond.
When you looked yourself in the mirror and made that determination
Yeah,
that
look,
this is
I
what we
understand
need
what I'm
to
saying,
do,
but let me respond to what you
what
said, bro.
changed?
Speak to comprehend an African. That's what you are.
No, I'm saying that the
That's
bottom
what
line.
you think you are.
I'm saying, if I make the point of going to the continent, doing what I got to do on the
Are you
continent,
there?
nobody should tell me that. Oh God, Kala, you got to learn this, you got to learn that. I
Are
don't
you
want
there?
shit. I don't want to hear all that
But
shit.
Tyler, why you want to go to Africa if you want to learn?
Well, I go look. I go.
Stay the
I
fuck
said
right
I'm
here.
not going. I'm not going to
Stay the
Africa.
fuck here.
I'm
No,
not going.
Tyler, why don't you stay the fuck here and then mind your
Hold up,
fucking
hold up,
business
hold
and
up.
leave
Flex up.
Africans
I mean,
alone? If you don't
say,
see anything that is prideful
yo,
in Africa,
yo,
stay right here.
yo,
Stay the fuck
yo,
here.
St. James, calm
Can you
down.
do that?
I'm only
No,
going.
let me
Look,
ask you,
St.
can
James.
you do that?
I'm only going to one country, my country, Liberia.
Carla, you on another show?
I don't
You
want to
said
stay
Africa
here.
last time. You didn't say Liberia.
Yeah, College
No,
on.
no. I said,
He's
look,
on
I
Telegram.
was referencing Liberia.
What
So,
show is that?
Why
He's
you
on?
say Africa then?
No,
why y'all
we
get so
got a
touchy, man?
Ja got a Telegram group chat. Pan
I was
African.
actually talking
You know
about
our culture.
Liberian
You know
culture.
my
So
culture.
College in there
Isn't Liberia part of Africa?
St. James, by the way.
Do you know my
St. James,
fucking culture to even speak on it?
I don't know your culture. So I gotta
why
go.
you
I
say
gotta
it's
get
not
back
that
to my
deep, though? Why
show.
you say African culture is not that deep?
I'll be cooked real quick. What's up?
I guess you guys heard the argument.
A little bit. We just heard the
Yo,
last.
man, these guys, man, I go in the chat and I get ripped on it because they're mad when I said African culture is not that deep the other night, man. I'm like, they feel some sort of way, I'm like, when I'm seeing videos, let me play the video. When I see stuff like this, let me show you what I'm talking about, right? When I see stuff like this, right?
Hold on, let me just land my plane, Colin, because you had interrupted what I was saying.
Okay.
Ja, what I'm saying is, right, when you're broke, you're not gonna wake up every day. If you broke and you wake up every day and say, hey man, I'm broke because I was dealing with this girl, or hey, I'm broke because the government won't
When I
give me
see
no
stuff like
opportunities.
this,
You're gonna stay
and I
broke.
see
You
this
have to look yourself in the
white
mirror
guy
and
in
address the.
Liberia saying, doing, singing, talk. Well, let me let him talk. Let me let him talk, right? I gotta ask the question, right? He's now a full-fledged Liberian, you know. And let's see what he has to say.
Hello, I want to say thank you. My brother, my 25 years old. I want to thank everybody, the superintendent, the honorables, the chairman, every single man that came here, the press. We want to thank everybody that been here and been watching this nice, wonderful day that we all meet on Sundays. And I'm so happy that we gather together because since I've been in the community, I didn't have the gathering. You know, I'm somebody who like to be among people. Maybe I don't show myself, but I love to be among people. You know, I hear all the women complain. What I can do, I will say it. What I cannot do, I will not say it. That's my way. You know, the honorable told me about the road. I said this is my first priority. Because when I saw the children going and all the water in the road, I said I will do the drainage before I do the road. Because when you do the drainage, the road will not work. Because the water will go in all the community. And for sure, some people didn't like it, some people like it, you know. Jesus Christ on the ground here, he said it for everybody. I will never say it for everybody. Amen. So all the people are my sister.
Now he's talking about building a road, drainage. I like that. But what I'm saying is this though. The fact that I can go around all Africa. And you can see these white people on the continent, they pick up the language, everything. Africans adopt them as one of their own. You are now a Zulu. You are now a Yoruba. You're now a Burkina Faso, you know. You're now a this. And I said, African culture is really not that deep, you know. It's not that deep. It's, you know, anybody can pick it up. And anybody, what's so hard about, why does everybody get offended when I say that? It's just the truth, you know. It's not that deep, you know. Africa said, we accept that most African governments are not serving the people are easy to move. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have no idea. The thing is, Africa is the only place a government could exist with the power of authority of arrest and punishment, absent any accountability or any of the general welfare of the people. You know. So I don't know. You know, that's what it is. You almost got a kleptocracy in Africa. That means a country is ruled by criminals and deviants. It's called kleptocracy. You know, a country ruled by criminals and deviants. That's what you have in Africa, right? That's what they want us to come over there and assimilate with and say, oh, yeah, no, you ain't going to fucking rule my people. You're not going to govern us. You know, as simple as that. Not as long as I'm alive. You know, I am giving African Americans that leadership in Africa, you know, to go to Africa, right? And I'm telling my people we're going to be together and I want to protect my people in Africa, you know? Look at Prince Go, Africa lady doing a solid job. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm sure Haiti's doing a solid job too, Prince B.
Come on, Prince P, man. Look, we got to be honest with ourselves, man.
Prince B's on crack.
We Black people universally need help right now. We are well behind the 8 ball. We're failing countries that need foreign investors to build up our nations.
And that's fine. Because that's what you're gonna have to do, really.
No, that's in the initial stage. But at a certain stage, where you arc off of that, you're supposed to be able to take care of it yourself.
But you gotta build to that point. So
Africans are so dependent on foreign aid and foreign investment. That's not a good thing, you know.
That's not because what he's saying, you need help. So what you
you know,
nobody said that, Carla.
Well, it's been like 80 years, and there's not one industrial bank in Africa. There's no.
But what you do need essentially like technological transfer, where you
but hold on, how Africa is not developing the technology? Well, come on.
No, invite people.
The same technologies and the same books that anybody got access to.
No, but you invite people to, so you empower.
See that word invite.
First thing.
That's what you keep inviting people in.
No, first thing.
Hold on, Ja. That's what our ancestors on the coast of Africa said. Let's invite the white man in. What, 200 years later, millions of us were going across the seas and shit.
White man came there. He came there.
We invited him in.
No, he
Yeah, we
had the
did.
technology to come
We
here.
invited him in. We
Come
like
on,
No. He
You gotta be
came
honest.
there.
and
Ja,
everything.
you gotta be honest, Ja.
Mm,
You gotta be honest.
mm.
Africans was exploited from the slave trade. The white man seen the opportunity, say, "Hey, man, we want slaves." Africans wanted textile, muskets, rum, so they raided other tribes to do it. They invited the white man in. You think? Look what happened in Senegambia region when the white man went into Senegambia and started kidnapping Africans. He got defeated and chased out of Senegambia. When he came back, he was invited in. That wasn't no white man storm. It wasn't no desert storm and white people landing. No, they was invited in. They was able to build castles and outposts for their military. And Africans got the short end of the stick of slavery, colonization. We just been getting the short end of the stick for the last
What, what, what,
1,500 years.
what I'm saying is, right? You do what China and stuff did. That's what you do.
But
First and foremost,
China has one political party over 1 billion people. Africa has 1,000
Yeah,
political parties.
that would never happen in Africa. I'm
no.
sorry.
But you don't even have to follow China alone. Do what South Korea did. Do what Japan did.
Yeah, these are homogeneous societies that everybody's on the same page culturally and racially, you know?
Well, America is not a homogeneous society.
Yeah, but America is a homogeneous white country, right? With
Canada is not a
minorities.
homogeneous society.
Yeah, but hold on. Yes, it is.
Most
America's
of
a white country with
no.
minorities. We're not part of the American side. We're a minority group, you
Come
know?
on, Zai, you got me agreeing with Collar. Come on, man.
Most of South America is not
I don't
homogeneous.
even want to agree with Collar, but you got
South
me
America's
agreeing
a
with Collar.
shithole, man. Come on.
Well, pick your shithole. Do you think where do you think is most of shithole? Some African countries or South American countries?
Well, both of them the same. South Africa's
So how come
No,
you
no,
don't
no.
talking about
No, no.
South?
South America is way more developed than Africa.
So exactly. So pick your shithole. If you want to call them shitholes. I don't agree with that terminology, but okay. But the thing is, there are plenty of non-homogeneous countries that are still successful or relatively successful.
no, but the homogeneous society has the best chance.
Africa in itself, if homogeneity was the key to success, Africa would be successful.
Hold on, no.
What?
Europeans deliberately divided Africa up and split ethnic groups just for that purpose. So you'll never.
Yeah, but if you
never have a
look at the
unified
genetic stock, if you want to say genetics,
no. Culturally, people think. Look at what's going on in Eastern Nigeria. The Igbos want to break away. Even Igbo land want to break away. You got Biafra.
If you're going to talk about culturally, then you're still
cultures. Some people interpret in Africa.
Then you get even less homogeneity.
Africa, John, right? If you ever went there, sometimes culture is viewed the same way in Africa as race is. You know,
this is my point. Everywhere you go, there's always tribalism.
No, no. America and Europe is not tribalistic. East Asia is not tribalistic.
Bro.
The only place on the face of the earth that's tribalistic is Africa right now.
Let me ask you a question. If America is not tribalistic, why is it freedom of religion one of the things in the Constitution?
That's not tribalism. That's religion, bro.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, it's a form of division. It's something that can be used to divide. So tribalism, when you say tribalism, just being a member of a tribe doesn't mean you have to divide on a tribe.
No, listen what I'm saying.
It's to be divided for somebody else.
Listen what I'm saying. Nobody from the diaspora could ever be the president of Nigeria. Ever.
And
you know why? No. You know why?
Why?
A country my ancestors found, Liberia, an African American going there has absolutely no chance of holding any public office or anything.
And what?
That's due to tribalism.
We never get together. We never get together.
If you're not born in America, you can't be the president. What's the difference?
Going their own way. You know?
No. See, no. Listen, John. That's what I'm saying. If somebody from the diaspora was born in Nigeria, born in Abuja, he's a Nigerian citizen. He would never win being president of Nigeria. You know why? Because the tribal lines in Nigeria are so strong. A Yoruba is only going to vote for a Yoruba.
Remember
Igbo is only going to
when
vote for
people in
Igbo.
America used to say there could never be a black president? You remember when people used to think Catholics would never be presidents in the United States?
Yeah, you can't compare America to Africa. I'm
What's the
just keeping it
difference?
real, huh?
It's the same shit.
No, it's not, because
At
we
one
haven't.
point, people said a black person would never be president in America. What's the difference? And at one time, people said a Catholic could never be a president in America. Well, and that happened.
Yeah, it happened, but we
So
haven't seen it
it's
happen.
possible that people can vote outside of tribal lines.
We haven't seen it done in Africa yet.
It might not have been done yet, but that doesn't mean it cannot be done.
So give me a time frame when you think it's gonna happen.
I can't give you a time frame, but at some point it will be done. As long as we stay around and humans exist, at some point it will be done. The reason the Constitution has in it that you have the freedom of religion is to prevent religious wars. So and that's the kind of thing you need. Where your tribe, you can still be a tribal guy. You can still go, because Sunday or whenever you go, you can be any number of the Christian sects. By the way, Christianity has multiple sects.
Yeah,
You
but you're
got
comparing religion to ethnic groups.
no,
It's different.
brother. What I'm comparing is not, you're focused on the religion. I'm focused on the division. Human beings find ways to divide, and you can divide on anything. Me and you can be from the very same country and still find a reason to be mad at each other. You
Yeah,
see it all
but
the time
Ja,
on
it's
these
a
panels.
different Ja, it's a different with me being a Yankees fan and somebody being an LA Dodgers fan versus somebody who's an Igbo and somebody who's a Yoruba. That's comparing apples to oranges.
No, because at the end of the day, the way me being a Yankees fan and you being a Chargers or whatever fan, and us not coming to blows over it, is that we realize that your safety and your right to your opinion and your right to survival and all that is worth more to me than the argument over the sports team. And when people realize that the tribal thing, yeah, I can be this tribe, but I cannot look at another tribal member as a demon or something. I got to look at him as a human being, a Nigerian, whatever, just like me, with the rights that I want to have for myself. So
Ja,
I'm going to be like that.
tribalism still plague Africa till this day.
Who?
Tribalism still plague Africa till this day in 2026.
That can be
You
the
have
case, but I'm
people,
saying to
hold on,
you,
hold on. You have people who are Fulani phobic. You have people
yes,
who
I
are
heard it earlier today on Dynasty's channel.
exactly. You have
They're talking
people
crazy. And if
e-
you're gonna do that, and by the way, the people that are talking crazy, they're not even from the countries they're talking about.
exactly that's what I'm saying. We have to fix the tribalism in Africa. We also have to fix the corruption in Africa, and we also have to fix the culture in Africa. What I mean the culture, we got to give up on the deity, the deities and the spirit, and focus on science and mathematics. We can't just have a culture of non-productivity and think foreign aid and foreign investment is gonna save us. It's not gonna work, and
And
it's not gonna create job opportunities. It's not gonna create institutions. It's not gonna create anything but people to line their pockets. And I'm not just exclusively talking about Africa. It happens in the Caribbean too, in Jamaica too. It happens all across the Caribbean, and even in America to some extent.
and
So
that's my
we
point. And to me, that's where we come full circle again. The first thing, if you ask me for a solution, one of the first things you do is you got to educate people. You got to provide opportunity to people, your local population first, for education, for good health care, all this type of stuff. For business, to start business, you give them loans, whatever you got to do to get people to start businesses and improve their businesses. The next thing you do, to me, is you invite, you can use whatever term you want. You do what China did. Whether it's your local companies to build out products or whether it's a foreign company to build out products, you start getting them to come in and employ your people. And
well
then
well well,
as
well
they
John,
get
that's
employed
never
and
gonna
they start
happen.
learning these skills, then you start putting money
Yeah,
behind the
they've been saying that for like 100 years, man.
No, well,
we're gonna get investments over here. We're gonna get the white man to come in, build factories, and we're gonna get rich.
It's all good to say it, and it might not come to fruition because maybe the people don't go wholehearted. Whoever is doing it don't go wholeheartedly for it, or maybe they don't really desire it, or maybe they're looking to line their own pockets, or whatever it is, right? But that doesn't mean that it won't work if it's done correctly, because this is what a lot of these other countries did.
So give us an example in Africa, not outside of Africa.
Botswana did something similar to this.
Botswana, come on.
Botswana is one of the models in Africa. As far as
Botswana getting swindled for all the diamonds out of Botswana, man, by the Bears company.
Still one of the models as to a successful.
Why would Botswana be the example and they getting swindled out of their diamonds?
Are they stable? Do they have coups? What's the education rate? What's the literacy rate? What's the roads? How many miles of roads do they have compared to other states? You're comparing two different things or multiple different things and seeing which one is better than the other. How is electric generation in Botswana? Is it better than Nigeria? Last I heard, Nigeria is a lot of generators and stuff to generate Nigeria. You know what I mean? It's not that they don't have electricity; they have electricity, but it hasn't been disseminated across the country.
Let me get Princess on. Princess P. What's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It was good, Carla. How you doing, man? What's the topic in general, or is it I just talking about?
I said Black America is going to split in many different parts, right? And I said there's I created a term called A.A.G.T.O.W. G.T.O.W. means African Americans going their own way. That means we want to delineate from the ADOS, FBA. We want to delineate from the friggin' Pretendians. We want to delineate, honestly, from the Caribbeans and everybody else, whatnot, and just do our own fucking thing, you know?
Call it.
That doesn't really make sense.
Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna drop down soon, man. Let me ask you a question. You ever read the book Black Spartacus?
I heard of it. I haven't had a chance to read it yet, you know.
I'm going
to Charles Spurgeon Johnson.
Really interesting. I was wondering, Principe,
was that Charles Spurgeon Johnson?
Nah, it's about Toussaint Overture and the Haitian Revolution.
Oh, I definitely didn't read it. I don't really get into Haitian history like that.
Have you ever read that book or heard about it, Principe?
You tribalistic too, Colin?
Huh? No, I'm not tribalistic. I'm just doing reality. You know, reality is not even about tribe, right?
That's what I told you, man.
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this to Kwame, right? If I say that I'm gonna give you 20 points of things that I want to see our people interested. That's because back in the days, we used to read Ebony magazine when we were all on Black Americans, all on page what we wanted to do, whatever like that. Now I turn on and I'm seeing people like Joy Reid. I don't know what the fuck this crazy woman is. I'm looking at all these crazy people up there telling us. Also, A.A.G.T.O. is also we want to go away from the Democratic plantation. All the shit.
Speaking tribalist, Kala is tribalist.
I'm not a tribalist. I am not a tribalist.
Man.
Kala, you are tribalist. I'm gonna explain why.
I'm not a tribalist.
You believe in your heart that African Americans are more superior than every other black
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Come on, Kala.
I would say
just be honest.
I would say a good sum of Black Americans, right? Like I played my video last night. My family in New York and whatnot, you know, my cousin Jerome's house, whatnot. Everybody like, oh, damn, that's nice. I was not back in 07. Yeah, I know some black people are superior to other black people. My family is definitely superior to most black families, you know? So yeah.
God, do you believe African Americans are the only first world black people in the world?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So you believe that inherently. Hold on. You believe inherently
because you can live in a first world country and be a savage your damn self. You know.
Hold on, Colin. So you enable.
Look at what black people did in fucking Compton. They destroyed the city. Look what they did in fucking Gary, Indiana. So being in a first world country don't mean nothing if you ain't civilized.
Yeah, but Colin, you believe that African Americans are more civilized in a developed first world nation.
I'm talking about a specific class of Black Americans that I'm identified with. That's what I'm saying.
All is fine.
Every group of
Fine.
black have elites.
Just like a Tariq.
It's not even about elites.
He's
Look,
creating.
hold on. We got look. Let me tell you. Let me say this. Right? When I go among my people, right, and I meet somebody, it could be at a gas station, right? A brother will say so. Like this just the other day, right? I paying my cable bill from my office, right? And there was a song on the big screen. There's a music station, right? It was called "Do the Hustle," right? And his sister was sitting, the older sister was sitting there listening, right? And I just walked by and I said, "Yeah, that song came out in the 5th grade." She goes, "I was just thinking about doing my guy. It came out when I was in high school." I said, "So you're a little older than me, right?" And we was like, "Yeah." And that song was so bad back in the 70s, called "Do the Hustle," right? And we were both sitting there just vibing off that song because we connected, because we remember those days, how beautiful it was back in the days in our childhood and whatnot. You know, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know this lady from Adam. I don't know how much money she makes, whatever like that. But we had a connection there. That's what I'm talking about. That's an African American sister, right? I said, yeah, remember that, you know, and songs like this, we'll talk about, we'll be naming songs from back in the days, whatnot. Yeah, remember we used to do this, whatnot, you know.
But Kala, you want Afghanistan to be an ethno state, right?
Look, if I say Afghanistan, right, I'll be honest with you, right? I am more comfortable around my own fucking people. I am.
That's a natural thing, though. That's why when you made that point,
when it comes to African Americans, man, we're just you can't do that. Everybody else click up with their own groups and everything like that, with their own likes. When the Haitians got their little Haiti, the Jamaicans got their own little Jamaica, whatever like that. But African Americans, God forbid, say that. You know,
who told you can't? The only person who's saying you can't is Kwame. Kwame's the only guy who's saying you can't. I mean, nobody's saying that's a problem.
No, I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm just pointing out that college tribalistic too.
I'm not tribalistic.
That's not tribalistic. Kala is tribalistic, but that's not an example. That's not an example of tribalistic.
Hold on. Kala want an ethno state, and he believes African Americans are superior to every other black group on the planet.
Tribalistic, right? If I said I'll accept FBA because they're Black American heritage, right? I'll accept this one, and I'll exclude fucking Caribbeans and Africans. I said, as far as I'm concerned, the FBA, the Pretendians and whatnot, they're not me. So that's not tribalism. That's just basically preference, you know?
No, but you said other things along the line of tribalistic, but that we're just wanting to be amongst your own or primarily amongst your own. That's not tribalistic.
On my own. It's people who have like mind, you know?
Of course, nobody hangs around people that are not like mine. You know,
and there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in the FBA movement. I listen to these motherfuckers. I said, I don't want to be around these motherfuckers. They're not me. I don't see them as me. I said, like I said at the top of the show, it's time for us to split up. It's time.
But the community is already divided into subsets. So I don't really get the logic of you dividing again.
Now we're gonna make it official. You know what the problem is? What the real problem is, right? Like I said last night, there's always been this idea of the presenting or the Black American presentation to the world and white people, right? So in other words, basically everybody went and said, okay, this is what we're going to present to the white people. Ebony Magazine, Black Enterprise Magazine, all stuff like this. The Cosby Show, you know, this is what we're going to present to the world. And the world like, okay, black people are this, right? Now we're at the point now we don't give a shit no more. The world said they don't give a shit about us, so we're not going to try to present anything to the world. We're just going our own way. You know, we don't care what white people think about us anymore. We don't care what America thinks about us anymore. We're really going our own way.
That you should not really care that much about.
Hold on, John.
But by the way,
our history in America has always been fighting this image about image. They used to create minstrel shows. We had to fight against that. We was always trying to fight
the image was a false image.
Now that's over with, you know.
But Carla, the image was a false image, so you can't.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. You don't understand something, John. It may have been we know it was a false image, right? But when people have power and they act on it and they make laws against you based on a false image, that was a problem. Now we feel like we're strong enough now. We don't care what the image of us anymore is. You know, we're stuck because I feel Black America, a lot of at least people I with, we feel like we're strong now. We don't care what white people think anymore. You know, they can't touch us anymore.
Hey, Carl, I wanted to say something, by the way. So you and the woman were vibing on the song, right? Or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And they said to you, I'm a Democrat. And then you started fighting with her right from that point.
No. I at that point in moment in time, we didn't talk politics.
Exactly. But if we started talking
When we
politics,
started talking politics, yeah, things
she
probably
would
would change. But in that moment, I accepted her as a sister. You know, we.
Yeah.
So
But
the
then in
bottom line
another
is,
thing,
and
you
I
might
always
agree with her.
say, look, if somebody comes around me and if being a Democrat is that important to you, and you rather break up our unity and friendship, hey, that's on you, right? But when you have people that say,
But what if you are the one that would rather break it up?
No, I'm like this. You could, to me, let me tell you something, brother. You could come around me and be a Democrat.
You just
right?
mentioned
Hold up. But I'm saying like this: if I'm sitting down, right? Let's, like I always say in my office, we have a sign that says "No politics. Leave your politics outside. No politics in office," because it's divisive. You know, politics is divisive. Just like you got bars now who have a sign, "Please, no discussing of politics." Right? I'm like this. If you come around me, I don't want to hear your politics. You know, I don't want to hear. If you, especially, you know that you have a position that's divisive, right? And you believe in same-sex marriage, that's fucking divisive. So don't talk about it.
It's only divisive if you view it. If
it's divisive because
it's only divisive if you share an opposing opinion.
There's people who say, look, we believe, I'm a Christian, which I am, right? And there's people say, I believe God created man and woman to procreate. That's in the Bible, right? And so therefore, if you come around saying, well, this, you're going against it, so you're going to alienate people who believe in the Bible and the Quran, you know?
And I'm happy that even today over in Dinosaur, they're talking crazy about Muslims, which I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, yo, it's just human beings just like to find ways to divide. And the more
wait, Josh. So wait, black people don't have a right to criticize Christianity and Islam?
No, you can criticize. I don't have a problem with the criticism. I have a problem where you're talking about a religious group as if every last one of them is a terrorist or every last one of them.
Well, I would say like this. Hold up, look, a point was made by Kidola, right? At Pearl of Wisdom. He was saying that, yeah, we always dealt with Islam all these years, right? But I noticed it too. What happened was the Wahhabis, right? And these people come over a thing of saying, we're going to colonize the world with Islam. They see these people that run in Islam, like Khalid Muhammad said, white Muslims on the top, black Muslims on the bottom. They use the black Muslims as their cannon fodder for their global jihad. That's why they recruit South Sudanese. They recruit anybody, right? These people think they're part of some Islamic movement. The truth is, it's the white Muslims and whatnot that's on top and everything like that. So they've been spreading throughout the Sahel, right? And radicalizing a lot of black Muslims, right? Because they got money. If you got money, you come up here and somebody sitting in the desert, starving and whatnot, and this guy comes over there with a pocket full of cash and weapons. What do you think's going to happen? They're going to start seeing things your way. That's what's happened. They've been putting money in the Sahel. Now, I asked a question, and people talk about, oh, Sahel got it under control. I don't think so. You know, those jihadists got real fucking weapons, real fucking weapons, And
so, Kala, can I ask you a question? Because it ties into what Kwame was talking about with Ja. Like in the was it the 1400s? They had the Moorish when they expelled the Moors from Europe, right? And then they also and then they proclaimed that they would not allow Islam to take over Europe again, right? But somehow they cut better deals with these Muslim extremists and Arabic countries than Africa. What do you think is behind that? Why is it that
It's always been about race. It's never been about.
So why when Kwame was spilling his bullshit, you allowed him to spill his bullshit about?
I wasn't paying attention. The bottom line is this is what it is.
What what bullshit was I spewing?
Hold on. Let me say this. This is what happens in the cabal, the cabal of Islam. There's people that they call blackamoors or swarves, like that, and they consider barbaric and whatnot, along with the fact that some of the people who are Muslim or Persians, they can assimilate. Sometimes they became Christians or whatever like that. And so, but the bottom line is this: on the Christian side, for the most part, people will look like they were white, they were pure and stuff like that, and relatable. right, to each other, right? But the Muslim side, right, the reason why they was anti-Muslim is because in the Muslim side they had more people of color. That's what started this whole thing, you know. On the Muslim side, not saying the Muslims good, but because they had Muslims enslave black people, you know.
So, President P, what bullshit was I spewing? Go ahead.
You're basically implying that the black leadership of Africa is just simply not doing a good job. But the reality is they have to walk a tightrope between the different diplomatic situations, different form of contracts signed, that colonization, all this type of things that you don't even mention. You act as if they just left and don't have a hand in nothing that's going on in Africa. So they have to walk a tightrope to shift and slowly shift the parallel to slowly gain power to change the dynamics in Africa. It's so much so that a country like the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, all these countries that once professed a desire to take over Europe, Africa never, I'm not gonna say never, parts of Africa did, the Moors or whatever, but for the most part, Africa never professed a desire to take over Europe, but the Arabs did. But somehow the Arabs, oil is back to the dollar. Why does Africa not have a similar contract where one of its commodities, gold or whatever, is back to the dollar?
You're
I'm asking
begging
you.
a
I'm not
white
asking a white
man.
man. I'm asking you.
No,
Well,
what you're
the white
essentially
man is
saying,
about race,
you're
man.
begging the white man to be fair with black people. That is never
No,
gonna
no, no.
happen.
I'm asking you. No, no, no. I'm not begging nobody to be nothing. I'm asking you. Why would you put in your mouth that is the same type of dynamic when you can see clear as day that there's a whole other social order thing going on where extremists and the Arab and all these kind of individuals are deemed more palatable for trade and better contracts than African nations.
You know
Somehow
why?
to
Because
you,
they're more united, right?
really. So
Yeah,
why haven't most of them speak up for Gaza? Why is none of them speaking up for the Uyghurs in China that's getting killed and reprogrammed in schools? I ain't seen not one Arab, not one Turk
let
talk
me
about that.
explain. Yeah, they're united to not speak about Palestine. They're united under that. Yes, the Arab world is united under don't speak about Palestine. Unfortunately, it's the Persians that's speaking up for Palestine. So yeah, the Arabs are united on that front. As far as Africa, Africa is divided by Russia, America, Ukraine, Arab, UAE. Everybody got their hands in Africa pocket. And as far as the things the things you raise question about, the white man is never gonna play fair with Africans. And if Africans can't be conscious of what happened for the last 1,500 years, they shouldn't even be doing business with white people. They should take the China approach and build a more cohesive economic hub for within Africa themselves. It's
China
54
did that.
countries. Hold on. It's 54
Hold on. China
countries.
did that.
What?
That's not what China did, by the way.
No,
Exactly.
listen.
That's what I'm saying.
That's not what Japan did, by the way. That's not what Korea
These
did.
people got
They
deals
all
with the
sold
West, man.
products all over the world. That's what they did.
Yeah, but their situation is different than Africa.
So all of a sudden now they
Oh man.
It is different.
they ain't human beings
You
like
asking
us.
for
All of a sudden
you
now.
asking for a carbon copy. It's not the same. It's just not the
So
same.
they ain't
If
human
you
beings.
think it, hold on, you think if the Chinese was enslaved by Europeans and Arabs for 1,500 years, you think they would be signing deals with the West?
Do you know the
No.
Japanese ran up in China, used to run parts of China?
Yes, they went
You
to
know they
war.
into Korea? What do you think they're
Yeah,
doing now? They trading together. You know America ran up into Vietnam, right? What do you think Vietnam is doing in America right now? They're trading together.
let
You
me
know
Not only
ask
that,
let me
no, no,
ask
no,
both of
yo,
y'all a
yo,
question.
John, don't forget, America went to war with England, but they're trading together
they
today,
trading
right?
together now.
Bro,
France went to war with Spain.
majority of white American descent from Anglo-Saxon. My point
No,
is,
no, but
right?
your logic don't make sense though. You're
It
claiming
does
By the
that
make
way,
China did
sense.
something that they
the
didn't
same
do.
white Americans, the Irish were shitted on when they got here. The Italians were too, by the way, and other groups. The Eastern Europeans are shitted on.
Bro, that lasted for 100 years. That's it.
Yeah, I'm not saying, you know,
It didn't last
didn't
400
get
years. It didn't
the
last
hardest brunt
1,500
of it,
years
but I'm
like the
saying at
Arab
the end of
slave
the
trade.
day, all these people, what they did to grow is they started trading with other people.
Yeah, but the trading and foreign investors from other races has not worked out for Africa. It has not.
How so? Can I
That's what I was about.
explain it?
Africa is still widely undeveloped. Look at what me and Kyle was talking about earlier. He think Firestone helped Liberia. It destroyed Liberia to this day.
I
Right?
don't know
Look,
if I agree with
You
that. I think,
you got to take into account the war, man. How you going to not
what are you
yeah,
talking
that's
take into
about?
account the war?
What are you talking about? The Liberians
The
gave
war.
up a million. Hold on, the Liberians gave up 1,000,000 acres of land for
Mhm.
6 cent a acre. Where Firestone basically had autonomous. They was basically a sovereign nation in a nation. They had their own police force, their own autonomous laws and everything. Liberians got the short end of the stick, just like Africans got the short end of the stick from slave trading and
no,
trading with
no,
Africans
no.
for muskets and rum and textiles. They got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, but it's a different type of trade. One of
Oh
them
my
is you're
god.
taking the people out of your country and you're fighting wars to get
Bro,
them.
so how was the Europeans able to build up Liverpool, Lisbon, uh
Because they
Manchester?
weren't taking their people out of the country. Their
So
people
so
were going to the west and building and getting land and resources and
uh,
stuff and choosing black people to build it and stuff they had.
so if we know this, why hasn't an African learned that 40 transporting trafficking Africans, 40 million of them, that create one of the largest brain drain in human history, the two largest forced migration in human history.
Mm.
How come they couldn't learn from that yet? How
No,
come we can't learn from
Hold
that?
on.
no,
Can
you
I
learn
answer
from
that?
what I'm
Go ahead.
saying is what Firestone did, right? And the slave trade are two different things. One
But
of
it's
them
interconnect. It connect
one of
because
them one of them to get the slaves you're fighting wars. That means you're dealing with destruction. The other one, yeah, you can say, hey, they should have leased the land for more money or whatever, or maybe they should have controlled the rubber plantations or done something different. But at the end of the day, it provided employment. It probably brought economic activity to the country that they could take and build infrastructure and stuff like that, right? And then over time they could take it over, right? Within the legal bounds of the law and all that. But it's two different things. Because remember, a slave is not paid. If you show up to your job tomorrow and your deal is, hey, you work today, I'll give you this much money, that's not slavery. You negotiated that and that's what you're paid. Now you can say, hey, I should be paid more. That's fine.
man,
But it's not slavery.
it was damn near slavery. Firestone ran Liberia until 1980, and they still got ownership of the land until 2043, if I'm not mistaken, 2043. Liberians did not benefit off Firestone. In
So
fact, Liberia
hold on. You
right
just
now is the poorest
what you just
country in
described is a
Africa.
lease. That's not called owning the land. That's calling leasing the land to a
Okay,
certain date. Then
yes, they
at the
leased,
end of the lease, they can renegotiate that
and
term.
they did,
And
and they
we're
renegotiated for another 50 years after the coup.
you said 2043. We're not in
Yeah,
2043, bro.
I'm talking about they had a 99-year lease. No, they
Okay.
renegotiated in um in 20 something to extend it to
But
2043.
by the way,
My point is,
Liberia is
hold on,
not the poorest
let me just
country in
land right
Africa,
here.
by the way.
My point is black people haven't learned from slavery, haven't learned from colonialism, and haven't learned
Are
from
you,
imperialism at
Liberia is
all.
not
bruh?
the poorest country in Africa, by the way.
Yeah, Liberia is the poorest country.
No.
I don't think so. I think it's probably Burundi or something like that.
Burundi,
No.
South Sudan, what's that place?
But
Malawi.
oh,
It's
but
definitely top 10 or top
And by the
5.
way, when Firestone was there, they were not one of the poorest. They were probably one of the richer countries in Africa at the time.
Yeah, but that's by
no, but it was only
proximity.
the few. There were only the few free nations at the time. But we're talking about today. But this guy's not even talking about the war. The war had also an effect on the
Yeah, the
economy. You don't
war,
even mention
that
that,
civil war destroyed the
right?
thing.
So you don't even mention the key events that can cripple economy for years
Man, y'all
and then you have
come
to
with
slowly build
every
back up.
excuse in the
So, bro,
book.
that's a reality. You're not. You see, when you talk about economy, you have to take everything that happened historically, socially into account to why the economy is like that. You
Yeah,
can't just
because
say,
you're
"Oh man,
saying that we
why
don't
aren't they?
understand.
Why aren't they?" That's not a logical stance
Yeah,
because you're not
Yes, it is a
understanding
lot.
why.
Yes, it is a
you're
lot.
saying we
Because if
It's not
something
logical,
been
dude.
going on for the 1,500 years and you haven't learned anything from it,
no, you're
then
saying we haven't learned.
So, hold
But
on. Can
but
I ask him? So is leasing not leasing land rather than selling the land, not learning from the mistake?
Exactly.
No,
What?
it's not,
You still own the land.
brother. If you're
Least,
leasing out your land and your resources for 99 years and your people not even benefiting from the jobs that's creating, when
What
a
so
Chinese
who works in
hold on, when a
Firestone? Who works
Chinese
in
Saudi
Firestone?
company,
did? You think
hold
the
on,
Who
when a
works in
Saudis?
Chinese,
Firestone?
you said what?
Who works in Firestone?
Uh, uh, mm, mm, the higher us was always white people. It
We're
was
talking about
never.
who works. I ain't say who manage. I said who works. Do you speak English? I gotta say it in
Yeah,
Patois.
if brother, if you're a CFO for a company, you obviously work for the company too, right?
Okay,
If
but
you're
I'm
a
talking about who
CEO, if you're a
works. Who?
CFO, or even if you're a CEO, you still have a paycheck. So you're still working for the company.
Oh, he's dancing. He's dancing,
I'm
man. Why,
not
why you
dancing,
doing
I'm
this?
giving that
This
that's a
pop
real
locking,
answer.
man. Bro, the majority of people
Hold
that
on,
work
if
there
you're a
is
manager
the
of a
locals.
company, if you're a manager of a company, are you still not working for the company?
Yeah, but there's
And
only
by
a
the way, they
handful
might
of
get
managers
local
and a bunch of
managers too.
workers.
Oh
Because
man.
initially you might have foreign managers, and you might get local managers. And I'm not even necessarily, because I think that Africans have the capability to do all the necessary things to do to run a business.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying that we don't have the knowledge.
But that's what I'm saying. You gotta build this base. You gotta build the base. And how do you build the base? You gotta interact with other people from around the world to build that base and
Yeah, but
educate your
we've been
people.
interacting with people for hundreds of years and it hasn't worked out in our favor yet.
Now, one of the reasons why Africa, I think, got harmed was because of that big Sahara Desert, man. We weren't interacting with as much people as some of these other groups were. And these other groups were fighting against each other, trading with each other, all that type of stuff. How did the white man end up with the damn gunpowder? It's because he had trade, whether through the
Wait.
Arab
So
or
you think
directly right
Mansa
back to
Musa?
China.
You think Mansa Musa and these ethnic kingdoms in West Africa wasn't doing long distance trades along the Silk Road? Of course they was.
Yes, there was some, but that what period of time was this? That's the other thing. You see what I'm saying?
The third from at least the 1200 up until the 1800, brother, they have a world map with Mansa Musa on it. Clearly he was very important in trade. If you're doing the whole trade and he's the only man that's on the map, you had myths like the Prester John myth about how much gold Africa was selling. So of course people Africa been doing long distance trade for a very long time. That's not the problem. The problem is it's the tribalism, the corruption, and we're just not focused on mathematics, science, things that could advance.
But by the
I,
way, remember at periods in time, particularly before the what they call the Enlightenment period and all that type of stuff, most places were dealing with corruption. Most places had kings, and if you have a king or dictatorship or anything like that, that's what it is. It's pretty much corruption. You're not really concerned about the little man. You're concerned about how much you can get. Most places were like that prior to the French Revolution and the American Revolutionary War and stuff like that. It
so
was,
John, let me ask you a question. Who has more corrupt leadership? Europe or or Africa?
I would say, Africa.
Okay.
I would say Europe. Why? Because if you look at like a
Oh
person
man.
like Paul Biya, he's backed by the West. If you look at a person, if you name all the corrupt people, they're
Oh
backed by
man.
the
Yeah,
West.
blame the white man for everything.
No, you can say that they back the West, just like you asked the question about Saudi Arabia and stuff. How come like these white folks or the white countries deal with Saudi Arabia? The thing is, those guys in Saudi Arabia, they're really not terrorists. Those type of guys, they're just trying to make money. The people that are running the
So
country,
who's funding the war in Sudan? It's not Qatar. They
right?
cool with
So,
Qatar.
right, they get involved in that kind of stuff. But I'm saying at the same time too, simultaneously, they have a level of power that people don't really want to mess with them because they
The
got
white
oil
man
and money,
allows
all that
them
type
to
of stuff.
function without being disturbed, man. That's my
Wait,
point.
so Prince
These
of P, let
these
me ask you a question. Dangote is up $30 billion,
uh
right? Can Dangote fund the war in UAE or Qatar right now? Can he a
that's my
Shiite back
point.
hold on. Can Dangote today can he arm a Shiite back group against the
No, he don't have
emirs.
that type of money.
He's not. He doesn't
but
have
his
the intent
money,
to do that. The Arabs already
So
showed
how come
intent to do these things.
Africans can't do it, but everybody else can fund whatever geopolitical political aim they have in Africa?
because remember, wars are not necessarily about
And
you.
this ain't been
Wars are
going
about
on.
allies. Who's going to support Dangote in that move? Who's going to support the Arabs if that move
Oh
happens?
man, y'all got all the excuses in the book,
No,
man.
it's just a fact. It's a
It's
fact.
geopolitics, man. This
War
guy,
is
this
about
Jamaican don't know nothing
allies,
about it.
bro.
Oh my god.
That book I'm reading about Toussaint Louverture. Toussaint Louverture, when he starts the revolution, he's partnered with
Mm-hmm.
Spain.
Yeah,
He's
that's where he get
partnered
the
with
weapons
Spain,
from, and he keep flipping them back and forth with the
and
English and
then
Spain.
and
Then he
then
flips back and forth,
yeah, and then
and
after the French
then he flips on to
Revolution.
Spain.
After the
Mm-hmm.
French Revolution happens, and the people that take over France are more about human rights and that and freedoms for people and stuff like that, he goes back to France and starts partnering with France and essentially takes
Yeah,
over
that's
the rest
true.
of the country like a part of France. And
No, but
then,
he always wanted some kind of term with the French. At the end of the day, he was like a free black. You understand what I'm saying? He was one of those people who was like very privileged in the society. He just wanted more rights for the people and stuff like that. And he became a governor, and they didn't like how he was governing. They wanted stricter laws on the people. He died in a jail in France.
yeah,
You see what I'm
but
saying?
honestly though,
But
I'm reading that book. I'm not done with it. But then you start seeing Toussaint mess up, man. He starts messing up. He starts
yeah.
messing up. And how he starts messing up is he starts becoming more like a dictator.
Oh, you have to though, man. You like if you telling me if you
Man,
become a
John,
leader
you
tomorrow,
gotta be a dictator
you
when
got
you
to be
dealing with black
strict, man.
people. You gotta be a strict dictator when you dealing with black people. Black
And
What
people
you mean,
just
just
don't
black?
get
No,
it.
any people, bro.
look what the outcome was for the country.
Yeah, but just like Ibrahim Traore, people may call him a dictator, right? But this is how you got to deal with black people. I don't think black people are ready for a democratic republic type of.
So now black
I don't
people
really
are
think
some
so.
different people from everybody else in the world. All right, cool.
No,
Bro,
I'm
that's
just
the
keeping
first
it
for
real.
every people, bro. Here we have tickets, police, cameras. They make sure and that you follow the laws, right? In Saudi Arabia, you go out of line, they're gonna chop your goddamn hand off, right? And make sure you follow the laws, not
Yeah,
strictly
but
to
guess
for
what?
black people.
In this society, every
We
however
we just
often
haven't
you get to
got it
vote
yet. We just
for your
haven't got it yet
politician,
as a race.
the
We just haven't
politician
got
has
it
a
yet as a race.
platform, and you get to say, "Do I agree with this platform, or do I want to keep this law, that law, whatever?" You get to vote for your mayor, you get to vote for your governor, and you can change those laws through that process if enough people agree with you.
Yeah, the democratic process.
Yeah,
But
even look at
So Kwame,
thing in
can
England,
I ask Kwame a
same in Western
question?
Europe, same thing in Australia, same thing in Japan,
Yeah.
same thing in South Korea.
Uh huh.
These societies run fine. The African is no special nothing. You got to be willing to share
Nah,
power.
the black race right now, the special ed student that can't get it right yet, man. I'm
You
gonna keep it
got to
real.
be
So
willing to share power, bro. You can't be no dictator, bro. That shit ain't gonna work
No,
out.
Africa needs dictatorship.
Nah,
Black people
that shit
right
don't
now
work out.
need dictatorship.
Now, look, I'm not saying because Korea started out under military rule, but
Hey,
then they transitioned. So I'm not saying you can't start that way, but you
I
got to
agree with
make
that.
that
I would
transition.
agree
You
with
got to
that.
make that transition quickly. You
No,
cannot move too
not
fast.
quickly. Maybe 100 years, and
Korea
then
Korea
took
didn't
like
take no 100
50 years.
years.
no,
Korea took like
Africa
50
and black
years.
people might need 100 years.
Korea didn't take no 100 years.
Korea took like 50 years post World War II, the Western occupation after Japan was defeated to 1988. It was like 40 years.
And they started making, and
And
they
that
did the
40
same thing.
years, they went from a
Those military guys,
from a backward feudal state to a major industrial regional power. You know
and those
Paula, can I
military,
ask you a question real quick before you play that video?
what?
How come Europe benefited from the slave trade and Africans didn't? Like, how come
Bottom
Lisbon
line,
was turned to a
it was
first
never,
world?
like I said, it was never a fair trade. Africa was getting what Africa gave was human life, right? And in return for things that was material stuff like that, they couldn't do anything with.
that's what I just told
Slavery produced the capital system, the insurance system, the insurance that you enjoy right now. I'm in insurance, right? I learned this. Life insurance was started insuring the lives of slaves, right? When a slave died, right, you got a payout. You can get rich by letting your slave ships, like I said, slave ships. Let's say there was a thing. The slave ship was insured. Let's say a slave ship sunk and all the cargo on it died, right? Everybody, you got a big payout. If you have a policy, so everything that you see right now, you ship goods overseas commercially, you got to buy insurance. The whole system, what we see, mercantile trade, and everything was built like this. And that all these major banks and hedge fund companies and everything, and insurance companies in the Northeast, New England and New York or whatnot, with these rich families that have trillions of dollars, that own trillions of dollars in wealth and whatnot, that they spread this wealth from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. They was able to build a transcontinental railway with that wealth and build cities like San Francisco and everything.
By the way, the government built the Transcontinental Railroad.
Yeah, I know, but it was capital. Government just like this. Private capital came in and built the thing. The government paid private contractors, to build.
So Carla, Africans
Government
didn't
provided
benefit.
the land too, by the way.
Yeah, the government basically backed up.
And no matter how
loans,
rich you are,
gave loans, and the government, the land was not nothing. You know what I'm saying? The government provided the land, and the government basically gave private contractors, railway companies, and everything the permission and the contract to build the railways. Investors.
So Carla, my second question: did Africans benefit from colonialism?
Yes.
Okay. Give me some.
Yeah, like I said, this is what the people don't want to say. This is where the divide is right now in the Pan-African world, right? 3 years ago, I heard Dr. Arikana give her. That's why people say, well, why you don't like Dr. Arikana, Colin? One, because she's not African American. That's two, is I heard her do a speech one time, right?
Tribalism.
Tribalism.
Oh, no, it's not tribalism. I mean, listen to what I'm saying before you say something, right?
That is tribalism, man.
That's what it is.
Oh, listen to what I'm
that
saying.
right there is.
Let me say what I'm saying, then you can respond. She gave a speech about what's going on in Africa. First of all, this lady comes from money. She used to work with the World Bank and also like that, where she stole funds, whatever that. And she's a Negropean. Now she's like a Pan-African. That's a new gig she's doing, Pan-Africanism, right? But anyway, she was like, "Yeah, the problem with Africa is colonialism, right?" She did a whole half-hour speech, not even with the transatlantic slave trade one time. But what she didn't tell you is that she comes from the elite that benefited from colonialism. There's always Africans that got good jobs, education, travel Europe, and everything like that. She's one of them. And she didn't mention the transatlantic slave trade one time. The Africa's problem right now is the transatlantic slave trade. That's what destroyed Africa, not colonialism. Most Africans basically ignore the transatlantic slave trade. They just focus on woe is me colonialism. And the bottom line is this: you ask the African, well, without colonialism, the railways that you guys never upgraded, that you guys still use, it was built by the colonials, right? The roads, the Capitol buildings, and everything like that you guys never added on to was built by the colonialists, right? The borders that you could still use were built by the colonials, right? The education that miseducate your kids and whatnot that you haven't changed was built by the colonialists. So don't talk about colonialism when you benefited from that, a few of you at least, right? And talk about what's wrong with Africa. The problem with Africa is Africans, right? And second thing is the reason why they don't talk about the transatlantic slave trade, because that would basically go against that. Because if they said, okay, it was colonialism, and they said, okay, we have a new day in Africa, we have peace, we have independence and whatnot, that independence in the 1950s did not do anything to solve the race problems in the world. The problem was you had millions of people who were damaged forever by the transatlantic slave trade. You got millions of displaced black people of black African descent all over the world when they have never had redress for the millions of black people. So how can Africans sit there? Because Africans, be honest with you, man, and I know Flexible don't listen, Africans are selfish. They don't care about nobody but themselves. It's all one-sided. Colonial. I said, well, what about that?
Carla, you 1,000% right. I ain't mean to quick interject. I'm gonna just quickly say this. because I've been debating Africans on TikTok, and they don't want to admit that they sold people into slavery. They want us to believe that the Europeans came with hundreds of ships, just ran into Africa, started kidnapping people, and took and just chained them on a boat. They don't want to admit that they were selling people for
And they were
muskets,
complicit.
gunpowder, all type of things, and just got the short end of the stick that led to
And also,
colonialism.
people don't understand something. It was the same British powers and the American power that ended slavery.
That's a
Had the British
fact.
not did
That's a
that,
fact.
slavery would have lasted. Matter of fact, do you know those slave ships that was still going? Some say it was documented in the 60s, right? But they say, and even in the 80s, there was still people being kidnapped off the coast of East Africa, all the way up until
Kala, they said I'm a coon because I said the white man ended slavery. I said I just got to be honest. The British was the
British
first to
slave.
end it, to end
And
the
look, you
transporting of
tell, look, you
slaves.
tell them, how do you think Liberia was formed? Liberia was formed as a dumping ground. So what do you do with these slaves? They would capture slave ships, and they would pay Liberia, the colony of Liberia, what was called Christopher at the time, $25 a head for every African they dumped the thing. Elvis says the white man started slavery and ended slavery. Yeah, he did. We black people didn't end slavery. The white man did. That's why we're still right now. We're in a conundrum. The black man can't say nothing to the world because it was a white man who fucking ended slavery.
That's crazy.
Can I say
That's the
can I
crazy
say something
part.
real quick? You guys first off are generalizing, right? Because when you say stuff like what's her name, Dr. Arakana, she's from Zimbabwe, dude. That have shit to do with West Africa or Central Africa or North Africa or even parts like Mozambique.
What did she?
She's nowhere. She's not from the regions where the slaves were even taken. So her perspective might be
That's
slightly
why I said
different,
I
right?
can't listen to what you got to say.
Huh?
I can't respect or listen to what she got to say. She's all the way in Burkina Faso. What the fuck is she doing in Burkina Faso? She had nothing to do with
She's
West.
talking Pan-Africanism the same way a person that was a free black here. Hold on, Colin. A person that was a free black here, can he not speak on black issues in America?
I'm ready to take Pan-Africanism and throw it off a fucking cliff. It's a
No,
joke.
but I'm talking about your people here. There was people that was never slaves that were here, or was only a slave for one generation, and the rest of the time they were free. Can they not speak on your agenda here? I see them speak all the time.
Who are you
So
talking
what's the
Who are you
double
talking
standard where elite Africans can't speak, but the people
about?
that was here that wasn't a
Hey,
slave
Carla,
could
You're
speak?
can I read
well,
something
you're
real
gonna
quick?
speak, man, but that
Can I
don't mean
read
you're
something real quick?
We gotta listen to it.
Can I read something real quick?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Because we talked about the transcontinental railroad. I just looked up some stuff. It says the first transcontinental railroad was built and owned by two private companies, the Union Pacific, that built in west from Omaha, and the Central Pacific Railroad
I
built in
told you,
east
private
from
companies, man.
Sacramento. Right. But here's this part now. Chartered by the U.S. government under the
Of course,
Pacific.
anything got to be chartered by the U.S. government, but it's private companies that own it. They
Right.
made the money off it. Railway companies were so profitable, right? Railway companies put the stagecoach out of business. That's how profitable railways were. It changed everything forever. Stagecoach
Okay.
was the number one means of
But
transport.
remember I told you about the government, right? Chartered by the U.S. government under the Pacific
Well, that's what the
Railroad.
government does. That's what look. You know how the government does, right? They create an act, right, of Congress, right? The Railroad Act. They'll lay out what they're gonna do, the land they're gonna seize, the ways and means of it, the finance of it, and everything like that. And then they say, well, who's gonna do this? And they say the qualifying factors or who could do this. They'll say, okay, such as rail company, such as this like this. This is a supplier. They set the regulatory board, like the railroad board, and they divvy out who gets the contracts, who do like that. Yeah, it's the way the government works, bro. It's very.
Because it said it provided land and loans for the construction.
Yeah, of course.
So,
America does that all the time.
and so
America buy loans for companies who want to build fighter jets in the World War II.
And
That's
so
what
the reason I looked that up and I was talking about that is that
it's called,
again,
in America, it's called a public-private partnership.
Right. And here again, you see the state involved, just like I mentioned with Taiwan Semi.
Oh, well, you're singing to the choir, bro.
And all that. I'm just saying that you play that song about the government. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. We know that, but I'm saying, why hasn't the African countries ever stepped up and said, let's do a public-private partnership, right?
Because the states are not,
loot the
because
money.
the governments are not.
Most African countries, instead of doing that, they'll give the contract to a foreign investor. Like I said,
Exactly.
literally Liberia. Hold up, let me tell you something. You got a thing called the African Development Bank, job, right? All African countries are signature to it. It's supposed to be the middle of it. Do you know it's supposed to be developed in major contracts? It's underwritten by some European, like the IMF, World Bank, whatnot, and it divvies out loans for African development. If you approve, right? But guess what? That does not mean that the people who are going to build a dam or road, whatnot, are going to be Africans. Most of the people who benefit from the African Development Bank are Lebanese, Chinese, Syrians, Turks, everybody else.
By the way, I was looking up that dam that Ethiopia built the other day.
It wasn't built by Ethiopians, though.
They financed that thing themselves.
No, they didn't. No, anything that size, man, it did not finance that itself, bro.
No, I looked it up.
Don't be
they are
naive.
the ones that
Don't be naive. That dam is like so huge and so vast. That's basically loans. They probably got loans on that thing for the next 1,000 years.
Colin,
there might be loans, but they financed it.
They mobilized their 100+ million population, dude. Like while you're trying to separate from your people, these people are trying to find ways to create coalitions to build up their people.
What's the medium income
A.I. says the Grand
Ethiopia? What's the medium income?
Okay, listen. We can look at that right now.
Was financed primarily by Ethiopia itself, relying on domestic resources.
Annual average income.
You heard that? The Grand Ethiopia Renaissance Dam was financed primarily by Ethiopia itself, relying on domestic resources and funds, and to fund roughly 5 billion project. Right? No international loan.
Hold up.
Did not receive funds from international.
The annual average income, personal income after tax, it was roughly $2,200.
Who?
And you think the citizens build the dam? You got to be out of your mind.
If everybody give $20 every month within a radius of 5 years, you think they can't fund that dam?
No.
Really? It's 100+ million people, dude.
No, they said they funded the dam, and it says while they funded the construction of the dam, Chinese investment, while the main structure was self-funded, the Exim Bank of China provided approximately $1 billion in funding for the turbines and electrical equipment. But they built the dam itself. The turbines they funded through a loan from China.
Exactly, from China.
Our main structure was self-funded. Exim Bank of China provided approximately $1 billion funding for the turbines. Right. Public contribution. The government utilized crowdsourcing and bond sales to engage the public, making the project a national effort. They pretty much did it on their own.
How they did it on their own and they had Chinese investors?
It cost $5 billion.
If it costs 5 and they raised 4, that leaves 1 for China. Do you know math? What's going on tonight, man?
That's a remarkable achievement, man.
This guy.
You guys want 100% everything, God damn it.
Yeah.
But hold on, let's get back to China. Can we get back to China? China didn't get 100% of everything. So you want to be like China, but China didn't do 100% of everything. China did the leasing as well, right? They did the 50-50 on we have to lease with you have to go into business with the local, right? So everything that Africa is doing is the same thing that China is doing, but somehow Africa bad, China good. Can you explain that to me, Kwame?
Because the education suck. Hold on, let me answer the question. The education suck. The economy suck. So you compare apples to oranges.
So let's compare colonization to now. There's more Africans that have education, access to wealth, access to resources under the black leadership than under the colonial times. Kala, Kwame.
Yeah, but 22 countries are still under the British Commonwealth. Another 10 countries is still a part of the Francophone conglomerates. So colonization didn't really end in Africa as we know it. They just gave
again. Actually, when they say they were they actually was digging in. It was actually
being under the
digging
Commonwealth
in.
means nothing really in reality. By the way.
How it don't mean nothing?
Commonwealth. Aren't you a part of the Commonwealth? You Jamaican, right?
Yeah. We're a part of the
The
Commonwealth too.
Commonwealth, doesn't it help facilitate trade in between the different former colonial
Bro,
nations that was under England?
it don't help with nothing. And at the end of the day,
Canada is a part of
the
the
king is
Commonwealth.
the head of state, is the head of state, is the head of
But
the
yeah, the king
Commonwealth.
is the head of state, just like he's the head of state in Britain. He has no real political
What
power,
are you
by the way.
talking about? How you think Vibes Cartel got out of jail? Cause of the British because of the British courts, not because of Jamaican
So so
courts.
so so King
The
Charles
highest
freed
court,
Vybz Cartel. That's what you're saying.
No,
the
they
highest
do have
court
a
in the Commonwealth
yes, they
is
do.
England.
Yes, that is true. But they
So
got lower
it's
court.
not symbolic what how people say, oh,
No,
it's just
but that
it's not
the
symbolic.
court is not
Mm.
controlled by the king. Remember, the laws are passed by the parliament in Britain, not by the king. Now they have the king as a figurehead, but
Bro,
he
is the
really has
king the
no
He's
figurehead?
political
saying the
power.
courts, though. He's saying the courts got power and say in the
Yeah, they
Commonwealth. So
do.
Yeah, but I
I
say
didn't know
that,
that.
but no, because the highest court, yes, it is in England, right?
Exactly.
But the laws are made locally. Now, the English court, if it gets there, they can decide certain things. That's true.
Prince
But
of P is kind of like a federal republic where the state might have they own
Hmm.
autonomy, but at the end of the day the federal government could step in whenever they want, and the federal government is the highest court in the land.
So y'all like basically like governors then.
it's like the
Yes,
Supreme Court. It's
yes,
like the
it's like
Supreme
comparing
Court.
the governor to the president.
No,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's like the Supreme Court.
You,
But the
you, you
only
see
thing is,
how a state can say, hey, we gonna legalize weed. Well, on the
Hmm.
federal level it's illegal, so
Hmm.
you get what I'm saying? You could say it. You could say, "Oh, the president is just symbolic." Man, Trump could send in federal officers into any state he want,
that's not
Hmm.
true.
no matter how much a governor, a mayor get up
No, that's not
on the
true.
podium and say, "Hey,
That's
we
not
don't."
true. You're
What?
wrong with that. You're
Yes,
wrong
they
with that.
can.
What
You're
are you
wrong with
talking
that.
about?
You know,
Yeah, if he find plausible issues, he can petition for that. Yeah, if
You're
like
wrong
high
with that
crime or anything like that, he can
he
petition
can do
for.
it. You know,
You're
he's
wrong with that
executive
because
head of the state. You know, he can
no,
do whatever he
he's
wants to
no,
do.
no, 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 no. You're wrong with that because the
No,
federal
it's not
government
wrong. He can
makes
do whatever he wants.
no,
Why do you
no,
think they're in Minnesota right now? He can send troops anywhere he wants to.
no. He sent ICE to go get people,
Oh, yeah,
right?
but basically same thing.
ICE
You know,
is
By the
federal
way,
you know,
officers.
if
by the
ICE
way,
can't handle the
remember.
job, he'll send the National Guard to back him up.
By the way, remember the courts came back and said he got to
The
get the
courts don't
National
have
Guard
nothing
and
to
stuff.
do with this. The
No,
courts can't.
yes,
The
bro,
courts
look at that.
cannot. The courts cannot
Look,
stop. Exactly. Hold on,
look.
because you know what it is, bro. John, you don't understand something. The Supreme Court has been always ruled in Trump's favor. You know why? Because once something is an executive order, that's the law, right? The courts only can do
That's
is
not
basically say,
true.
"Now look,
That's not true.
hold on. This is how our system works here. I don't know where you come from, bro.
You don't
Is
understand your
that
system.
hold on? Hey, look. You
You do
cannot
not
legislate from the
understand
bench,
your
right?
system.
If something is a law, right? Then what happens is this, though. You know, what happens is this. If you say no, that's not thing. It has to go to a superior court, and the superior court in the state could say, you know, something that law is unconstitutional, unjust, whatever like that. And then somebody can say no, or it's not. Let's go to the higher court, the circuit court, federal circuit court. And then after that, right, if they can't resolve it in those courts right there, and usually is resolved right there on that level right there. Now anybody could start out and basically with this raggedy ass judges doing like that in Haiti, that's gonna be overturned in a week. I don't know what Haiti's getting happy about, right? When you get to the Supreme Court, right, that's it. That's the constitutionality of the law, right? Other than that, you know, I'm saying if somebody has a lawful order, a president has a lawful order that's carried out. They could slow it down all he wants or whatnot, but the bottom line, you cannot let you. The only thing you could do is repeal the law, right? And it has to go through the legislation process. You cannot strike down a law, right? You can only strike down a state law, right? In your state, in the state Supreme Court, but you cannot strike down federal law, right?
By the
The only person
way,
that strike down
Carla,
federal law is
they're
the Supreme Court, you know?
they're federal judges all
Yeah, I
across
know,
this
but I'm
country.
saying, hold up. But the bottom line, hold up.
Tyler, let Elvis on. Let Elvis on. He in the back.
Hold up. When you have federal judges, right? It still has to go through a process. It has to go through the circuit court of a thing. They got to get all the 9 judges out of a circuit court to agree, right? If they can't agree, whatever like that, and somebody would still want to contest it, that's not the final. It goes up to kicks up to the Supreme Court.
No, it's not that they can't agree. They
no.
If they could rule against it, and then you can still
if they have a ruling, if you have a ruling, all the executive have to do is appeal the ruling, right? And then it goes up to the Supreme Court.
Exactly.
So the bottom line, the Trump administration just seemed like they're ready to take it however they want to.
By the way, in December 2025, a federal judge ordered the end of the Trump administration's federalized National Guard deployment in Los Angeles.
They can't do that. They can't do that.
One second. What do you mean they can't do it?
Yes, they can, Carla.
Hold on. But he has no obligation. Hold on. Did he withdraw the troops? No.
He does.
He has no obligation to it. They're still deported. He has no obligation to obey that.
Carla.
He has no obligation to obey that.
Carla, courts interpret.
No. He has no obligation. They cannot interpret.
He does have an obligation.
If he has a thing where he's doing that, a court cannot stop the federal government from doing this job. He
has an obligation to follow the law.
They got check. Carla, they got checks and balances, man.
Hold on. He is John. Hey, John. Hold up. This is what the law. This is what the law is, right? Hold up. This is what the law. Look. Hold up. The Department of Homeland Security is the law, right?
No. The law is the law.
Hold on. Hold on. The Department of Homeland Security.
Not the law.
Look, let me try. John, you're not that smart because you would answer this in 2 seconds instead of going to ChatGPT. I'm gonna ask you a question. Under what law was the Department of Homeland Security passed?
I don't know.
It was a Patriot Act.
A Patriot Act, right? Patriot Act. Yeah.
See, you don't know this stuff, right?
No, I know.
That's a Patriot Act. That's law of the land, right? So you can't just be dismissive of Homeland Security because that's the law.
Carla, you're wrong on this.
They are not the law. They enforce.
What am I wrong about?
They enforce the law.
one second, John. When it comes to immigration, the federal government doesn't have carte blanche. They can't just do whatever they want. What happens is, hold on, Carla. Every immigration case goes before a federal judge.
No.
The judge adjudicates. Hold on, Carla. I just got on the damn thing, man. Can I speak?
But I'm not saying you lie. A person, if you're not a U.S. citizen,
oh my gosh.
Carla, you're making it up.
No, that's not true either.
You're not entitled.
Let me just speak, Carla. Let me just speak. How do you? Okay. Let me speak, bro. I mean, what are you so afraid of?
Go ahead.
The federal judge will adjudicate on an immigration case. He will decide if this person, for example, if it's an asylum case, if the merit of the case, is worthy of the person being granted asylum, the judge will rule on it. If the merit is not there, the judge would say, no, this has been denied, and this person has been recommended for removal or deportation. He writes out an order, and he gives out a warrant to arrest this person, to bring their living body, in custody of the state, and then they deport them. So hold on, they do have to wait for that. Judges are the ones that give out deportation orders.
Okay,
that's how it works.
He believe in that.
Yes. So if you're advocating for lawlessness, you can be a gangster and skirt the law.
All y'all don't have the paperwork. Right? Don't listen to Elvis, man. He's gonna
get advocating for lawlessness.
Yeah,
that's what you're advocating for.
I'm not lawless. That's the law. The law is if you're not supposed to be here, you have a right to be picked up and whatever.
No, who decides if you're not supposed to be here, Colin? Who decides if you're not supposed to be here? No, the court does. The court does. The judge will decide.
No,
you can't just be.
What do you mean the law decides?
Only way the court could do that is they basically throw the case out, the law out, and it can only be done at the Supreme Court level.
You don't understand.
Carla, you're ignorant on this issue. You know some other things that you're ignorant on.
You guys keep believing what you want to be, but you're gonna see in the next couple of months what I'm talking about.
Yeah, because if you don't want to follow the law, because the thing is, the
Yeah,
executive
there
is
is a law. Yeah, look,
no.
the Trump administration
The
has a law on its side.
executive,
You know.
the
Carla,
executive
what is a
enforces the
hold on,
law.
Hold
Mhm.
on, hold on. Let me just tell Carla. You know, we learned this when we was in like 6th grade, right? I'm sure Carla learned it.
They've been lying to
How
you,
does
man.
a
They've been telling you.
hold on, Carla? Damn.
You have
How does a law? How does a bill become law? Right? You remember on
you know
Capitol
all
Hill?
about that, right?
A
Hold up. Do you
law is a bill that's
hold up,
signed
hold up.
by both
You might
houses of Congress and the president.
laws only apply to American citizens, not foreigners. You know.
Are you stupid, Carla? So the
No,
laws in this country don't apply to people who are green card
no.
holders.
Now when it comes down to stuff
So
like
they
this,
can break the law and it
hold
doesn't
up,
apply to
Kyler,
them.
you wrong.
hold
You
up.
wrong there. The
Oh
law
boy.
applies to anybody who's
No. Hold up. All right.
Anybody in the
under the
jurisdiction of the United
jurisdiction of the
States
All right.
United
is
Let me
under
hold
the
up. Let me
law
ask
of
you a
this country.
question. Do you think? Hold up. Do you think a person here legally have the right to if one can't afford like why do you think these guys get deported because they can't afford a lawyer? You don't get a free lawyer if you're
What are you
illegal.
Yes,
talking
you do,
about?
Kyler. What are you talking
No, you
about?
don't. You're not entitled to free counsel, bro.
That's
Kyler,
not
I bet
true.
You're
Kyler,
not
it's
entitled to
people
free
in
counsel. You're
jail
not
right
entitled to
now. What are
law.
you talking about, Kyler?
You're not entitled to free counsel, and you're not entitled to anything. So the bottom line,
All
you
right,
got to keep
Kyler, I was
your
with you for a second, but you
He's
Yo,
tripping.
just ignorant.
all you guys, man, you guys better get your shit together, man, because it's about to get cold here in a minute. You know, So yeah,
Kyler, why you sound so happy though?
Do I sound happy to you?
Yeah, you sound a little happy.
No, it sounds depressing. I'm just like, yo, look, man, look. Yeah, the bottom line is this. Yeah, look. The bottom line is this. You
Kyler,
got
I do agree with you. The federal government is the law of the land. You can't
That's not
dispute that.
true.
Yes,
No, that's not true. When you say the
Elvis, this
federal,
is a
hold on.
Kyler,
When you say the federal
Elvis. We
government, are you
live in a
talking about?
federal republic.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When you say the federal government, are you meaning the executive branch?
Is the executive branch a part of the
enforcement.
federal government?
There's
That's what I'm trying to tell you because there's separation of the different
the
branches.
executive branch is designed to enforce the law.
No, but all of Right. them balance each other out, though. That's one of the reasons why they have that system is to not create a king-like system that they had back in the
Oh no, that's what.
England.
Hold
The
on.
executive
Hold
only
on.
enforces
Hold on.
a balance
King,
where
king-like
that the
system.
judiciary has
Hold up.
passed.
Hold up. This is what you don't understand. Elvis will never understand. The legislative process is difficult to pass. When the founding fathers made it like that. So laws, when they do pass, right, it has to go through a long, tedious process, so it's deliberate. When something becomes law, right, the friggin' mandate is it has to be enforced to the fullest extent because it took a long time to get it. It is that Homeland Security Act didn't just pass like that. You have to go through committee, just like the Affordable Care Act law, right? That went through a whole lot to get passed, right? And once it became law, it has to be enforced. Donald Trump would love to gut the Affordable Care Act. Well, he can't do that because there's laws on the books.
He also can't do that
Any
because his
law that's on
constituents
the
also
book,
benefit from that.
any law that's on the book has to be contested in court. It
No,
has to be
it does
scrutinized.
not. No, it
Hold
does
on,
not.
Carla.
What
Hold
do you mean
on.
it has to be contested in
Let
court?
me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you.
So, in other words,
Oh my
basically,
gosh, Carla can't let anybody speak. I mean, this guy.
driver's
Uh,
license is your right.
you must be afraid of me, Carla. You must be afraid of me.
No,
Must
no,
be
I'm not
afraid.
afraid of you. It just
So
sounds
then let me
stupid.
speak. Yeah, let me speak then. The point here is that if somebody kills somebody, right, takes a gun and shoots a person, everybody sees it. Does that person go to jail right away? Of course not. Hold on. Let me make my point. He has to go to court, even if it's broad daylight.
Yeah, but if you're illegal,
Oh my gosh, Carla, you have no impulse control. He has to go to
Kyler,
court.
let him land this plane. Kyler, let him
He
land
has to
this
go to
plane.
court. If it's a jury trial, a jury has to deliberate and find that person guilty based on the evidence, beyond a
yeah, but
reasonable doubt.
illegal aliens don't have that
It
right.
has to go through court.
No, they
So
don't. No, they
just
don't. No,
hold
they
on, Carla. My
don't.
gosh,
Country
jeez.
if you have millions of
This
people that do that, this country will be bankrupt overnight. It's not going to happen.
no. That's why people knew that the
Well, the bottom,
immigration. Oh my gosh, Carla, can I speak? The immigration cases that was pending needed more federal judges. That's why there was an effort,
oh, okay.
to hire more federal judges
Hey, yo,
to
who's gonna
kind of,
pay?
preside over these immigration cases.
Who's gonna pay
They
for that?
decide the person is illegal
Who's gonna pay
or
for
if they have a legal right to be in this country. Yo, look, check this out. Hold on, look. The bottom line is this: that's not gonna happen, bro. You know, that's not gonna happen. You're not gonna get like millions of people with their day in court and whatnot. That's gonna bankrupt this country, man. You know, it's not gonna happen. You know, that's what they want to give up and just let them stay here. Now it's not gonna happen. You know, it's not gonna happen. You know, so I don't know what you're telling people and whatnot. You know, I would just suggest.
Say that again. You said, well, say that again, Kyle. I didn't hear you. I was really sleepy. You said what?
I said that if you think that 20, 30 million people is going to have their day in court before they get deported, you are sadly mistaken. That's not going to happen, bro.
Okay, that's fine. That may not happen because you have a gangster president that you voted for.
No. Just say it's going to continue even if the Democrat gets in office. That's what's going to happen.
A deportation order comes from a judge. A judge makes a deportation order, not the executive. Not the executive branch.
They don't need a deportation order.
Of course they do. What are you talking about?
They can contain you and whatnot and decide to deport you. They can put you in confinement.
No, that's not how it works.
Well, that's how it works. You know, they've been
no, that's not how it works. You know, that's not how it works.
Their relatives in weeks, they're being detained. What are you talking
about?
Yeah,
because but that's illegal. That's the whole point of it.
You know, if the law does what it wants to do, it does in the letter of the law. You know, so
Carly, you're ignorant on this issue. Oh, you just like authoritarianism.
I think you better do some little more research. You know.
No, you're just ignorant. You're ignorant on most things. You're ignorant on this.
I think you
do more. For a man of your age, you're ignorant.
I just think that you guys have the idea that this country is Disneyland. Everything's good. When you're going to see the real side of America very, very soon.
Well, what are they going to start? They're going to start whipping us with whips. Is that the real side of it?
A lot of people that is not that's here legally, they're gonna be freaking like watch what they're about to do to the Haitians, right? They're already starting to send.
What makes a person here illegally, Carl?
Because you're not here. You're here legally.
No, what makes the person here illegal?
You're not born here, and you're not a citizen.
Are you still, Carl? I don't want to insult you. You're too old for that.
Carla. There's different status of quote unquote asylum seekers and TPS temporary status, all the other stuff going on.
If you don't have a legal status, right, or like a residency or temporary asylum,
okay, there you go. No, that's not even that. That what I'm trying to tell you is legal and illegal is a judicial conclusion. That a judge comes to that conclusion after reviewing the case. You, as an individual, don't decide who's illegal. The judge will tell you if you're illegal or not. If you're illegal by the judge's finding, then he writes an order for your deportation. That's how it works.
The judge, we got these activist judges and whatnot, liberal.
Oh boy, this is the guy that says he's not a MAGA guy. He's a brilliant writer with MAGA talking points.
I'm saying he's not if I had a DUI charge, right, I can't decide and say, something. Let's rationalize this, or I shouldn't get a punishment. I shouldn't get a fine.
See what BB Rodriguez is saying, and she's right. BB Rodriguez is saying once the deportation order is in effect, then yes, that person is bound for deportation. That's how it works. Without a deportation order, you can't just arrest somebody and kick them out the country.
Like I said, we shall see. Real Haitians is assaulting intelligence. Or not present. Well, we'll see. But I got this video of this Liberian lady, man. This is this is a problem in Africa, right? She's calling on the international community. You should see the comment section. Like, lady, shut the hell up. The international community gonna come. That's one of the things. This is how the Civil War happened. The coup happened. The international community, we're so suffering. Look at that. Does she like she's suffering? Look what she got on. Does like she's suffering to you? Watch her say. Look at this Liberian babble.
I can't get out. I can't get out. International community comes over here. Liberia. Oh, my people, now they got a Liberia who want it. Now they got a Liberia who want it. Now they talk about Liberia who want it.
She's funny. I think it's almost like she's making fun.
Yo, Elvis, did you hear me earlier? Was I lying when I said the native Liberians could not vote until well into the 1950s?
Hold on, I'm listening to this, Kwame. So, what point on this?
Yeah, but like I said, it's like a bunch of international.
Who
What
is
the
she?
fuck?
Who is she criticizing? Who is she criticizing
Oh,
in that video?
Liberia is going through a transformation,
Who?
Monrovia, and
Who?
both of
No.
those are.
Who is she criticizing in that video?
Oh, she's probably, I guess, the Buck administration.
Okay. So then,
So what
still,
does she think the international community is going to do? Nothing. International
whenever
community.
there's
What?
human rights abuse and the government is not listening to the people,
Oh,
no, the
no.
international community. Hold on. I mean, colleges, man.
It don't fucking work like you've been talking all the time. I
Hold
ain't get a chance to
on. Let me speak.
time. You've been speaking the whole time.
Ugh.
I let you talk and say
Tyler,
what
you've
you
been
gotta
speaking
say.
for 5 hours. I just got here.
Yeah, I didn't want to
I
speak either.
just got here. I haven't even been on for 15 minutes.
I've been quiet the whole freaking night. Go ahead.
My point here is you don't know the country. So let me explain to you.
All right.
Whenever there's human rights abuses going on in Liberia and the government is not hearing the cries and the
Okay,
effects
what
of the
human
people,
rights?
I'm talking. I've even been speaking for more than 10 seconds.
All right, you're a
Whenever
safe
the
sucker.
government is not, oh
Go ahead.
gosh,
Go ahead.
whenever the government is not listening to the cries, they go out to the international community because we're part of the international community. For example, there were government officials in the past administration who were corrupt. The international community was called upon and they sanctioned those government officials. When we was going through our wars, we cried on the international community and they came to our aid and told our president to leave and
Everything
put
is
ships on the ocean and he left.
upset. It's
So
like
yes, the international community plays a part.
you don't look at the problem, the individual. Right? You always want to blame the fucking government.
No, you just support this government, so you're biased towards it.
You gotta always blame the government for fucking everything. That's what it
That's
goes.
just a random lady who's crying for who knows what. But
Run to you niggas.
Kala wants to be Tariq so bad. He tries to do Tariq's stick, and it's not working. Kala, you don't have the charisma of a Tariq. So let it be. Stop playing his music. Make your own music, Kala.
It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. It's the government.
So this lady's complaining about the government. International community. Boyka, government.
The whole crux of that issue is that she's been taken off her land. What she think that she owns.
Her first of all, it's not her land. She was squatting on it.
Why? If the judge give an order that she's squatting, then there's nothing anybody else can do.
She will remove. So what? Law is a law.
Yeah, if that's the case, then she's out of luck. But she's crying on her government. There's nothing wrong with that. She wasn't complaining on the government.
Lady. Wait till
I heard.
Weeks, man. I see these fucking clowns. That's all they do is get out there and protest, not build nothing, not go out there farm and make it productive. All they do is sit on line and use social
Carl,
media.
I don't want to insult you, Carl, because you say these things and you're not very productive yourself.
I'm serious. I'm saying, it don't take a genius. I'm saying what I say.
You're not very productive yourself, Carl.
International really help us. What the fuck is international doing? You're gonna come and send the Air Force One there and the 30th Airborne Division down there to swoop in and arrest
Elvis, can I ask you a question?
Elvis is asking a question, probably about some random Liberian shit,
No, I just wanted to hear from a real Liberian.
You can ask me. Let's go ahead.
If you want to hear from a real Liberian, wait till Dave gets on.
Yeah, I think I passed. But Elvis, how long did it take for the native Liberians to vote in Liberia opposed to the American Liberians?
You ready? You have information. You put up. You have the right information. The wealthy landowners who were literate who voted, I think, in the 1950s. But the vast majority, Carla will interrupt me now. The vast majority of the population couldn't vote until 1980.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on. Should there have been me personally, right? I still believe, right? Like I said, the native women in Liberia, all the women in Liberia got the vote before black women in America got the vote. Liberians, whatever you say in the 50s, whatever like that, got the vote before black people in America.
Imagine saying a country that's ran by black people who were criminally enslaved by our ancestors who were enslaved.
So you
They're
know,
comparing themselves to white enslavers.
Elvis,
Crazy.
you know, and I know most people and Native people live under tribal law and tribal custom. When they try to vote, that means they're moving into the city in a new world. There's two different Liberias, you know. So that's what it is, you know. So they have rights in their own territory. They control their own territory in Kwame, you know. So like Elvis got a whole county of Grand Gita, beautiful place. If he ever went back and tried to,
Kwame,
Yeah, but Carla, at
don't
first you
worry
try to
about it.
deny that the native
Kwame,
population
don't
was here.
worry about it now. You know, we got the shit now. You know, and Kyler told quote unquote people they're crying for political power and they can never get it again.
They got the country
it doesn't
now.
matter.
But hold up, but here they're still on the ground crying. These people, nothing's gonna help these people, Kwame. Nothing.
Yeah, Tom. We got it now.
Elvis just told you a minute ago the native people got the country now. So why is this lady crying?
Rescue us!
Oh, I guess nobody cries.
Rescue
Yeah,
us!
nobody cries or complain on government when they got their country.
People out there protesting. Rescue us!
Yeah, I guess white people don't cry on their government to rescue.
Look at flip-flops he got on. They got native people. Elvis tell you native people run the country. So why these people out there protesting? Years from now, these people still be out there fucking complaining. Man, the day you take
it almost sounds like she's laughing. That last little thing was like a little giggle right there. This might be a parody. The lady is talking about the current government. She's saying there was a rescue government that came to rescue them. But instead of rescuing them, they brought more hardship to them.
Okay.
She's complaining on government. She has a right to do that.
But it's always somebody's fault, right? Not your fault.
You said it's somebody's fault. What are you talking about? You just like to be a victim, Tyler. It has nothing to do with your fellow people, man. She's talking about her own country people. What are you worried about?
Yeah, but hold on. You said natives are empowered now, Elvis.
Yeah, they are. Is that a fact? Is that not a fact? They're empowered. They've been empowered the last 45 years. There's nothing you or anybody else can do about it, Tyler. Get over it.
Why is this poor lady crying?
I mean, Tyler,
Elvis, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because you're doing a lot of crying too. You're talking about separating from your own people. So why your people's in power, your people fight for rights, rather than take the torch and go to the next level, you're complaining, talking about subdividing your people even more. So what does that look like, and why are you crying?
What are you talking about subdividing? What the hell are you talking about?
No. Kala, if you look at the title, he claimed that he wants African American people to basically subdivide them even more.
That's the reason. You're talking about Kala, that means.
No, I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about Kala, because Kala talking about the ladies crying, But his show itself, he's complaining about the conditions of his community and that he needs to subdivide even more, rather than trying to find ways. These guys in Liberia are trying to find ways to integrate one another. You're trying to find ways to divide your own people.
Look, I want to hang out with my brothers like Hustle Smart, good business truck, whatnot. Yeah, my brother Dollar Bill, he's doing this shit whatnot. I want to be around winners. My cousins that played, I showed you. You remember my cousin's video last night from 1987, his nice house. My cousin
Tyler, are you a winner, Tyler?
Yeah, I'm a winner. You know.
Can you really look at your life and say you're a winner?
I don't want to lose one. At least I can tell you what I do.
Can you really look at your life and say you're a winner, Tyler?
Hold on. Anybody that's a winner, I could travel overseas 5 times a year, 5 years in a row. You know, I gotta be winning something, right? And not miss a beat. You know.
Yeah, if you're renting a room, yeah, that's impressive. So if you have a house and you head a household,
I have a business.
You got more responsibility.
I got a business, office, everything like that. When I go, my bills are gonna be paid and whatnot. And about like this, yeah, I am a winner. You know, I work for myself. I don't punch nobody's clock, whatever like that. Yeah, I think I am a winner. My family are winners. You know, so the bottom line is,
yeah, I wouldn't go that far, side.
Well, my family are winners, right? I play my
your family might be winning, but I don't know about you.
I'm a winner. We're all fucking winners. You know, I live with it. You know, I can say what
you don't win by association, Tom. You gotta win tangibly by yourself.
No, but you never told us what you do. You're too scared. You're too ashamed.
I'm not scared. One thing I can tell you, I'm a head of household. I run my own household.
Whatever.
I'm not renting a room from somebody else, fella.
If motherfuckers can't tell me what they do for a living definitively, and we can research it, I can look it up, man. You know something? I can do my fucking research.
If you're 60 years old and you're not living in your own car, that's not
Well,
successful.
I am living on my own. What are you talking about?
How you living in your own car? You live in your house with your sister and your husband.
Me and my sister own this house.
Yeah, that's not living in your own, bro.
Oh,
there's nothing wrong with that, though. Why are you making that a big deal, right? That's not a big deal because you
live with
that way you can stack his money.
You live with your auntie? You live with your uncle?
No, but it's better to do that than to pay a white man for an apartment.
Successful people don't rent rooms.
Blow your money on nonsense.
So,
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, you're broke and you're not on your feet and your family trying to help you out. Yeah, that's one thing. But I don't think that person won't say that they're successful and doing better than other people.
No, so Elvis, let me ask you a question. So, do you think it's smarter to basically rent an apartment for $2,000 rather than just to rent a room or live with your family and stack your money up together? I don't get the logic behind.
That's what I'm saying. That's $2,000 a month. If that's the case for somebody who's trying to get on their feet and save some money, if you're 60 years old going to the end of your life and you're doing that, that's not success.
Gas house here.
I don't get that.
In a nice fucking neighborhood, man. So
you rather get an apartment for $2,000 than to live with your family and share a big ass house together. That's better than living in a small ass apartment.
Do you live with your family right now?
For me, I live with my family, of course.
When you say your family, what do you mean? Your personal family or your auntie? Your
my
mom,
lady, my kids. I got my kids. I got my sons and my daughters.
That's not what I'm talking about. You live with your mom, your uncle, and your sister.
I wish, man. I'm trying to get me a bigger house so I could bring my mom with me and all that kind of stuff. I think that shit is dope.
All right. Why can't you do that now? Why can't you go look for your auntie and tell auntie, I want to go in your house so I can live with you?
Yeah, but here's a guy, Elvis. Nobody knows who he is, and we don't know if he's married. He never showed.
I can assure you, Kyle, I live on my own. I got my own place. I got a family that I take care of. I'm a head of household, Kyle.
Wife. We never seen this guy's wife. We never seen his kids. We don't even see his fucking face. You know. Yeah, we're like, but he always got so much to say about me.
Yeah, because you talk too much shit, and the reality is your life is not a success. It's really not.
I talk shit.
What you backing up?
I talk shit by backing up. You know.
What are you backing up with?
You know, I talk shit, but I back it up. You know, that's the difference. You talk shit and you don't fucking produce nothing.
I don't talk anything. I don't say I'm successful. I don't say I'm a millionaire. I don't say I run my own business. I don't say any of that shit.
He's like this. He's doing his thing when I hear him on his fucking business. When he's doing his trucking thing. When I know he's doing his thing. You know, we don't know nothing about you. You know.
Do you think there's a competition between me and that 54-year-old nigga who do better prison for selling crack? You think there's a competition between me and him?
He's actually a real man, though.
Okay, yeah. Go sell crack to your neighborhood. Go to prison for 7 years, and then think you're a real man for them.
You know, he does his thing. I know he has a nice house. And he has a daughter living with him, and he pays for all that shit like that for his ex-wife. I don't really put his business out there.
Yeah, but it's not a competition between me and anybody else. That's your inferiority complex. You think it's a competition? It's not.
What are you doing with your life, man? You know,
these niggas are in their 50s going to retirement age. Do you think it's a competition between me and them?
It doesn't matter. So the bottom line is what you got. Well, you got nothing, man. You know.
Well, like I say, Elvis got his family. He's doing his thing. He's taking care of his family. He's not asking nobody for no money, no nothing. Pat both yourselves on the back. You're both doing your thing. Why everybody got a one up on it? I don't get all this one up shit.
Every night, 6 nights a week, right? Paper out of our pocket. This, that, and the other thing. I give a chance when people discuss everything. Papers out of pocket. I ain't ask nobody for one freaking dime. You know. I know.
Yeah, but why is all this extra one up and kind of energy? You got to one up and compare. It's always this versus.
He wants to get personal about me and whatnot, you know. And I'm saying, if you want to get personal about me, why the fuck we don't even know who you are? I at least put my picture up there, a real picture of my fucking self, instead of this thing he's showing. I don't even know what the fuck that is, you know. I show you a realistic picture of myself. I show you videos of myself on my page. You see videos of me.
Well, who do you think that is on my profile picture, Carl? You think that's AI?
I have no
fucking idea. Am I just through here so you can't believe that I look that good? Yeah, you think it's fake? What's wrong with you, man?
I don't believe fucking nothing, you know?
I'm on a platform every week. Everybody see me, they hear me talking, they see me on video. What are you talking about? I'm not hiding myself.
Yo, Prince will be turned this camera on one time, you know, a couple times, you know?
I turned my camera on the show before one time.
You never turned your camera on.
Yeah, I did. Dog
No,
Weagle
you
would tell you.
not on my
With
show.
you know who was on that day? What's her name? Mr. Don was on that day.
Not on my show. You didn't. You never turned your camera on my show. Show me that respect.
Yes, I did. I did. That's what I'm telling you. Mr. Don was on the show that one day.
I would know who
I
turned
turned
it.
it on.
Honeyflower turned her camera on one time. I said Principal several times and whatnot. And for the most part, whatnot, I have never seen yours or a few other people face. You know, Nancy Mendeka turned this camera on. Even fucking 1776 turned his camera on. Whatnot, you know, I never seen you turn your camera on. Never. You know. So you
How
guys,
many people? How many people got a profile picture of themselves on the show?
I have no idea. I don't go by profile pictures. I want to say what
Yeah, you
people
see my profile picture. You see that handsome face,
look.
Kyle. You see me every day.
I'll say like this: when you argue with me, why don't you cam up sometime and fucking talk to me face to face? I can cam up too. We got a real conversation, eye to eye. You know, So that's what I'm talking about. And I've been on the show many times. I'm cammed up and whatnot because I ain't afraid of nobody and nothing. I don't give a flying fuck if anybody knows my business. You can talk whatever, like, because I'm fucking that far up in the power structure and whatnot, and then nobody can touch me right now. You know, they can hear everything I'm saying right now. Not a goddamn thing will happen because I make too many people too much money. You know, that's how I am. I don't have to worry about my job or anything like that. You're not on my level, boy. You know.
You don't think your language is talking down to Elvis, and that's why
Yeah,
he's
that's why I
taking
say
your
what I'm saying. A man
he's
who
taking
thinks
you up as a
he got
challenge
some
and stuff
level,
like that.
when he's in the room, you must be delusional, bro.
Hey, well, yeah,
Successful
Because
people don't talk about
even
that.
even
They don't live the way you're living, Kyle.
you came
They
up
know
here.
your little sister. That's out of pocket, bro. You're not successful, bro.
Came up here starting shit with personal attacks. You
No,
know,
it's not personal. You keep talking all that shit, and I'm just putting that mirror before your face to see your reflection in it.
personal life, my living situation. I never do that. I never start talking about people's personal shit. You know, never do that shit. I could destroy you on your fucking points because you know the stuff you say is bullshit. I could destroy you on your fucking points. What you're saying, I don't need to get personal. If I was kicked out of other BAIO, I was not kicked out of other BAIO. You know, I'm the only BAIO and whatnot. Those guys, those clowns, are nothing without me. You know, so it is what it is. You know. Kyle did not expect women. Okay, I don't know women. There are people that sit there. That's what I hate about the fucking internet. We would say shit, don't back it up and whatnot. What fucking argument did I ever have with a fucking woman online besides this Chantel shit? You know, he don't respect women. He don't. Blah, blah, blah. What the fuck are you talking about, Birdie? You know, he don't respect women. Blah 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 blah. You know, I let anybody can come up here and talk and say what's on their mind. I don't give a damn. I don't block people. I let people say whatever. You don't have to agree with me. You know, you don't have to agree with me. We have point of contentions, a point of order, whatever you want to call it. We have disagreements. That's healthy for any society. I want people to disagree with me, you know, because I get stronger when people disagree with me and test me, you know. But one thing I can't stand when people lie on me and shit, you know. I can't stand that shit. Because I don't go around spreading lies about people. Yes, I could do that, you know. Oh, somebody said this, well, I don't do that. You know, if I got a problem with somebody or his beliefs, I'm going to talk about his beliefs or what I disagree with. I'm not going to fucking be talking ad hominem attacks, attacking somebody's personality, what they do for a living, and what they do for who their family is, who they live with, stuff like that. That's uncalled for, you know. It's great. It's a 60-year-old host lives with a 90-year-old mother. It's like a testament long time. No, I don't live with a fucking. I'm not 60. I'm 58. I'm not 60. But I don't live with my mother. You know. What else says to get my Ben and Jerry's ice cream? Yeah, you gotta watch this. Eating that this late night, baby Rodriguez. You know. Yeah, watch that girl. You know when you only put eating that sugar this late at night. You know. Seriously though. You know. We don't want you to get as big as a house now. You know. you know.
But Carla, really though, you don't think sometimes I noticed that in the community, period, especially Black American community, they like to one up one another. You know what I mean?
I
And
don't
that
do
I think
that. I
sometimes
don't feel like I have to. I hate when people put me down to that level, right? Because I like this. I'm much more than how much money I make and whatever material shit I got. I don't know, it means nothing to me, right? I like what kind of man and what kind of personality I am. You know, I've been
Okay.
a man to my wife, loyal to her, faithful to her. Whatnot. I've been a good son. I've been a good brother. I'm a good business partner with my brother and sister and whatnot. We have like the number one agency in my area and whatnot. We work hard, whatnot. All of a sudden, my nieces, nephews, and grandnieces, nephews, they all inspired by me and whatnot. I got other people, I have friends and whatnot. And I think I'm doing a lot of good with the stuff I say. I inspire people. People inbox me all the time. Colin, man, I know I don't agree with everything you say. You sometimes do a little rough, but man, he goes, I appreciate your energy. What you say, what you stand for. I appreciate what you say. So the bottom line is this: I got my guy Sandal Morris. He got a Liberian book coming out. I got so many people that that I'm in network with, that confide in me, that believe in me and whatnot, that support me and whatnot. So I ain't got time with what one or two people got to say about me. I know who the hell I am. My boy
As you
Sandal.
should. As you should.
Sandal Morris. I gotta have him on one night. He's okay. His book is published now. He says published now. Okay, he just told me he has a book called Liberia, Unveiling the Untold Narrative, Liberia in Africa and the Global History by Reverend Sandal Morris. So his book is published now. I gotta go buy it. Matter of fact, I gotta buy it. I'll take it to Liberia and read it. But he was at my wife's wedding 5 years. Me and my wife's wedding 5 years ago. He showed up there. It's funny to meet somebody from the States and they meet you in Africa. I love that. Her brother Samuel Morris, Liberian brother. But the bottom line is this: I do a lot of good for the people, the community, and I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing because I don't see it slowing down. I don't, like I said, I just want truth. That's all I want is truth. I mean, I wish immediate family all stay in the same city, begging them to, paying rent's nothing. I wish, like my cousin Jerome, he got a mansion, right? Sometimes, if I really wanted to, I could move to. If I want to move back to New York, my cousin Jerome said when I went up there 2 years ago to fly to Liberia from JFK, I stayed with my cousin overnight, right? And his basement, right, overlooks the ocean right there. I'm like, oh shit, it's so therapeutic waking up and seeing that scenery of the ocean, the bay. He's at a house right in the bay. And he always tells me, man, if you ever want to come to New York, right, and move back to New York, yeah, I got you. I don't want to do that, but if I want to move back to New York and want to leave Virginia, I got like 5 or 6 houses I could stay in, stack my money for a fucking year. Well, I didn't have to do that because I already got money. But the bottom line is,
That's good.
our cousins, me and my family, we're close knit family. We took care of each other. If one needs something, it's no problem,
Yeah, that's good. I like Elvis, but I didn't get that point. I feel like at some point you gotta realize that different groups of people, different races of people, they're making money. They're making money off the rent. Like so, for Collar to be living with his family, that's kind of smart. You see what I'm saying? Like to save money, because if you're making 60,000, 80,000, 100,000, if you don't have to pay rent, that's one less bill, which means that's more savings.
I know, but so I pay part of the mortgage. We split the mortgage in half here.
No, I'm not trying to cut your pocket. I'm just saying in general that's a plus. I don't see that as an L.
Us or not, yeah, that is, But me personally, to be honest with you, right? I for the short term, yeah, but long term, I just can't. I love my family.
No, but if especially if you're going back and forth to Liberia, why would you need an apartment or a house or anything?
That's what I'm saying. The reason why I plan next year. I'll plan next year if everything goes right this year. I got to work real hard this year, right? If I get everything, like my organization registered 501c3, and if I bit my business, if I need to promote 2 more agents to a level of GA, right? Then I believe that I could work half the year here and half the year in Liberia from remote. That's my dream. But I'm not gonna hold my breath on that. But or if my sister makes a partner, right, and I get bumped up of the SGA and everything like that, I just might bring my wife over here, whatever. Like I don't know, but I got a lot going. I just like the direction my life is moving into because, like I said, we worked hard for this shit, So Carla always talk about his money. I am not talking about my fucking money and connection. Why? I be saying a million things, Principally. Why are they only focus on one fucking thing? Is that what catches your attention, Baruti? I be saying a whole bunch of shit, you know? You know, and they're gonna talk about money. I never talk about my fucking money. I don't care about fucking money, you know?
Now you kind of you indirectly do. I think that's what triggered Elvis.
No,
Is that you
I'm
like,
saying,
hey man,
I mean,
go ahead.
hold up. When I say he asked me, was I successful? I say, yeah, I am. You know, when will say no, I'm a fucking loser? No. You know, if I'm not successful, then nobody is. You know, I'm just looking at my fucking life, what I have, and everything like that. You know, I hate to say it like that, but it is what's truth. You know, I consider myself successful. You know, and I said I want to be around other black people that's successful. That's all. And Elvis got triggered by that. You know, who you think it's what am I supposed to say? No. You're all in MGA level. You got a big agency. You make money in your sleep, whatever like that. You know, you make a lot of money, thousands of dollars a week, whatnot. No, but you're not successful, Colin. You know, you could only travel across the world anytime you want to. I could fucking, so I could go to Liberia, be there for 6 weeks, 7 weeks, whatnot. I come back and I'm going to be fucking traveling to Vegas this year. I'm going to Cancun, Vegas, and I'll be in New York. You know, so I got a whole itinerary set up for this year, right? You know, if that's not fucking successful, I don't know what the fuck is, you know? Being able to travel anytime you want to, move anytime you want to or not, and not have to answer to nobody, whatever. I think that's successful, you know?
So what is the reason for this show then? If you're successful,
What I'm saying,
your
I
immediate
want to be
circle
around,
is successful.
I want to be around other African Americans, right? Like
Yeah.
myself, right? That like this, because what we're doing is like a lot of us are figuring out, right? That, like I said, we're at a point where Black America is splitting up, right? When I hear Black people talking the same liberal, Democrat bullshit, whatever like that, when I hear people talking to ADOS, FBA, pretending I hate being Black, African, whatever, we're saying those of us who know our culture, know our real history, right? Who, for everything it's worth, was able to make it in America, was able to somehow make it in America. Me and A.A.G.T.O.W was talking about that. The city, those of us who came, whose family came to New York, and we worked for New York City, Principally. We came to New York. We didn't start small businesses. We worked for the city. The cities were built our middle class. We didn't have mom and pop stores. We worked for the city. That's what gave us those high incomes and shit like that. We was able to build all those nice neighborhoods in Queens and Long Island. That's where I come from, right? So
Yeah, but the city jobs are limited. There's let's say there's 100,000.
The city, New York City is I don't know about now, right? Because you got Montgomery and all these people there. But when we was coming up, man, you got a city job, you were set. Like my cousin Jerome just retired, right? He's 49 years old. He just retired from the city sanitation, 30 years, right? He retired with $1 million 401k pension fund plan. He's going to cash in and whatnot. He got all kinds of investments. Him and his wife. That house you saw. Would you watch it last night? The house I was playing.
Yeah, I've seen the video. Yeah, beautiful house. Beautiful house.
He bought that house back in 2000. Just like in his 20s. That's where I come from.
No, but I'm trying to say that. That the fact that your immediate circle is successful, shouldn't you be talking about how to scale and how to find and how to recruit more people into your fields?
More of us, look, when I get to Liberia, we got a group of African Americans that are there now. We're not, and we're gonna be talking business. We're not, look, we all think the same. It's all about like-minded people, right?
Of course.
We're gonna talk, and we're gonna build and talk about this, talk about that. You just want to be around your own people, and people that's going places, right? And the people still talking the same old social justice and getting out there marching, protesting, and where's my reparations and all that. We don't want to be around these people,
Yeah, but
these people are the fucking bottom of the barrel Black people, really. Bottom of the barrel Black people, the FBA, ADOS, reparations types. They're those of us who got money and success. We ain't thinking about no fucking reparations. You know who we talk about reparations, Principally?
Who?
In order for you to think about reparations, I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss a lot of fucking people off, but I don't give a shit. I know it's something. I concluded for every time I hear somebody talking about reparations, I could tell in their voice, right? These are the people who really never had nothing. And therefore, look, when I was growing up, right, my uncles, my cousins, my uncles, whatnot, we come from strong black male families. You know, my father, my grandfather, these were strong black men, right?
That's good.
If they did not work, we did not eat. There was no getting no check from the county or the city and whatnot to put food on the table. If that man didn't bring home the bacon, we were literally like, who's a breadwinner? I come from fucking breadwinners. Now, the people who basically talk about reparations, I could tell they're used to the government being their breadwinner or something like that. So they think, oh, yeah, one more big payout is no thing. Me, I can't even fathom getting anything from this government, much less reparations. It's never government.
But you don't think is that your family was able to succeed in the city and was able to get a let's use the example of the city job.
Work hard, you know?
Yeah, they work hard. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that
we worked hard. That's why I know.
No, nobody's taking away from that.
Bebe Rodriguez, you know, she's probably one of the welfare chicks. You know, she's like, oh, reparations. Oh. Yeah, look, Bebe Rodriguez. I agree, rep is owed, right? But I am not going to sit around talking about reparations 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to the point where I'm watching black people pass up opportunity right in front of them. You know, those are what people who are around me. We're out there doing our thing. We're getting the shit. Like my cousin Jerome, he always say, you know, every time I tell him I want to do that, just do it. Just do it. I said, man, cuz, man, I want to do this. All right, big cuz. He goes, just do it. I never forget, man. It was back in 2008, right? He was my younger cousin, man. I used to go down to his house. As a matter of fact, when we went to that thing right there, right? That was 2007, right? But after that, I felt really depressed. Although I was
why were you depressed?
Because my young cousin had a house like that, wife, a house with waterfront property and everything like that. And I was still scrambling with 3 jobs. I had no career, no nothing like that. I was working in clubs and doing shit like that, you know, working 3 around the clock, like 3 jobs, work auto parts delivery. And so therefore, and then, you know, seeing my uncle Coochie and them praising him, Jerome this, Jerome that. And I'll never forget. Well, that same weekend, I went to go see Matrix was out, right? And we went to Sunrise movie theaters and whatnot. And so I said to myself, man, I gotta fucking change. I want something better. I want my aunts, everybody to look to me with pride. That's my younger cousin. So I started talking about business, whatnot. Then my father told me, he said, look, why don't you do what your sister do? I go, what she do? She goes to insurance, right? She's not much money. She always travel up here to New York. She always said, I said, yeah, I wonder how much she makes good money. But I had no idea how much my sister made, right? Then she told me she had like 4 applications in hand. She said, I'm faxing this off. I go, yeah. She goes, I'll make like $3,000. I said, you're gonna make like $3,000 for faxing like 5 pieces of paper. I said, give me. I said, where's that insurance book? She gave me that book, and that was January of 2008, right? The following year, January of 2008, right? She gave me that book, right? And I was working. I was studying that book, I was studying. I never studied like that in my life, man. I was like, I'm going to learn this. I was determined, right, to change my life. I was determined by next year that I was going to go to that family reunion in Long Island saying something, right? And guess what? April, it happened. Boom, I got my license, right? And then June of that year, we went up to Long Island again, right? This time, I was a new insurance broker, right? You know, and I was making money. And I felt like that was a year's time, man. A year, I went through a whole year depression, changed my life and whatnot. And I was like, damn, man. Now my family's looking at me like, yeah, you're professional. I said, yeah, we're all working together. I'm just new. I'm working. I'm making money and whatnot. I'm working this business. I'm making money and whatnot. I was back at 2008, you know. I look at me now, 18 years, what was it? 18 years later, right? 18 years later. Now I'm an MGA level agent, you know, top of my game. I want the highest level. in the state of Virginia, MGA level, I train people, so, and I make a lot of money training people, and I've got a really great career, prestige, and all stuff like that. Get awards, get invited out to exclusive dinners and retreats and whatnot. All the life's good, man. You know, Hikalia Fletcher, your only notable vacation. Like, man, that's how I choose to go, baby. But this year, I'm gonna freaking go to other places. I'm going to Cancun this year. I might go on a cruise this year too, but then again, I'm worried about being stuck on one of these ghetto ass cruises. I want to go on a cruise, man. But if I go on a cruise, and I want to go on a cruise with some A.A.G.T.O.W people, civilized African Americans going through their own way, going their own way. If I get on a cruise and I see all that hooping and hollering and shit like that, I'm gonna get pissed. Now I asked my brother, they always go on cruise. I said, now tell me the truth. He said, well, I heard the Norwegian cruise is good, So Cancun and cruise, yeah, okay, it's bum shit, whatever. But I'll just go there, right? So what? I can go any place. No matter what I say, I'm gonna go. You're gonna say bum shit, right? I can go to Sandals, Jamaica. I got rewards. I can go to Sandals. My brother and his wife went to Sandals last year. They gave me some rewards points. I could save like $700 on the fucking package. Just going by myself. Sandals in Jamaica, but I don't really. I heard Jamaica's hot, and I don't really like the hot weather like that. I don't really like the Caribbean. I'm not a tropical person. I don't know what the hell the big deals about the fucking Caribbean is. I don't like it. It's like. All right, Jonathan, what's on your mind?
What Kyla? Yeah, that's gonna be a divide between the Black Americans that want nationalism and the people that just want to stay. Although I won't call it a divide.
Well,
The people that want to stay got a right to.
There's some black people who, like, when you ask the FBA, what's your end game? They don't have one, right? And then there's some of us, right? Like I said, talking about black fatigue, right? Some of us, I just want to be around black people that are fucking civilized, that making money. They ain't got these fucking problems, right? I think you should figure out shit and big bill. I mean, there's nothing wrong with. Look, before I got into insurance, I was one of those. I was a dreamer, and I had these big ideas and whatnot, and I had no ideas. People look at me like, man, you should be more successful than you are, or whatnot, blah blah blah. Now that's I still don't look down on people. Like, if you're really trying and whatnot, you got an idea and whatnot, I'll still fuck with you, But what I can't stand these people to just give up, and is, they want my problem, their problems to be my problems. I don't have problems like that, I don't have problems with the fucking police. When I fucking get pulled, if I go to the police, I know one thing: shut the fuck up. Give them your fucking license. Don't ask why you pulled me over. Can I see your license? I don't have to give you that. These stupid ass black people, right? The main thing is to fucking give them the fucking license, say what you other, and then have your day in court. Problem solved. The main thing is to go home alive. But those people that you ever see brothers, they got the camera out, you're being recorded, whatever, and still they get fucked up, and that camera didn't do a damn thing. But more incriminate them. What's up, Hustle Smart? What do you think about what they just said?
First things first, man, shout out to your platform. Shout out to 1,000 subscribers. Shout out to what you finna do over there in Liberia, man. We're going to, probably this weekend, we're going to do like a little fundraiser because you got, about 4 weeks left before you go?
I leave on the 28th of February.
28, so we got 3 weeks. So it takes about 2 days to order. It don't take but 2 days to order and for you to get it, 3 days to order. So we got to get it to get your, because we got enough money to get the Pro, but not enough for the stand, the little holder stand with the pack. But that ain't number like another $100. So you know what I'm saying? You got Jonathan Oga Adogu Pereira, you know what I'm saying? Number two.
Check it out. You know what I figured out, bro? I figured out that I could basically get money through Apple Pay. But I would have to give out my phone number, right? And then people text me the amount they want to
Yeah, you don't want to, Colin. You don't want to do that because the way these people are, man. Listen.
That's true, man. If it was anybody else, would not, I give my phone number
This is
out.
the wrong space, man. I told you a long time ago, these people sit up and listen to your show, just waiting for you to crack, wait for you to say something. Just like Elvira. Hold on for a second. Just like Elvira sit up wanting to listen to people that walking in your background and, trying to take hits at you because you live out. Let me tell you something, man. My parents is dead. I would love for them, my sisters, to come in. My house is just sitting there. Before my daughter and my chick came, it was nobody there. I don't understand it, but you know what? That's that liberal black woman mindset. That's how, you know what? The thing of it is, and Jonathan can attest to that, that's how black women shame black men to like, oh, he got to have his own place, or he got to have his own, when she ain't even got it. They don't want you to
be like that.
They don't want you to have something that they don't have. Do you get what I'm saying? So, but the thing about it is the comparison thing that, that's stupid because I sold crack. Yeah, I've been to prison. I'm still doing better than him. You get what I'm saying? So maybe he should have did the same thing and maybe he would be okay. You get what I'm saying? So, but at the end of the day, it's the point that you have a platform that if he don't like it, he can go somewhere else. But he ain't accepted nowhere else. Nobody else engaged with him like that. Even Diners, when he come up there on their Diners platform, Diners just sit up there, let him talk. After he get through talking, Diners don't say a word to that clown. Diners don't say a word. Diners say, all right, who next? You're the only person that give him some type of life. You get what I'm saying? So that's why he hover up around you, you know what I'm saying, like a disgruntled baby mama. Then y'all go back and forth, then y'all get cool, y'all go back and forth. That's why I tell you that you got to blame yourself for that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a disgruntled relationship.
My whole thing is I don't have any problem with anybody disagreeing with me, right? Because when you start making personal attacks, whatnot about me,
but Colin, he's being who he is. You get what I'm saying? That's just like saying
look. It'd be different if he had any information. He has no information out about him, right? None of the picture. He's never cammed up.
And he hasn't. Think about it. What you're saying, he is who he is. You get what I'm saying? So why would you expect anything other than who he is? Just like Jonathan, who he is. I don't expect nothing more from Jonathan than what he give out. You get what I'm saying? So it's no point to keep going back and forth if you know how he is.
That's why I exploded tonight because I'm like, look, man, I accept a lot of abuse and everything like that. But when you start talking, okay, we could argue, debate, politics, whatever like that. But when you are,
what did I miss?
Nah, we're talking about Elvis.
Elvis, what you do now, nigga?
My whole thing is if you're gonna talk to somebody about personal shit, right? And you have your personal life all guarded. At least I do share with the world what I am about because I'm being real.
Jonathan, what he said was that Colin is not successful because he stay at home in a room with his mama, grandmama, auntie, or whoever. That's what he said.
So what?
Yeah, but that's that liberal female mindset. That's what I tell you. He acts like a female to me, man. Like his response is like a female.
Well, I got.
Anytime you answer a question with a
y'all
question,
praise that shit and call that family value.
Yeah. No, but you got to think about it. You're in America, and he's a liberal, so that means he got that liberal black woman type of mindset. So a liberal black woman will talk like that and say you're not successful if you ain't staying somewhere, if you ain't paying some rent somewhere for her to come and lay up and goddamn use your internet and go through your refrigerator. You get what I'm saying? But that's that way of thinking. That's the liberal mindset. Like I wish that my immediate family and stay in the same city with me, Jonathan. Matter of fact, I would give up my main room for if my big sister come down here. She can have the big room. I'm not even there. I'm paying for bills. I'm not even there that much. I'm paying for landscape. I'm not even there that much. I would love to break my bills down. But in America, we so hypersexual. We have this thing to where, you know what I'm saying, you got to make it all the way comfortable
for a chick or make it always comfortable to prove something to black people. You got to pay a lot of money to white people to prove some black people. And it's the strangest thing. And it's even stranger when immigrants come over here and detect and they pick up that same type of mentality. Because I've been to Nigeria twice and they don't think like that at all. Maybe that's a Liberian thing, but maybe just they come over here and they get caught up in that liberal system and they go to thinking just like liberal people. I just swear, and that's not even a joke, Jonathan. I would love for my family to stay there. Then on top of that, both of my kids can be there.
Yeah. Like I said, I
would
didn't get
love
that point.
man.
I didn't get that point, Simp. I ain't gonna lie to you.
My kids ain't allowed to move out the house unless I die. Give a fuck how grown you are.
I wish. And I got to fly my son. I either got to fly my son here or I drive up there. Because, that part is easy.
You know
Because I
what?
can just
I
get
got something to say, and I'm guilty of this. I planned this with my wife. We buy land. Each kid get a house. Everyone gotta live right next to daddy. You ain't living nowhere else. Fuck you.
Yeah.
So ain't nothing wrong with that. Well, y'all tripping.
That's the mindset though. I'm pretty sure if you sit back and think about it, it wouldn't make no sense to him now. But that was his gotcha moment. The same way when Not Measy was up here with Collar the other day. That you got those people that do that gotcha type of comments. You get what I'm saying? Gotcha type of strategy. That's all it was.
What gets me is I'm not a gotcha type person. I'm just trying to talk. Like people who are scheming me, I'm gonna get him on this.
Right.
You're not gonna look. You can't win. It's like this because when someone like me is genuine and real. People are say, Colin, man. But the bottom line, people always give me the benefit of the doubt because I'm real. I don't try to hide my life. What you see is what you get with me, right? If I say something, I'm doing something and whatnot, just believe I'm doing it, right? I don't put on no fronts. I don't brag. I don't boast, whatever like that. I'm just saying, this is who I am. I could be like saying, yeah, man, I'm out here doing this. I'm out here doing that. I'm not, man. I said I go to my office every day and I look forward to doing this show every night because I don't have a social life. I don't go out. I don't have a social. I don't have a front life. I don't have any
Your chick is in Liberia. Why the fuck would you be paying somebody high ass rent somewhere, Carla?
Yeah, so this about it. Oh, I pay a lot here. Where I'm living at. I pay a lot.
I'm just gonna call it what it is. Tonight on the Telegram group, I almost dealt with the same kind of shit that you dealt with tonight, though, Colin. it comes across that the Africans are just more sensitive than I ever could have imagined.
They are.
It scared me because I'm like,
when you got off,
the AS is fucked.
Check this out. When you got off,
there's no hope.
Came at me. Oh, let me say it, Sean. J.J. came at me and whatnot, said, "You're worse than Jonathan. We just took care of him." Whatever like that. I was like, "What would I do now?" And he said, "Well, you didn't like when I said that African culture is not that deep." I said, "That's the way I see it, man."
That's the same thing I said. And they got mad at me for agreeing with you. And then I pointed out the points in which the African culture ain't deep. They don't have a response for it.
You need to show us right. If a white person comes to your fucking country or whatnot, how you doing? Whatnot. Now, when are you getting on the plane and get the fuck out of here? Right? Anytime they can make themselves just come there and say your language and whatever, like speak like you, and then make themselves comfortable and stuff like that. You ain't got no real culture because Chinese culture, right, goes back thousands of years. This is something you would never know. Their uncles, aunties, and grandparents and whatnot, they could tell you their lineage for thousands of years.
And it's written down.
And it's written down. Thousands of years, they know the history. You can't do that. They go back to the sun god, the three powers, heaven, humanity, and earth. And at the bottom, they have markers and whatnot, the triangles and whatnot, the triads, that go back thousands of years. These clans that built China's civilization, But Africa, it seems like anybody could just roll up in there. And also, when there was a British enclave in Shanghai and whatnot, were they called Chinese because they were born in Britain? China? No, they were called Taipans. Those are white people born in China. But yet, these Africans, they'll call fucking Elon Musk a fucking African,
Yep.
and they want us to say African culture is deep. Get the fuck out of here! It's not deep at all.
It's not deep at all.
It happened, you know.
It's real simple. Call it even like you go to Liberia. So, but if you go to West Africa, like Nigeria, you'll see the games that they try to run. It's so it's like some shit back from 1960. It's so basic to it's like it's embarrassing the game they run. But let me say this. I got two things I want to say. First of all, BB Rodriguez, I don't like saying the word masters. For whatever reason, I do not like saying the word master. So I would never call my bedroom the master bedroom. I would call it the big bedroom. But sorry, maybe that's the slave in me. You know, the slave DNA will not let me call my bedroom the master bedroom. I'm just gonna call it it's the biggest one in the house. Now, second of all, off topic, caller, but I did not know that the British is like the high court in Britain is the Supreme Court over Jamaica. Did you know that?
Yeah, British is the head of
Not
state.
just Jamaica, but go ahead.
I did not know that shit.
Bermuda succeeded from the Commonwealth and the British Crown. Bermuda, not Bermuda, Barbados. You know. Jamaica is still part of the UK, you know. Yeah. And that's why Jamaica's can say nothing to me, man. You know, I don't hear nothing.
So motherfuckers in Britain can override the people that's running Jamaica, these countries, they're just like governors then.
Yeah. Like I said, it ain't that deep, man. None of this shit's that deep, man. You know?
I did not know that until today, man.
Man, everybody's talking about nonsense and whatnot. You know, like I said, my whole thing is like I was telling St. James. I said, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. I said, when I said African culture is that deep, I'm talking about in reference to the fact that what's his name? What's his name? Mr. Money. What's his name? I forgot his name. You know
who?
What's his name? Something. You know that wasn't Ahmed. That clown. You know.
I think he got another name now. He got another name now.
The thing is, I was trying to say how smart was. When I said African culture that deep, it was a reference to people saying, "Oh, you gotta learn authentic African culture. You gotta become an authentic African." And I'm saying, no, it's not that deep, man. You know.
So, Kala, I'm back, man. So, what about? So you saying that is not so anybody can join? What tribe exactly? I don't understand.
Any tribe in Africa, any tribe, any white man with money and a little bit of swag, it's like this.
Kala ain't gotta have no money.
I don't think that's true though, man. I don't think that's true.
Hey, President P, how much money you got in your pocket right now?
Right. I only got cards, man. Only debit cards.
Just say, how much you got on your card right now? Just one card.
One card got like I get paid so like 1,000 on it.
You're a chief. Today. Now you're a chief in Omo.
Look at Afro Stink Tank. Look at Afro Stink Tank, man. You know,
it don't cost much. Now let me ask you a question. I don't have nothing against Afro Stink Tank, because I think what he's doing is genius. He got them bought a piece of shitty ass, dry ass land, and then he got there having people, support him to put up play with some pigs and molest some goats and all that shit. So more power to him. Get some water. But what I'm saying is that do you think that if he wasn't supporting with his own money doing the stuff that he was doing for them, do you think that if he came over there just Afro Stink Tank without all the giving and the providing and doing that, do you think they would make him a chief? Just by him being light-skinned and Asian. Tell the truth, man.
No. But that goes for anywhere though. That goes for anywhere. Anywhere you go, the guy.
Then why you arguing the point that Colin just said?
You said a chief. A chief have like multiple meaning. It could be symbolic as a person of good gesture.
A chief. He's wearing the beads and everything. You know what I'm saying? The garment. He's the chief of the dirt roads.
Yeah.
Like he's the chief. But what I'm saying is that if you go over there and you want to invest all your time, you want to build up some shit and buy some shit and build a store, make a store, you know, a little country store in the village, they'll make you a chief too.
But
Because
that's the same
clearly,
thing for here, though. If like if you look at the
no,
business
you can't
guys
do
who
that
like
here. You
revitalize
can't do
whole
that shit in
cities,
here, man. You can't do
no,
that
like
shit here.
you can name people like what the guy, what's the guy, Dan, the guy from the Cleveland Cavaliers owner, Dan, I think his name is Dan Gilbert, right?
Mhm.
He helped revitalize parts of Detroit and parts of Cleveland, right?
And if he
So he's
go in
revered
Cleveland
there.
by himself, he will get his ass killed. The motherfuckers in Cleveland or Detroit don't give a fuck about him. Wait,
Oh,
hold on, Pussy Pete. Let me put you in your place real quick. Goddamn, Afro Stink Tank is walking around barefooted, light skinned, with chinky eyes, with no security. And they calling him the chief. Dan Gilbert ain't going over there without no security, without no police with him. He can't walk
oh,
around the
true.
people.
Hey. On a
That's a
solid
bit.
tip,
That's
I'm a changed man. If Dan get walks in my area, I'm stripping his ass still, nigga.
strip his ass butt naked and slap him on his. Do you remember that scene in in New Jack City when Nino first took over the Carter and he put the gun up to the owner of the building, had him walking butt naked and slapped him on his ass, tell him, "Hey, now get your ass on up out of here." Like you're not gonna get no why do you think during Christmas, Thanksgiving holidays, when those entertainers come through and give away turkeys and toys, they have to come through there with security? They have security that they ain't got. What you think they got security for them little ugly ass kids? They got security for the black people even the black people they come over there to help. The black people looking at them like, oh, I know that nigga got some more. Where Jonathan finna go? He don't came over here and dropped 2,000. He pulled up in the big boy. Let's see where he going to. Let's see where he stay at. Let's follow him home. That's Black America. In goddamn Nigeria, the motherfucker dancing in the street. Well, not the street, in the dirt road for Afro Stink Tank. You can do that too with about $27.
Yeah, is that one white girl that speaks Yoruba and whatnot? And these
I saw that, man.
they're all fucking, oh, I want to marry you and whatnot. These motherfuckers, man. I'm like, damn, you're a Yoruba girl, calling her you're a Yoruba girl, you're a true Yoruba girl. You know, something like that. She's like, man,
But that exists here too with some of these
you know that girl
slang
saying,
talking.
hold on, you know that girl saying to herself, that's how I know how we was able to pack slave ships for thousands.
Wow. African goddess said Afro Stink Tank. It's stink. Add the S to it. Because he always looking unkept. Was made a chief in recognition of his contribution. He made a lot of contributions. That's what we saying. That if you go over there and make a lot of contribution, they'll let you walk around light-skinned with dreads. You know what I'm saying? They will let you do that by yourself because you're supporting.
Years ago, man, it's so funny. I think what year was this? 2020, right before I went to Liberia. Yeah, what you call that girl, Mouthy Megan? He had came. She called me. He said, "Shut up, Afro Think, take you cornball." She was so funny.
Hey man, do you know she did a truce with me one day, man? She came on Dinah's show or something, and we was going at it, and she messaged me, and she's like, she said, I call a truce. She said, we ain't gonna do each other no favors going back and forth. You get what I'm saying? I was like, we good. You get what I'm saying? That's the funny thing about people that think I hate women. I'm actually nice. I just ain't gonna let if a man get out of place, he can get it the same way. A woman, you know the funny thing about it, Colin, if you let a woman get out of place, she even take it further than the man will.
I know.
That's why you got to stop them.
Security, man. Most of the fights and everything started with women. They don't know when to shut up, run their mouth or not, and then you say, "You want to do something? You gonna let him talk to me like that? Disrespect me like that?"
Right?
And like, "Yo, man, you talk." Then we have to fuck him up. You know what I'm saying? Then fuck around.
My Mr. Money, I thought Americans civilized. We are civilized till we see. You ever been listening to Collar? We as black people still got a hate for him. Even though we work with them, even though we deal with them and everything, we still got it innate. Like catch one of them slip, especially a rich one.
Yep.
Especially a rich one, because he ain't gonna do shit. He'll give up whatever he got and get the hell on.
It's like this. It's like this. It's like every black person. If you look at your history, right, there's no way you could just. Now, some people. I'm not saying you walk around with hatred, right? But every black person should have ambivalent. Black American about because you just respect it to your ancestors. You know, and respect the ancestors. You will naturally have an ambivalence towards white people, right? That's why when black immigrants come over here, they don't have that natural ambivalence, you know, towards them. And even when they go to Africa, you know, they basically don't they don't understand. They invite them in, and they say, "Oh, it's just trusting," but they don't understand. When we see that, there's a history behind that. You know, that's how slavery started. You know, you invite them
Right.
in and whatnot. You know, we see that, and it triggers something in me. Like me, I never expected. I don't expect. I refuse to expect to see that in Liberia. Liberia was created as a safe haven for Black Americans, right? So when I went like that, I don't want to see, particularly white Americans. I don't want to see this guy. This stream is low key disappointing. What are you disappointed?
Then find you another stream to go listen to, bro.
Get the fuck out of here.
The fuck is wrong with nobody ain't actually, you know what? These some type of people that say block, you know what I'm saying? But just do it. Just get the fuck on. Nobody cares if you will.
And
So you talking about light skin, bro. Out of all the stuff I just said, and the only thing caught your attention, ZVY, was when I said he's light skinned, like that's you can tell you're not American. You can tell you're not American because saying that is just like saying calling him a fool or calling him a dummy. Wasn't about his skin color. Nobody gives a damn about his skin color. We're not. If Black Americans are not colorists. Y'all, whatever country you come from, y'all are colorists.
Yeah, what you go like? Would you say like the other day, a couple of weeks ago? I did a thing. I said, "Oh man, the girls I grew up with look like Stacey Dash." But that's what the girls upstate New York I grew up with. Remember, so these were the premium Black people who made it out of the South. You know, of course, you had some fine ass Black women. You know,
New York, I will admit, Colin, New York had the top when we was growing up. Upstate New York chicks was the top.
Upstate New York was a fucking heaven.
But hold on, let me tell you now, it has slowly went to the West Coast. The Houston, now they're saying Houston got the top-notch Black chicks in America.
I gotta see that, man. It's hard to believe, but I'll check it out, man. You know,
yeah, they just
New York. Well, all I know is upstate New York, Long Island, you know, Connecticut, that area, whole region right there, man. That's where Black people have money. That move for, you know what I'm saying, that money and good jobs. Somehow money and being able to take care of yourself and whatnot, you know, produce better, beautiful people, you know. I just say upset, you know.
Because let me explain something to you, Mr. Money. Like in America, like we don't nobody's chase a light-skinned chick like that. You get something like me, I don't even mess with light-skinned chicks because their body is not as tight as dark-skinned chicks. I learned that light skinned chicks.
Upstate New York, we had some fine ass dark skinned chicks that were hot.
Yeah, I'm talking about their bodies are like chisel. Light skinned girls' bodies are not chisel.
Light skinned chicks that were hot. We just had everything in New York. We had everything you want. So when you say that, right? And I just have to say, yeah, Stacey Dash. I wasn't talking about they were light skinned. Stacey Dash and but I just said, yeah, we had girls that like that. You know?
Stacey Dash is light skinned.
Well, you know, nowadays she looks light skinned, but she wasn't light skinned back in the days. She was like a brown skin, you know, back in the days. But the bottom line is this: people nowadays, bro, any Black girl that looks halfway good, they want us to just look. We're supposed to get rid of. Remember the girl? What's the girl that used to play Vanessa on Hot Cosby Show?
Yeah.
Now she's a brown skinned girl, right? And Rudy Hustle, man, we're supposed to get rid of them too now, man. You know,
man, you know, Rudy went out bad here in Atlanta, right?
Oh, was she? No, she was playing in the movie. My friend, Dr. Kula, right? she knows her. She's trying to get her to star in a movie. I think she starred in the movie Providence about Liberia.
Yeah, but she started doing that baby mama thing, chasing that dude that used to play for the
I heard
Falcons.
that. I heard that.
Man, she
Yeah, that
was
was
going
bad.
out, bruh. She was going out bad. She was chasing him down, chasing him around Atlanta, trying to like she got 10 times as much money as he got, and she was running around Atlanta trying to in restaurant trying to get him to pay child support. When she makes 10,
You know who else was put back? Remember Mia Campbell?
oh yeah, she in Atlanta too. She be on the street. You can see her on the
I
streets.
heard. She went
Yeah.
down. Man.
In the barber shop I used to go to, man, she was coming in there begging for change and shit. She ain't nowhere near. She
Yeah,
is nowhere.
back in days, she was fine, man.
God damn it, that girl fell off so hard.
She boy. I'm
Fuck,
talking about,
man.
bruh. She don't even smoke crack, and she talks like she smoke crack. Like her lips is locking, is twitching, bruh. She came in there like that, and then on top of that, she looks like the grandmama. She walks like the grandma from Hansel and Gretel, like kind of hunched back over like that. She don't even walk the same. Like it's almost like,
It's sad to see that. You know?
Dude.
yeah.
And St. Pauli's, if she was young and beautiful that way still, I'd be a
Yeah.
simp ass nigga. I'd be the
Yeah.
bitch.
Fucking fine ass woman.
But
Fine
all
ass
them
woman
guys
like
was
that, I simp my ass off.
But them guys were like, man, they dodged her because one guy was dating her before she went all crazy like that. And he was like, man, I almost got her pregnant. I was like, boy, you'd have went straight through it. Straight through it if you'd have got her pregnant. That's why you gotta watch these chicks, bro. You gotta watch they mental health. When a chick is telling you she gotta take care of her mental health, man, believe them chicks, man. Like the thing about it is you got to, one thing about it, man, we have to date and procreate like the white people do. Like they size each other up. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you gotta
Like,
go your own way, man. You can't just but that's what happens is some black people, they see a girl as look good, man, and they're like, oh, come on. Then the bottom line is she still got connections to bad people and shit like that. You're like, damn, what the hell I get myself out of there? I've been through that before, man. Thinking with the head down there instead of the head up here.
we hypersexual, man.
Yeah,
We hypersexual.
I was there, man. That's why you think I'm not married now, man. I done ruined so many relationships.
Cause hey, Colin, we got all that ass on the brain. See, white dudes they have to go through all that because they working with the IHOP, they working with the pancake booty.
I should have been starting my career where I would do much younger. But I said when I turned 40 years old, right? I said it was like did you see a video I played yesterday? How smart of my family and my cousin's house in Long Island?
Yeah,
you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Now at that time, man, I was my little cousin Jerome, right? It was little cousin Jerome, right? I was like, damn, man, I'm gonna be 40 years old, right? I'll be 40 years old soon. My cousin Jerome got this big ass house, wife, everything, pool in the backyard, whatnot. What the fuck am I doing with my life, man? And so I said, man, I gotta change my fucking life, man. And I did. And the next year in 2008, when I went there, man, it was an even better year, man. We had so much more fun. I had my license. I was a newish. I was like, man, I made a trip because that was that feeling of inadequacy. My little cousin Jerome got this big ass house, and I'm sitting there working 3 and 4 jobs and whatnot, still doing club security, still doing bodyguard work, stuff, stupid shit, I said I need a fucking career, man. So that's when I grew up. I said I am not gonna hit 40 and fucking be doing the same shit, That's why I got my sister gave me that book. I studied
VVY hypersexual that has nothing to do with population because at the end of the day, black women controls the population. Only thing black men in control is the fucking. That's all black men control.
Hypersexual mean, you know what it means? It means you're in a good relationship, right? You're gonna meet your girl and whatnot, and then you look over and some girl is flashing you her boobs or whatnot. I see this little time. It happened to me. Motherfucker, like pull over. I was like, this nigga. I mean, it happened to me too. I did it too. This nigga's married with kids because he had a minivan. That niggas don't think about nothing when that cat is when they hear that meow.
Carla, what about when you married? I was on the phone with on my way to court. My friend was on his way to court talking to him, and then he married with kids, you know what I'm saying, and see a girl at the bus stop with a fat ass, he don't bust a U-turn, don't
Bro,
put
that was
the car,
me, man.
collar, put the car seats in the trunk.
I never had to do that, man. But I busted so many U-turns, man. I almost got into accidents and everything like that. And I was in a good relationship with a female, a good ass female that took care of me, man. But yo, when I was out there, I was irresponsible as a motherfucker, man. I was
Irresponsible, man. And because we have all that, we have a lot of temptation with like the way black women look. Because you can have black women that
but they throw you those signals and whatnot, you know. If they didn't throw those signals, man, we wouldn't do that. But they throw you those signals and whatnot, like, you know, blah blah blah. You know, you're like, oh shit, right? You know, let me do it. Let me get Kidola on. Kidola, what's going on, brother? You know,
Hey, what's up, Carla?
hey, Kidola, let me say it for me, right? What do you call in Muslim law? Say the word. What's it called?
Muslim law?
What's it called?
Sharia law?
What's that?
No. Well, yeah. What do you call the Muslims? They try to impose what kind of law on people?
I really don't know Muslim law, man.
You said on that show today. You know.
Sharia law. Sharia law.
That's a Sharia law.
Charlie, you laughing at the way he say it, not actually Sharia law.
The show, I'll drive my car almost crashed. Man. That shit was funny.
Sharia law, man.
What do you hear, Cadola? Do you hear them drunk ass Jamaicans on the show talking the Icon Fire and that old man? What is
Delroy, whatever his name
is? That dude is a madman hiding somewhere in your country, man. You know, but yeah. I know him for a very long time.
What's going on in the African streets, man, and on the island?
Man, ain't nothing going on, man. We just see what we're seeing and try to survive. I just wake up, man, try to cheat, you know, run around, what's my mind, what to do the next time, you know.
Man, my handler.
See, if you always have to be in touch with people and run around, call, and you know, sometimes Nigeria sometimes confuse you, man. Sometimes you just have brain block, you know.
Right.
Because, man, you know.
Hey, Cadola, my handler, he woke up in a motherfucking scorpion is in the bed with a biter and shit. I said, Carla, the picture. Did I see you the picture, Carla?
Wait, hold on, Sim Police, because my wife said there was a scorpion in the house. What's going on with the scorpion shit?
Oh, fucking no, this just happened to Carla, when I sent you the picture, today is Thursday. What, it was Tuesday?
Man, where's your stay?
Carla going to get some Skittles.
Where's your stay? Asaba, right?
What's going on with the scorpions?
Yeah,
and
she
the
in
snake bit a
Asaba.
bitch in the ass and the bouja. What's going on now?
And then she got bit in her leg. She got bit in her left leg. She rolled over in the scorpion. She sent me everything, man. And then the funny part was I tried to send her to the pharmacy to get some. She just had to go to the junction. But it had some type of medicine that had like some 2 gay white dudes on the cup for ibuprofen. It had like 2 gay white dudes with their shirt off. I'm like, how the hell they advertising medicine over here in Nigeria with 2 white guys?
No. I even have such a anti-dose, anti-snake or anti-type of scorpion native something in my house, man. You just drink a little bit, be bitten by some of this.
Where do you get it from, though? Where do you get it from?
From this native medicine man. They you know they have it.
You went to the juju man.
No. It's not about the juju man. These are people who already they've been treating this thing for a long time, but they just have the things not in the bottle. You know, way back it used to like now there's no time. You know, people don't know how to tie before you go there, but now you can just easily take the bottle, you know, drink a little bit of it. It will dilute those poisons, man. Because you have to have it in your house, you know.
Yeah.
Because this snake of a thing, Abuja is, when you have like central sewage system in a kind of like a condos, right? Then maybe the what we call soccer way is not heavily protected, right? Snake can find way to those places that pump out your your toilet and bite your ass. It's scary, man.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. That's how the snakes is coming in through the toilet.
Yeah. You know what I'm doing sometime? Once a month, I pour like things that kill raptors into my toilet and flush it.
Now, you know what though? I have a fear of that because I saw it. I was watching a YouTube or a TikTok and I saw somebody had a snake coming out their toilet and they have a septic tank and I have a septic tank also. So what I did was I went to Jonathan Kidola, I went to Lowe's and bought me a $75 toilet seat that has LED lights on it. So my toilet stayed lit up. At nighttime, I don't have to cut on the lights at all. So I can look in the toilet and it has blue, red, and green LED lights. You get what I'm saying? That shit scared the fuck out of me. I'm scared
Do
of
you have
snakes.
that problem? Do you have that problem in America?
No, we don't have it in America. It's just a phobia, man. Listen, Kidola, I had a dream that I had a dream. I almost got bit by a snake one time. And a water moccasin came at me because whatever, listen, I can see the police, I can see the feds, I can see a gold digger, I can see a shiesty nigga, I can see everything. I can see a rat, I can see a mice, I can see ants. But one thing that I can't see, my flaw is I cannot see a snake until it's moving at me. My eyes will not let me focus on the snake unless it's physically moving at me or I'm walking up on it. So one day, hold on. So one day I go to sleep after almost getting bit by a snake, and then that night I had a dream that this big ass black cobra came to my door, knocking on my door, trying to sell me insurance. But he was a cobra snake, but he was dressed in a suit. He had like the check from his chest up. He was a snake. And then he had these little small ass arms and he had feet like a human. And he was trying to sell me insurance, and every time I try to close the door, his tongue got in the door and blocking the door. I'm talking about I woke up sweating and shaking like a stripper. I'm talking about grown as fuck. You get what I'm saying? And it was the realest dream ever. That the snake was at my front door trying to sell me insurance. He's like, I'm not gonna bite you. I just want to tell you about your annuity trying to sell me insurance, man. It was the craziest dream. I had some pretty crazy dreams, but this the one that I woke up sweating and my heart beating.
See, let me tell you, I grew up in a rural area, right? Whereby my grandfather is a farmer and my dad's not, but we used to go to farm like to help my grandfather to follow my mom. So one thing they taught us when we were very, very small, even you will feel it when you were like a baby already. Your mom will put you where she can be seeing you around, not too far. Even when she's washing clothes or she's trying to make things happen at home, she will put you in the area whereby her radar, right, can scan everywhere. So when she's not feeling comfortable, she'll pick you up and put you, back you up in her back. So we already have fear of something. By the time you become 3 or 4 or 5, let's say 5, you don't understand. She's trying to tell you, look at the ground, right? Look at the ground. So she tell you snake. and you already know they show you snake, and it can be very, very dangerous. So we already have our eyes always fixed on the ground. Anywhere we are, we can be like in a big city, we can be in a in a rural area, man. Your eyes is not really up. Your eyes is really just scanning the ground, what is moving around you, right? If you will pick up a close to where, you must have to check what is going on. So we already have the thing in our mind, the one thing we fear most, the lion, but as well have it cannot really it's snake. We fear snake more than lion where we're coming from. Snake is one of the most dangerous things we've ever scared of. You know what I mean? So yeah, sometimes they also taught us how to kill them too. Otherwise you have to kill, or they will kill you. Just pick up a very long wood, very long stick, long one, not short one, those long one.
Right.
Go for his head first, before the tail. For his head first. Smash the head so he can't make any move. And avoid the blood, because in Abuja.
You mean the venom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if that blood come to your skin, it can give you skin irritation also. You would treat and treat and treat and treat. It's not going, man.
Yeah.
That you just have to be very careful with people eat it. People eat snake, but I don't know how they're doing it,
Y'all eat grass. If you eat a grass cutter, why the fuck you wouldn't eat a snake? The fuck, like you want to get picky. Hey man, I don't know if y'all ever seen grass cutter. You ever smelt them? You know what I'm saying? Like you got it's gonna be on the outskirts, but you still can get them on the mainland, on the little outskirts. They sell grass, bruh. Them motherfuckers stinking ass things, and you talking about you won't eat a snake? So would you eat a frog? Kidola, will you eat a frog?
Hey, hustle smart. Check this out. You said video playing a Liberian lady crying.
I saw her, man. She just needs some small.
Oh, you see Elvis explaining that shit?
I heard that.
This is what I'm talking about. There's a company there. Look, the bottom line is this. The bottom line, Africans, man, like I said, the culture, politics is not that. It's everybody's a whining bitch, whining, crying, this, that, and the other thing. Oh, this, that, and the other. So even Elvis said, "Oh, don't worry about it. We got this. We're in charge now."
Yeah.
If you're in charge now, how do you explain this lady?
Because they're not. The one thing that you should always preach, I think every day, said at least one time, is that the Africans don't govern; they just want power. So they don't give a fuck about.
They like I said, when it comes to government, we're lacking, Kidola. When it comes to all black people, not just Africa. Look what we did to Gary, Indiana, in America. Look what we did to Detroit. Look, we did everything.
That's the African DNA in us, Collar.
I keep telling Collar that, man. We just did this. We just a taller, stronger version of the original fuck niggas, man.
And Collar, the evidence of that is that you look at Africa. Anyone can go inside Africa and do whatever the fuck they want, as long as they're not black.
Long as they ain't
look
black.
At Black America.
Yeah.
Everyone can come into our community, open up shop, and we're gonna support it.
That's how Africans.
You get it wrong, man.
Africans,
you get it wrong.
Africans can't govern. We can't govern.
Well,
Jonathan, the most scary people I'm scared of is the Chinese.
Oh, Condola. Don't bring those fuckers up. I was walking down the street on Sapele Road in Benin, right off of PZ, where they were building this goddamn overpass. Motherfucker Chinese dude was whooping the motherfucker ass because calling him lazy and shit. I'm like, y'all ain't gonna do nothing about this? Fucking soldiers just standing right there.
Where in Nigeria?
I give up, nigga.
In Benin.
Yeah, that would
In
never.
Benin.
You would never see
Hold
nothing
I
on.
like that in
recorded that
America.
Yo, is
shit.
this
I
DV when
recorded
they
it.
said that's why black people are so dominant in America? Is this guy on crack? You know, what's so dominant in America? Right.
We only know have to go after. We only know have to go after
Yo,
ourselves.
I
You
know you
know.
being facetious,
And that's
right?
it.
Now,
Hold
now I
on.
change. I change my view. I'm not gonna be in a Afrodama show anymore, man. Be hearing my, my fellow black brothers.
Now you
Even we're
like,
not from the same place, but
let me say this. Let me say
man,
this. This guy says
no.
that's why people about look. He's being facetious. I said
Yeah.
black people in America can't govern either. You
Nah.
know, we
Yeah.
ruined Gary, Indiana. We ruined Detroit. We ruined Pittsburgh, Chicago. You name it, man. We destroyed it. You know.
Oh, hey, Colin, let me push your point a little further. Let me explain something to you. The same way how a white person can go over there and do anything in Africa, in the same way that the neighborhood that I used to grow up in, that I grew up in, I can't go over there no more like I used to, but a white person can go in there and move in, and the black people over there won't ask them no question, say nothing.
You hear something funny? Back in 2000, me and my father, we had a family business. I always wanted. I always wanted a family business. Me, my brother, and my father, right? Anyway, we had this roofing contract that we were trying to get, right? And these projects, right? So anyway, I go in there and whatnot. Motherfucker like, what this nigga doing here? Blah, 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 right? You know, saying, you see these white contractors out there, with that city contract. They always give money to renovate these places, right? Allocated as white contractors that that stuff. Imagine if all the housing projects black people live were done by black contractors. That ain't gonna ever happen,
Nope.
These guys out there on the electricians out there, white with their shirt off, sun beating in the red when there's beat red when they have the shirt off, whatever like that. They're out there with their shirt off, whatnot, working and whatnot. Nobody bothered them, nothing like that, I come around and whatnot. What the hell this nigga doing here? Don't be here too long, nigga.
Yeah. Where you from, man?
I think black men react when they're in danger. I don't know if it's a skin. I don't know. I don't know what is going on. Really, no. See, let's look at it. Do you know why white people sort of don't take us serious, or even the white women sometimes also, because we don't have no yes. Our no can be yes. We can easily forgive everybody. You understand? We can easily. You see, with the white man, right? When the white man said no is no. When you push it too much, it would like to eliminate you. It will warn you. That's why the white women, they're very scared of their white men. Because when they said no, and you try to push it, man, they will go bananas for you. But with the black men, right? A white woman, maybe his wife or girlfriend can say, oh, dude, say, oh no. Let the girl say, please, can you do it, please? The black dude that said no, that said, okay, let me help you then. I think because we have forgiveness.
Black women know that's maybe. That's maybe.
Yeah. What?
I said when a black man says no, black woman figure that's maybe.
Yeah.
Or not now.
Yes. No. The white women know more about the black men than the black women. The white woman will say, oh, you sure you don't really want to do it? Can you please? The guy will say, oh, okay. Because we have a heart of forgiveness. See, in the Bible, right, they call black people devils, but we are the real angels. We are the angels, and because we're the angels, we have sort of forgiving people, and move on. So the white people saw
we the angels, Condola. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're the real angel, because I don't see why a black person can tolerate a different skin color like Chinese to come into their country and pollute. Do you see Ghana and pollute the drinking water somewhere, right? Try it with white people and see. First of all, they will jail you emotionally. They will jail you, psychologically. They will jail you physically. You understand me? By the time you are out, you almost look like you lost your mind. You don't even know your name anymore and everything. You know what I mean? If they don't want to really eliminate you like that. But look at the Chinese.
Condola, come on, man. Listen. Come on, we got to admit it, man. This is why I say 85% of black people are useless. It's only about 15 collectively out of 1.2 billion for Africans and black Americans. Out of all of us, it's only about 15% that has critical thinking. The rest of us are stupid. It's just like a gazelle or a warhog running past where they know the lions sleep. That this is their territory. They can smell the lions piss. They can smell the pheromones in the air, and they got all these senses of smell, but they'll still run past the goddamn lions. Or you got a gazelle or sit up there and take a nap right there where the lion's at. Like, listen, the same way in the animal kingdom, the way that is sudden, it's a pecking order. It's predator and prey. For some reason, in psychologically, even before slavery, we didn't see the predator as predator. We saw the predator as a friend. See, the white people always saw us as prey. They always saw that. Matter of fact, they had a conversation on the boats. They had a conversation on the ships. They had a conversation in when they had their meetings. They had a full plan on a contingency plan how they was going to handle us. Things like, okay, if they get resistance, these people ain't giving resistance. They accepting everything. But what else you got for us, white man? Got a religion for us? Give me some of that religion. What else you got for us, white? Anything that the white man gave, the black man, the African man was on his knees with his hands out and with his tongue out, like, give me some more. This taste, whatever this taste is, I want to taste some more. That's just how we. Cadola. I hate it. I hate to say it. That's just the way we are. We're the perfect slaves.
Yeah, man. Do you ever watch the film Captain Dean, the Vietnam film called Captain Dean? You see that guy called Bobo? You know, don't you see the way they portray that black soldier they call Bobo? Captain Dean. Ever watch that? It's a Vietnam movie. Captain Dean is a white man.
Right? About Bubba Gump.
Yeah, Bubba Gump. You don't see the way they portray that black man, call it by street. You know, the way he talks, the way they make his mouth to look like.
No. Listen, Cadola. He read the paper. He brought that character to life. It was easy for him to do it.
Yeah, I understand, but even Captain Dean with his handicap, no legs, but he still play the balls, right? He still play the balls,
Still calling him lieutenant. Still with no legs, messing with hookers, they were still calling him lieutenant.
Yeah, and the black guy, the black guy talking about boat and stream and all those things. That's when I started realizing, man, they can always be boss every time. Man, this Negro playing the poor man, he ain't got no shit, talking about boat and scream. I don't understand that, man.
Let me explain something to you, Cadola. I was watching this video of this biker that I think her name is Itchy Boots. I don't know if you heard of her. Her name Itchy Boots. She drives like a motorcycle going across different places. So she went to this place in Cameroon, and it was 2 kids that was there, and she had some candy, right? So she was just passing out candy. Two brothers. One child saw the lady and screamed in terror and started running. One child walked up to her, bowed down, and took the candy. That's the difference. That's how the African mind is. But that would have been a black person going up to 2 white kids trying to hand them out some candy. Both of the white kids would have ran away. Do you see what I'm saying? The white person sees the black person as a threat. The black person doesn't see the white person as a threat. So of course, when they came over there on them slave ships, it was some black people that didn't want to go to the goddamn to the coast and welcome them in. but the majority did. The majority was in awe. Look, they got things, apparatuses on their feet. You know what I'm saying? You got people walking around barefooted and flip-flops made out of coconut and goddamn banana strings. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just that it don't take much to impress a black person for whatever reason. If it's coming from a white person. Now, if it's coming from another black person, oh man, that thing, I don't seen that before. I don't seen that 1,000 times. But when it comes from a white person, we accept the bare minimum if it comes from a white person. And this shit been going on for years, and it's sad. And I just
that's why.
Go ahead.
Same. That's why you could see black chicks. They will run after you if you have Timberland on, you have Nike on. You know, they say you're cool. No, I'm just telling you. You know, black will go sometimes for the cheap things. They go for what's called now. They don't go for. It will take time, but for the big thing. You know, you approach a black chick right now, right? You might be wearing something not too known. You'll be looking at her shoes, you know, looking at your clothes. That would be her yardstick of deciding if you're cool or not. You know, if you're worth hanging around with. You feel me? You know, but if you don't come out cool with, you know, depends, you know, more black chick like Timberland and, you know, Nike and all those things, you know. They will come, man. It's a good look. Even you as ugly as hell. He's a good looking. I like his dressing. I like somebody just because of his dressing first. You don't even know him too, you know, deep. So the mindset of black people is different. You know?
It's definitely different. You said, that's an understatement. Kunguru, shout out to my boy Kunguru, Mr. Dirty Wine himself. Let him get behind you. You know what I'm saying? Shout it, and he will run that pussy from the river. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my boy Kunguru. Kunguru said, it's a gift and a curse. We are the most human group of humans. See, now, let me tell you why I'll agree with that, and then I'll say that I'll change the word human as we're the most docile and accepting. Being docile and accepting is just like licking, just like an animal licking the alligator wounds until the alligator get healthy, then it kill it. Like that don't make us human. That make us stupid. I'm saying it like this, Kunguru. In the grand scheme of predator and prey, we are the dumbest. Now you can call it human, but I don't think it's human to be dumb. I don't think it's human to be prey. I don't think it's human to like what everybody else do and hate whatever we do. Kunguru, the only way that can be correct that we human is we act that way towards each other. That we act human towards each other, but we act human towards everybody else. We got so much humanity for everybody else. Why we ain't got that same humanity for ourselves?
Yeah, you're right, man. You're pretty right. You know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I stopped. You know, I don't. You know, I find out. I understand. Yeah, it's YouTube street. We're fighting each other, saying shit about each other. I just stopped that shit, man. I said, no, man.
Quit.
We fight each other.
We fight each other quick. Fast.
Yeah. Janetta came to my
Kidola. A white person got to Kidola. A white person got to make you fight them. A black person just look at you the wrong way and you want to fight them.
Yeah. that you see, Jonathan came to my backyard and pick up a wife. They're like, whoa, I was at first when I was pissed at Jonathan, but later I said, oh no, man, this dude is bad. He become Hilo right there. He become Hilo.
Okay, now let me tell you something. I was coming out of a gas station, and this dude, there was like some guys at the gas station. You know, when I walk in, I'm a big guy. You know what I'm saying? And you know, they like, hey, what up, what up, They call me You know what I'm saying? I like that. Now they open the door for me. But this dude was coming out the store. And he had a girl, and the dudes was like, hey. You know what I'm saying? Just how the girl was with a guy, but it was like 6 dudes out there. So they were just like, oh shit, hey. And then the dude looked, they were like, say something, nigga. Say something. You know what I'm saying? They're like, you better get your ass on. You better get in that car. Before we do something to you and take your chick. Like that's what I'm saying. They would never talk that way to if they saw a white dude coming out with a white girl.
Even let me tell you something, Sim. You know what this white chicks sometimes what they're doing too? You see, you know what this white chicks sometimes what they're doing too? You see, Carla, what's going on with your mic?
Carla, you might got to restart it.
Sim, let me give you this. You see, because we're so fucked up, right? Let me give you this. If a white chick that is dating black men, right? If he's cheating on you, try to dump, he will go and pick another black man, to encounter you. And if you're not careful, you just see 2 black guys killing themselves for nothing. Have you ever noticed that too?
For about nothing.
You know, they set you up. You know, they just set you up.
Hold on for a second. Black people will kill each other about words that they say online. But you can go look at all the evidence of the white people killing black people. You can go look up, you can go see videos, you can read books, you can read manifestos, you can read how black people, how they rape black women, how they killed black men, how they burnt up little girls, how they fed them the all that shit they can go look up. But they don't want to get offended by that. But they gonna get offended about what you said about another black person said to them online in the chat.
Yeah. That's why if you see even the social media you see now, the white people using it for something else. The black people over from America to Africa, they're just battling, they're beefing at each other for nothing. You know, for who wear the best rag. Let me put it like that. In Africa, who wear the best rag? You know, that's what they're beefing on. Who wear the best rag? Which rag is far more rag? My rag is far more better than your rag. You know, with them. You know, so that's why we don't really see the whole big picture. That's why I said for the black people, they want it now. While from the other group, they want it big, but in a way they will come in. It would take them some time, but they will grab everything. You know, they will grab everything. I'll give you this. There was a protest when Flood was, that dude that killed, that dude that the policeman murdered in Minnesota, right? George Floyd, I forget his name, right? The dude. Check what the white chicks, when they were protesting, what were they doing, right? There's some white chick who hosted somebody, it said, I like black dick. Have you ever seen, white chicks holding, please leave my black men alone because I love black dick. I'm like, huh? If you do that in the white, that would chase you out, right? So what you seeing, the black man cannot portray it upstairs rather than his own body. You know what I mean? That's where they see us, right?
Okay. Think about it like this. See, a fetish, a white person, a white woman fetishing a black man is considered a privilege, an honor. If a white dude is fetishizing a black woman, oh, that means that he loves black women. He loves them. He wants some coffee in his sugar. I mean, some sugar in his coffee, whatever the fuck it is. He wants some cream in his sugar. All type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
if a black woman go out there and say, I want white dick, they ain't gonna accept that shit from her. They're gonna be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And if a black dude go out there and say, man, white women are the finest white women on the planet, they gonna be offended.
Yeah. You
Because
know,
we want
we
that type of shit. We want that type of we want that type of instant gratification that means nothing. You'll see white women coming online saying black women are the most beautiful women in the world. You know the white women don't think that shit. But they'll just come on there and say it because they think you're gonna be happy. I remember I was watching the video of Lizzo, and it was all these white supermodels. I'm talking about white supermodels with tight body. They was like, oh, she's so beautiful and she's so lovely. And they was like, even the white girls know we look like they don't think that for real. Because if they thought that you look beautiful, they would try to look like you. You go to the beauty salon and you go to the wig shop trying to wear hair that looks like her. You got hair on top of your head that looks like her.
That white girl would eat one mango a day to make sure she don't look like you.
Yeah. She ain't got no, she ain't talking about you so beautiful. How can I get your hair? How can I look like you? White women ain't trying to look like black women at all.
Yeah,
but black women spend thousands of dollars trying to look like white women. I tell you another thing for you talk, Cadola, is that I never heard a white woman saying I'm the black version of anything. I'm the black Nicki Minaj. I'm the black whoever. But you always hear black women talking about I'm the white Kim Kardashian. I'm Barbie. Like, no.
That's why you can see notice what they keep Kardashian girls. What's the what they do to black men? They pick them and dump them at their own will after they suck them spiritually and make them they use their destiny to to turn to their own. They're the only one who are progressive with their dead black men. You see Kanye West was, it's a big fish. Check out what that young lady did to him, She become very famous and rich. Why Kanye West started losing business deals? If his bank account would be thrown out of, for billionaire to be just another multi-millionaire, just like that, So what I'm trying to tell you is that when black men come to these white chicks, some users, so they try to show six-pack. You raise everything, you raise your shirt up, look, six-pack, Then what do you think that white woman will be look at you like a fool? You understand? And if you get to the club, right? If you get to the club, you see these white chicks when they want to pick some black men up, right? They dress one kind, so they know the coat to put on to get black men. You know what I'm saying? They dress one kind. They just walk around. Then one Negro behind somewhere will just say, "Hey, okay," because he already know the code. We run after this chick. We will say everything with this chick. This chick will just be smiling, studying him. So, okay, this Negro, man, I'm going to use this nigga somehow, but for about 6 months, that's where my already contract in our mind. You know what I mean? Then after that 6 months, no matter what that Negro is saying, oh, baby, I love you, he will say, Negro, the contract is over. Get the fuck out of my side. He's going to pick another Negro again. You know what I mean? Maybe might pick an African Negro this time after dumping the black American Negro, So it was okay, let me go to the jungle side. This city Negro, man, I have enough of this city Negro. Let me go to the to the jungle Negro. You know what I mean?
Some bush dick. Pause.
Yeah, you feel, man. So that's what I'm saying, that when you advertise just your body shape, your six-pack and some shit, only just what you can offer is your body, but not the brain, they will use you like a machine. Yeah. And after that, you'll be dumped. You go eat go eat your fried chicken somewhere and your milkshake. The next time that white chick, Bobby see you or saw you, he just gonna wave you, hi, why you Negro, man? But he just use you. He just
BB
use
Rod,
you. You know what I
hold
mean?
on, Carla. BB Rodriguez in the 70s. Yes, they did not. White women did not want to be black women. Now, what they did was they wanted to dress like black women because that's one thing Carla was definitely telling the truth about. In the 70s, all the style came from New York and Harlem. Like in the South, they didn't have no style. They picked up everything because that's why all the black concerts was going on. That shit didn't happen in the South. That shit was happening up there. So all the little parties, all the dance, all the swag was coming from the North, coming from the East. You know what I'm saying? So the women was they was dressing like them. They was wearing the little flannel shirts, the little collars with the glasses on. You know what I'm saying? The little aviators. They wanted the dress like them, but they damn sure don't want to look like them because the white women was still wearing their hair to the middle of their backs. The black women was rocking afros. But now what the black women is rocking right now? They want the goddamn Caribbean Peruvian, natural wavy, extra silky, full body, pixie cut, bob cut, extra bounce, 36-inch yaki. All on their head. And then have the nerve to have straight backs. Have their hair in straight backs, looking like Queen Latifah said it all. Straight backs, and then have a wig on that have straight back attachments.
Yeah. Sim, that's why, Sim, I grew up in the 90s, man. I said things in the 90s to early 2000. I know how these things changed, that first time I see Negroes, man, started showing their six-pack and their muscles. 2000 even become far more worse, The steroid make them become more bigger, and when you as a Negro, why you like that? They're just going after white chicks at that time, And Sim, let me tell you this thing that most people don't understand. When the white chicks want black men, or that they can make money through black men, it's the Kim Kardashians. I'm telling you the fire of, man. When the Kim Kardashian pump out the first time, they were looking like hooters, right? Right? But what happened? Then I discovered how can they get famous? She started showing herself more on some set of TV programs. They started dressing one kind. Then she go after this dude called Butch Raymond, right? That dude, Butch Ray, that guy that play American football. From there, after using that guy's star, because that dude could not even use her own star, he used that guy's star to jump up. Then I found out if you have to be famous, you need to come to the black side. Then she dumped that dude, went to the other black dude, the top basketball player. After, that dude have a total different type of spirit, right? He said, "Oh no, this one kind of like this black guy is poisonous, man." Then after a while, she went straight to the big dog, to Kanye West. Kanye West thought maybe he can use them, but Kanye West don't know he's dealing with Jezebels. The Kardashian family, they're like Jezebels, right? These are spiritual women. These are not real people.
But Carla, do you know why? Even though these black dudes marry a white woman and a white woman take their money, you still don't see them mad? It's because even when white women take their money, they ain't online bragging about it. They ain't talking shit about it. They ain't sitting up there, you know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, you see them with another man and got their kids like that. With black women, when black women leave a man or divorce a man and take that money, they put it all out there. They'll have another man with their kid. You get what I'm saying? Like they do wild shit with it. You get what I'm saying? Like when you hear these rich white women divorce their husband, like they still make agreements. You get what I'm saying? Like, okay, I'll still support, I'll still do this, do that, just keep the kids out the way and do this and do that. Like they do stuff like that. We as black people, man, we like to throw any type of dirt we can in your face. We'll use any type of information that we have on you to save it, to catch some points. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, not to bring up nothing old, but that's the same thing that happened today with Collar and Elvis. That you sit around and know some information that you think can be a hidden point, and you just waiting for the opportunity to say it. And then you say, well, somebody made me mad, then I say it. Hey, Jonathan, are you on, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'm here.
Jonathan, if I wait to get mad and say something about you, that information that I know, that means I always want to say it.
Yeah, it's been on your heart for a long time, player.
I mean, it's been bubbling in my spirit. Do you get what I'm saying? You can't use that as an excuse. Like, even when I talked to my handler, you know what I'm saying? Like, I talked to my handler about a generator. We got into it about a generator, right? And she was like, so I'm like, listen, because I'm telling you about the generator, that doesn't mean, wherever I told you that I'm a dude, that doesn't change that. I'm not looking for a reason to not do something that I say. I say, don't get confused by that. You know what I'm saying? But that's how we are as black people. Sometimes we look for a reason to be like, well, I was going to do this for you, but now you made me mad. No, if I told you I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's it. And then I might not fuck with you after I do it, but I'm still going to keep my word. But that thing about us sitting up here collecting information to that, I just think that just what females do. And then just a lot of guys, especially in the Pan-African space and the black space, that sit up here and just pump
That's
people.
what I say, man. Like I said, Black America is splitting apart. There's people that want to actually build, right? That do making moves. We go to the continent. We do, like I said, we do what we can do. Everyone plays their part. They got motherfuckers who don't do shit. They don't travel. They don't build nothing. They don't donate. They don't do nothing. All they want to do is gossip. They live on gossip. I can't live like that, And like I said, it's just time for us to split up with those people, They go there. I wish them a lot of luck, man. But we don't look.
Call it not just them people now. We're going to have to be real. The Pan-African shit. It's time to split up with people.
There's deadbeat Pan-Africanists too. I agree.
If you ain't doing shit in Pan-Africanism, fuck you.
There's deadbeat Pan-Africans who wear the RBG, never did shit, dusty and everything like that. Trust me, I know all about that.
And that's why I had to go in on. See, you missed it, Justin. I had to go in on I Come Fire, man. That shit just. I had to go in.
Man.
I had to clown him for about 10, 15 minutes straight because they always talking this shit about ain't doing nothing, ain't stepping foot on, ain't got no money to step foot on the continent. Colin's right about one thing. Colin's right about one thing. A lot of black Americans just don't have the money and they don't have the time. Because
they wanted the money, they would. But the thing is, a lot of black people in America, right? And like I said, we should have moved to the next level, right?
Yeah.
It should have been that investment, savings, community, making money. You know what? Look, let me tell you something, man. I'm going to tell you, I grew up in upstate New York. I was in North Jersey, Connecticut, upstate New York. I was around fucking rich white people, right? While my dad had to work for these people, go down and work in the factory. I'm grateful for what I had, right? Their fathers, right, are just doing nothing but moving money around, making money. This trust fund, this thing, boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, we got inheritance here. How many people? Have you ever known a black heiress?
No,
or heir, or whatever. No, you don't. You know how many? When I grew up in upstate New York, right? You know how many white people I knew that fucking were heirs when I inherited, like, I inherited $800,000. Whatever like that. The wealth of this country is in their hands, We had to move up to that level, right? It's no, look, we can't be working people forever.
But Kala, you have to understand, they're the one who brought all these
the thing is,
things. It would take
who control it, Condola? Who control it?
Well, I mean, the white people brought some of these things, right? It would take, it take them years
Yeah,
to
Kinola,
dominate
here's the
what you're
thing.
saying now.
Back in the days, we had Jim Crow segregation. Black people had strings of hotels in this country. You know, we built our own theme parks and music parks, all black owned. We built our own hotels. We're not, we built our own Negro leagues, baseball. We had black people. Black America had empire in this country. We had tall buildings and some of everything, real estate. Everything.
But Kala, but they change it. They change it slowly. You see, when I say they change it slowly to destroy the team more, to talk, I do really like those teams those days. I'm not going to lie to you. It's part of the plan they used to destroy the whole things. Is this? When I said I like Anita Franklin those days, right? People say, "Oh man, what? It's a fact." But but now I can tell you, those days, women or black people those days, they were far more heavier than the total. I like, the other one, Amelie Jackson too. But check what they brought later, early 90s, right? They came with they came with those dudes called Two Life Crew. You know what I mean? They came with Two Life Crew. Where Two Life Crews were doing bang bang on the stage, right? With Salt and Pepper, they see the white kids were like, the white people were like, folks were like playing towards that game. What did they do? Reagan and Bush wanted to ban it. But what happened later? They spin it around. They come with gangster rap. Then for gangster rap, they come with now, for gangster rap, slowly, the chicks started wearing tongue now. You know what I mean? They start allowing them to.
But think about it. What you're saying though, if it's that easy, let me tell you something. If black people so fucking smart, and it ain't like, just like you said, went from Salt and Pepper to goddamn Luke Skywalker to gangster rap. You think black people didn't notice the change? We talked about it. We all talked about the change. But it still was the majority of black people with it. They wasn't tricked. They wasn't tricked. Just because, hey, Ola, what I'm saying is that if a white person come out here and say, "Hey, it go 1,000 grenades. It go 1,000 grenades. We're gonna sit them right here in the neighborhood." They ain't forcing you to go pick up them grenades and then you throw it at Collar house and not their house. That's something. Hold on for a second. That's something that you already wanted to do. You didn't want to throw that. You didn't want to throw that grenade at white people. You wanted to throw that grenade at Collar. And now that you got a grenade, you're gonna do it. Like a white person, a black person. Let me tell you something. When the drug game struck America, we could have took them drugs and sold them out there to the white people. Because you want to know why? Because white people had more money. They was on the same drug. But it was easy to do it to black people because nobody cared about black people, not even black people. So they don't trick us. We just don't see no value in each other. And that's the same thing that happened when the white people showed up on the shores and they was like, who you dislike? And there was niggas running around there with their Wakanda spears chasing down people that they just got into an argument. I just got into an argument with Jonathan yesterday.
Let me say this. Bill Rodriguez said 800K is not errors, but listen, one thing is this. I have never seen a black person with 50,000 K. It just don't happen. So I frequently saw people with $1 million air and whatnot. Just saying property or business.
Collar correct them. Back then, that was a lot of money.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, back in the 80s, it's still a lot of money. But the bottom line, if you got a 22-year-old that inherits $800,000, I think they're good. That's how much Donald Trump inherited, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump, do we?
If we have it, we'll be chasing
Gucci. A lot of us don't even have life insurance. I'm the only nigga in my family with life insurance. That's a fucking shame.
But look, you don't really blame. That's what I said. Things change later. When Kala said way back, that's what I brought Anita Franklin and all these chicks in. How things change. When you think you're making progress, slowly they change it. Right? They change it for you, but you're not seeing it, right? You're not seeing it. You're not seeing it. For Soul Train, to Dan Dan, then Dan Dan to for Chichi, what you doing in the Holiday Inn, you know, then the women, you know, they wear the tongue now, they're bending down, shaking the big ass, and with the high heels, then slowly now you see it twinkling. It's a prophet said shake. It said shake the tail feather, right? Then down to shake the feather is shake it down. How low can you go? You know, for how low can you go right now? We don't know what is really going on anymore. You know, it's how
Oh
bad
my
you
God.
can go right now. And the Negro pulling that shirt up, you know, rolling that t-shirt on top of their head like helicopter, you know. So talk, I was, you know, I like it that time. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, I like it that time, you know.
Because we're
You know,
hypersexual. We're
you know,
hypersexual. So anything that can make black women be more raunchy and more sexy, we like it. But in the other, but you go to the other races, they do little sexy stuff too, but that ain't their whole
they
thing. You know what
dancing
I'm saying?
line, they dancing line dance. You know, the white chick dance line dance.
Let me answer Marshai. Marshai, A.A.G.T.O.W means African Americans going their own way. That means delineating from the foolishness in Black America, the toxic shit, right? I honestly, man, when I look at some of this stuff online, man, I'm like, I want to be as far away from the Negroes as possible. You know, I do. You know, I'm done trying to convince people to do right, whatever like that. Now I'm just like, yo, okay, some people it's gonna be fucked up. That's just the way it is. You're never gonna amount to nothing, whatever like that. You know, like let me tell you something. Yesterday, what was the day before yesterday? I went to Hooters for dinner, right? Oh, that's another thing. I talked about Hooters. Elvis in the chat room talking about why is a man your age going to Hooters? I'm like, what a fucking clown, you know? Another got you moment, you know? It's like, why'd you go to Hooters? Was that yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday, you know? I said, I went to Hooters because I go there, you know, I like the wings. But no, you going there? I said, no, perverted. I'm just going to Hooters. I said, Elvis, do you know that people go there? You got families that go there and have lunches, birthday
Yeah,
parties.
people take their kids in there.
Take their kids there and everything. Are they all perverted, Elvis? Motherfuckers don't think before he speaks. Anyway, when I was coming out, right, I was in this gas station to get some gas, right? There's a dude like my age sitting out there. Yo, cuz I hate when motherfuckers approach me like that. And I had to scowl like, yo, you got some smoke? I go, no. And then I basically looked at him like, don't say another fucking word, you know? And I'm like, you know, because I'm just like, yeah. And also I said, why did I fucking get gas in the hood? This is every time I go into a 7-Eleven in an area where there's a lot of black people at, there's always fucking standing around open. I don't need you to open the door for me. You know, you open the door for them, okay, I get $1, you know. You know, I hate that shit. All up in your face. What's up, cuz? Don't I know you? No, the fuck you don't. Don't go walking up on me like that, you know? And so I said, man, I got to get away. That's what I said yesterday. I came up to African Americans going their own way. Do we have to deal with toxic people? Before, I used to deliberately go to this ritual going to the hood, right? Into a store, whatever like that, just to experience the hood. And I always come out upset because I will see something or not. But now
I say he go there to experience the hood.
I feel like that's being black, you know? You know, and like I could go to the same Wawa in my neighborhood, but I go all across town to go to the hood just to experience being all that. Then I'm all kinds of disappointed. Now I'm like, I don't care no more. And another thing I was gonna say is this: the thing I made my mistake was right, and like a lot of black people is, I think that I have to have a black presentation to the world, to white people. Bill Cosby gave us a black presentation with the Cosby Show. You know, he did a good job, right? Everybody's like, oh, this is a black family. Now I think the fact that I don't give a shit no more what white people think about us. They're gonna hate us regardless. I listen to the comments. So all that, the Cosby Show, all of that, they still don't think we're shit because after all these years.
Right. Why would they?
Yeah, so
They ain't bring us over here for 400 years to like us.
Yeah, so therefore, all those deadbeat black people that we've been trying to please straighten up because white people, y'all make
pull your pants up, you know, dress in a suit and tie. No,
look. I'm like this, man. Back in the days when Black Wall Street, they used to drag niggas in the streets, lynch them with their suit and tie on. You know, that don't mean shit, you know. But I used to go, oh, you gotta wear a suit and tie, dress a certain way. Now I'm like, let them niggas have their pants sagging down to the ankles.
Let them.
Care. Let them.
But Carla, how do you think that is started? That is started with Ministry Society. You know, that's how that pants down started with Ministry Society movie. You know,
actually it started in prison.
But if you check Ministry Society for we that's in Africa,
yeah, you're right. Look, it did make it more popular. You're right. It made it more popular.
But Sim,
I seen a nigga
let me tell you
in the
something.
village
What we
sagging and
Africans
fucking
who were
bananas,
seeing,
bro. That shit,
you know,
threw
what we
me for a
Africans who were
loop.
seeing in Africa, right? When Ministry Society came out, we Africans, you know how there was a DVD. Do you know how I went to all movie shop to get a movie, Ministry Society?
No, you
I
mean
was
VHS.
young. Yeah, I was crazy about that movie a lot, right?
That movie.
That's when I saw a dude wearing stockings with palm slippers, right? So kind of palm slippers, right? White shirt, black short, powerful rims with goldy rims, some kind of hard beat, right? I love it. That changed me. That's what I said. When I said Black America colonized my mind for a long time, man, y'all did a pretty job on my head. You know, I was lucky. You know,
They used to call you
that
Loke
I
Cadola.
changed. I changed later. right?
Cadola
But yes.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get it. Go ahead, Ola. You ain't gonna get it. Go ahead.
I'm saying the truth, man. I'm saying the truth. Y'all do a pretty good job. So kind of job on my brain, you know.
No, that's what you wanted. See, the thing about it,
it's not what I wanted, but that's what I see. People that look like me. That's what I see. People that look like me. That's what they were doing, you know. Because people look like me,
Ola,
you know. Because people look like me, you know.
Ola, you can go on Netflix and pick out what videos you want to watch. You get what I'm saying?
No. That time, Simp, right? We were having what called DVD. Though you could call it VHS or something like that. We watch these movies, right? We watch rappers. We watch all kind of American movies, black movies. If it's not black, we're not watching it like that. You know, we all want to watch is black movie. Ministry Society came. Before then, we watch Thank God It's Friday, Ice-Cube and all these guys. We hear the music. We see the way they dress, right? We came up. Some of us that adapted such a culture, we go deep. So when I left Nigeria, in a way I was already having that kind of American mentality. When I entered the club, man, it was all done. They come genuine, you know. That this, New York music at that time.
Doing the butterfly. You was out there doing the butterfly. Ola.
Yeah, you know, they'll come this, you know, sit man, look, sit. When I was in Europe, sit man, I was lost, you know, real lost, you know, very, very lost, you know. I go from club to club from Monday to Thursday. I'm in the club, you understand? You know, I'm in the club. Then, you know, Kuje was just pulling his joggers up then, you know. We were doing it. You know, you dance on the club, man. When it's getting hot, your shirt, your singlets out. When I was a little bit athletic at that time, you roll your shirt on top of the air, man. You shake it down like if you're riding the horse. You know, these chicks will be after you, man. And if you're lucky, man, you met a New York chick, they're gonna give you a very good dance, hot dance. You know, that's why I understand. That's the difference between a New York chick and the Southern chick. The New York chick can give her the best dance on the disco floor. But the problem there, that the white chicks started dominating the show at that time. The white chick, that's when I started noticing. The white chick started wearing like a Jordan singlet, a jersey with a short knicker, man, with some kind of powerful sneaker.
The white girl,
man,
the white girl started looking good, didn't it to you? The white girl started looking good to you.
I swear, man, that the black chick started taking the backstage, you know? The white chick started taking the front stage. That's when the white chick, you know, dominated the black Negro, man.
That's when Cadola found his woman.
Jungle fever, baby.
Remember Rodriguez took a shot at me. She goes, I'm always suspect of Toco Negro shame about bottom rung. They always pull the whole guilt, bottom rung, splaining, you know, tripping. I was like, oh man, we got to go to the bottom rung. And we're not.
I'm ashamed of them niggas too.
Yeah,
The fuck is gonna be suspect of me, and I
I'm
came from the.
right?
God
Okay.
damn, I came from the bottom, and I hated the
I love
situation
the
we was
bottom
in.
rung, but I don't want them in my house. I don't want them in my neighborhood.
Oh,
I don't want to be around them. You know,
Carla, the age that I am now, and you tell me to go back, and if it was raining outside, and you had me, myself, and I didn't know this was me, but me with all my mentality at 16 and 17 years old, and say, hey, get that person a ride or invite him in my house, I'll ride right past that nigga. I wouldn't let me in. I wouldn't let me in the house when I was out there in the gutter. I was conniving as fuck.
People like Baby Rodriguez having that experience of getting jacked, robbed, stuck up.
Well, wait till she get bust upside the head trying to be nice to black folks.
Wait till that happens for her, and she's gonna change. There's an old saying, man. A conservative is a liberal who's been mugged.
Right. Hey, Guru said, is there an age limit to liking tits and wings now? You know what I'm saying? Going to Hooters.
Well, I just talk about what the
Hell
Hooters.
no.
I get the third degree. I was there staring. And I got the third degree for going to Hooters.
I just think the wings are overpriced because the chicks are now looking good, man.
No. I like the regular breaded wings. I love those things. My brother used to be a manager at Hooters, man. We used to do all the parties, Super Bowl parties. We used to have.
How you like your wings breaded?
I like the breaded wings.
Oh man, you a different type dude. I got to have them naked. I
like the breaded wings, sauce breaded wings, man. I'm sorry.
Kala. That's why you see the Somali right now and all these Arabs at that time, Kala, because we go to the American, in the American-based club, right? Those days, Kala, they don't allow Turkish or Moroccan to get to the club even, straight from the line, they would take you out, them no, go back. This Somali you're seeing right now, they even allowed them to come close, to the, you see, Kala, on this YouTube street where you fight that become African and Black American, let's just be honest, man. The divide is not there like that. Let me just be honest to you, Kala, because I deal with a lot of Black Americans, in my life, when I was seeing them, all part of Europe, Kala, I was a big baller, I was not like going to job over in Europe. No, man. I have time to party. I have time to party. I met a lot of these dudes. My best friend, Patrick Jones, man, this dude from New York. We used to be,
you're so cool, and Mike Olawale is such a clown.
Cause he with a white girl. So that's why he's so cool. He all laid back and happy. He got them eat carrots. He probably had a little light lunch with a little asparagus, with a little couscous.
Yeah, I feel like this. Some of you bros out there, if you can stop acting stupid and get yourself a white girl, I don't give a fuck.
No,
everybody's going their own way.
Right on, Carla. A white woman made me some avocado toast.
Where the white women at?
Not for me, but everybody should be. I want everybody to be happy. I want
You know what, Carla? I got a confession to make. Man, I told you either yesterday or the day before, my wife was doing this nonprofit shit. And they were going to the north and getting kids and taking them to the south that was abandoned, right? I coned out. I wanted this to be a Black American / African diaspora thing.
Right.
But today I said, Indian lady, Egyptian dude, and white bitch, let's all work together on this project. I'm done. We ain't Pan-African like I need us to be. So fuck it.
How you gonna abandon the kids, man? Come on, man.
Oh no, I ain't abandoning them. I just said we need more help.
He ain't trying to be. He taking help for other. Just like me and you had that conversation about the Afro stand in college when you said that I might have to take on some more people as a vessel, because being loyal to. Let me explain something to y'all. And it's a sad thing that I realized about 4 or 5 years ago. Being loyal to Black people is dangerous and it's time consuming, and you deplete your funds. That's what happened. You got to learn how to conduct business with somebody else. Put that shit in writing. You know what I'm saying? Just you don't have to trust them, but put that shit in writing. Like white people, they don't like each other, but they put them contracts together, man. We, black people, man.
I know for a fact when I started building the Association of Liberia, y'all gonna crucify me, man. We have these meetings, and if we're gonna do anything where there's gonna be some white or Chinese sitting at a fucking table, y'all say, "Look at Charles sitting down with this white guy," and say, "What the hell is the calls a sellout?" Whatnot, It is what the fuck it is, man. I'm done fighting it anymore, And maybe ends could justify the means, man. Bottom
Hey,
line is,
Carla, you dig said you can't even help the water boys in Atlanta. No. Carla, did you hear about the lady that was out there, the Pan-African lady, tried to go out there and help the boys on?
Tell me about this. Tell me.
The Pan-African lady go out there trying to help the boys that's on the corner. They stand on they might not do it where you at.
I seen the Atlanta water boys.
Yeah. So she go out there trying to help them, and she buys all day water, but she didn't have the cash on her. So she was like, "Well, what's your cash app?" You know what I'm saying? So they was giving the cash app, but the Atlanta dude's talking like yeah. And she was like, "Okay." So she hold her phone out and she said, "Type in your cash app." So he typed in the cash app and hit $1,000 and hit send, and then she sent them they stole $1,000 from her, and then they all ran away, and she was out there crying.
Like I said, that's what. Like I said, man. Like I said, what else could I say, man?
You just can't be too like if the white person came out there, they would be like, "Oh, thank you, Mr. White Man." But the black woman went out there trying to be too nice. They sit up there and stole $1,000 from
the Atlanta water boys. These are little Negroes because before I had, they're trying to be entrepreneurs. These are Killer Mike boys.
They just sit at the top of the exit, African goddess, and they try to sell the cheapest water it is. I'm talking about the water bottles that you try to stand it up, the plastic so flimsy it just falls. I tell them boys all the time, at least get some Aquafina. Don't get that Dollar General or Dollar Tree water with the plastic.
Dollar Tree, get that.
They got the Costco brand.
Yeah, get some with the plastic is strong, not that flimsy ass shit. You know what I'm saying? And then the water be hot. They ain't even got no ice out there, man. They ain't got it in no ice or nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't pay no attention to it. You know what I'm saying? So I do the little cutthroat thing. I don't even talk to them. You know what I'm saying? They walk up, I don't even talk to them. Nothing. I ain't got no conversation. Don't ask me about nothing. Don't tell me about nothing. Even if something wrong with me, let it be wrong. Like I go by that thing. I know Mystical said it, in his song, man, don't help me help the bout. Don't give me no advice. Don't tell me if I'm on fire, nothing. Just let me burn. That's how I be with black people, man, because they always trying to goddamn snuggle up against you like a snake. Like that's a bad feeling when you go out here in this world and you see black people slithering around you like a snake.
And they was like calculated. They're not gonna get you today, but they keep you around because I got plans for you later. You ever see motherfuckers like that?
Yeah.
They'll say, "Oh yeah,"
and they're always overcharging for shit. No, I'm tired of these niggas selling these struggle plates. You get 8 chicken wings and a little tiny ass potato salad for $25. Where you get this idea from, nigga?
I support black business.
Little black kids, $4-5 for a Kit Kat. Really, nigga?
Man, they out there trying to sell the little 16-ounce Gator Powerade bottle for $2. You know what I'm saying? Like hot. Like they ain't even got no ice, man. You got to goddamn. I don't do it. I don't do it.
Now I had one of my here. One night I was doing the show one, like the red one. It took me like a whole week to drink that thing. It's like drinking cough fucking syrup.
Yeah, I know. I have to mix it with the blue one. You mix it with the blue one and make a purple. So purple is my favorite.
So I'm like, I can't do that, man.
Yeah, they hardcore. But they got to be ice cold though, man. You can't drink no, you know what I'm saying? And then the thing about it be like 6 or 7 of them out there, man. At the exit. Then it be bums out there too. So they all out there just be out there begging, man. Summertime, man, I run right there. But I'm talking about they know when they see me, because I ain't slowing down at all, making no eye contact. Don't walk up to my goddamn car, truck, nothing. I ain't giving. I'm just telling you, man. I'm not an introvert, but I stay away from black.